Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. The book continues with part 3, which tells in detail about the invasion of Iraq, more commonly known as the Muslim conquest of Persia, which caused the fall of the Sassanid Empire in 651 AD. Start of Chapter 21. The Hell of Walaja. The people would say in those days, in the month of Safar is killed every tyrant ruler at the junction of the river. Ibn Kathir, Al-Bidaya wa Nihaya, Dar Abi Hayyan, Cairo, 1st edition, 1416/1996, volume 6, page 421. The news of the debacle at the river inflamed Ctesiphon. A second Persian army had been cut to pieces by this new and unexpected force, emerging out of the barren wastes of Arabia. Each of the two Persian army commanders had been an illustrious imperial figure, a 100,000 dirham man. And not only these two, but two other first-rate generals had been slain by the enemy. It was unbelievable, considering that this new enemy had never been known for any advanced military organization. These two defeats seemed like nightmares, frightening but unreal. Emperor Ardashir decided to take no chances. He ordered the concentration of another two armies, and he gave this order on the very day on which the Battle of the River was fought. This may surprise the reader, for the battlefield was 300 miles from Ctesiphon by road. But the Persians had a remarkable system of military communication. Before battle, they would station a line of men, picked for their powerful voices, at shouting distances one from another, all the way from the battlefield to the capital. Hundreds of men would be used to form this line. Each event on the battlefield will be shouted by A to B, by B to C, by C to D, and so on. Thus every action on the battlefield would be known to the emperor in a few hours. Following the orders of the emperor, Persian warriors began to concentrate at the imperial capital. They came from all towns and garrisons, except those manning the western frontier with the Eastern Roman Empire. In a few days the first army was ready. The Persian court expected the Muslims to proceed along the Euphrates to northwestern Iraq. The Persians understood the Arab mind well enough to know that no Arab force would move far from the desert so long as there were opposing forces within striking distance of its rear and its route to the desert. Expecting the Muslims' army to move west, Ardashir picked on Walaja as the place at which to stop Khalid and destroy his army. The first of the new Persian armies raised at Ctesiphon was placed under the command of Andarzaghar, who until recently had been military governor of the frontier province of Khurasan and was held in high esteem by Persian and Arab alike. He was a Persian born among the Arabs of Iraq. He had grown up among the Arabs and, unlike most Persians of his class, was genuinely fond of them. Andarzaghar was ordered to move his army to Walaja, where he would soon be joined by the second army. He set off from Ctesiphon, moved along the east bank of the Tigris, crossed the Tigris at Kaskar, moved southwest to the Euphrates near Walaja, crossed the Euphrates, and established his camp at Walaja. Before setting out from the capital, he had sent couriers to many Arab tribes which he knew, and on his way to Walaja, he picked up thousands of Arabs who were willing to fight under his standard. He had also met and taken command of the remnants of the army of Qarin. When he arrived at Walaja, he was delighted with the strength of his army. Patiently he waited for Bahman, who was to join him in a few days. Bahman was the commander of the second army, one of the top personalities of the Persian military hierarchy. He too was a 100,000 dirham man. He was ordered by the emperor to take the second army when ready to Walaja, where Andarzaghar would await him. Bahman would be in overall command of both the armies, and with this enormous might would fight and destroy the Muslim army in one great battle. Bahman moved on a separate route to Andarzaghar's. From Ctesiphon he marched south, between the two rivers, making directly for Walaja. But he left Ctesiphon several days after the first army, and his movement was slower. The Battle of the River had been a glorious victory. With few casualties to themselves, the Muslims had shattered a large Persian army and acquired a vast amount of booty. But the battle left Khalid in a more thoughtful mood, and only now did he begin to appreciate the immensity of the resources of the Persian Empire. He had fought 2 bloody battles with 2 separate Persian armies, and driven them mercilessly from the battlefield, but he was still only on the fringes of the empire. The Persians could field many armies like the ones he had fought at Kazima and the river. It was a sobering thought, and Khalid was on his own. He was the first Muslim commander to set out to conquer alien lands. He was not only the military commander, but also the political head, and as such had to govern, on behalf of the Caliph in Medina, all the territories conquered for Islam. There was no superior to whom he could turn for guidance in matters of politics and administration. Moreover, his men were not as fresh as on the eve of Kazima. They had marched long and fast and fought hard, and were now feeling more than a little tired. Khalid rested his army for a few days. By now Khalid had organized an efficient network of intelligence agents. The agents were local Arabs who were completely won over by the generous treatment of the local population by Khalid, which contrasted strikingly with the harshness and arrogance of the imperial Persians. Consequently, they had thrown in their lot with the Muslims and kept Khalid apprised of the affairs of Persia and the movements of Persian forces. These agents now informed him of the march of Andarzaghar from Ctesiphon, of the large Arab contingents which joined him, of his picking up the survivors of Qarin's army, of his movement towards Walaja. They also brought word of the movement towards Falaja. They also brought word of the march of the second army under Bahman from Ctesiphon and its movement in a southerly direction. As more intelligence arrived, Khalid realized that the 2 Persian armies would shortly meet and then either bar his way south of the Euphrates or advance to fight him in the region of Uballa. The Persians would be in such overwhelming strength that there could be no possibility of his engaging in a successful battle. Khalid had to get to Hira, and Walaja was smack on his route. Another point that worried Khalid was that too many Persians were escaping from one battle to fight another day. The survivors of Kazima had joined Qarin and fought at the river. The survivors of the river had joined Andarzaghar and were now moving towards Walaja. If he was to have a sporting chance of defeating all the armies that faced him, he would have to make sure that none got away from one battle to join the army preparing for the next. These then were the 2 problems that faced Khalid. The first was strategical. 2 Persian armies were about to combine to oppose him. To this problem, he found a masterly strategical solution. That is to advance rapidly and fight and eliminate one army, Andarzaghar's, before the army Bahmans arrived on the scene. The second problem was tactical, how to prevent enemy warriors escaping from one battle to fight another. To this he found a tactical solution, which only a genius could conceive and only a master could implement, but more of this later. Khalid gave instructions to Suwaid bin Muqarrin to see to the administration of the conquered districts with his team of officials, and posted a few detachments to guard the lower Tigris against possible enemy crossings from the north and east and to give warning of any fresh enemy forces coming from those directions. With the rest of the army, about 15,000 men, he set off in the direction of Hira, moving at a fast pace along the south edge of the Great Marsh. If Andarzaghar had been given the choice, he would undoubtedly have preferred to wait for the arrival of Bahman before fighting a decisive battle with the Muslims. But Andarzaghar was not given the choice. A few days before Bahman was expected, the Muslim army appeared over the eastern horizon and camped a short distance from Walaja. However, Andarzaghar was not worried. He had a large army of Persians and Arabs and felt confident of victory. He did not even bother to withdraw to the river bank, a mile away, so that he could use the river to guard his rear. He prepared for battle at Walaja. For the whole of the next day, the two armies remained in their respective camps, keeping each other under observation, while commanders and other officers carried out reconnaissances and made preparations for the morrow. The following morning the armies deployed for battle, each with a center and wings. The Muslim armies were again commanded by Asim bin Amr and Adi bin Hatim. The battlefield consisted of an even plain stretching between two low, flat ridges, which were about 2 miles apart and 20 to 30 feet in height. The northeastern part of the plain ran into a barren desert. A short distance beyond the northeastern ridge flowed a branch of the Euphrates now known as the river Khasif. The Persians deployed in the center of this plain, facing east-southeast, with the western ridge behind them and their left resting on the northeastern ridge. Khalid formed up his army just forward of the northeastern ridge, facing the Persians. The center of the battlefield, that is the midpoint between the two armies, was about 2 miles southeast of the present Ain al-Muhari and 6 miles south of the present Shinafia. Andarzaghar was surprised at the strength of the Muslim army. Only about 10,000 he guessed. From what he had heard, Andarzaghar had expected Khalid's army to be much larger, and where was the dreaded Muslim cavalry? Most of these men were on foot. Perhaps the Persian survivors of Kazima and the river had exaggerated the enemy's strength, as defeated soldiers are wont to do. Or perhaps the cavalry was fighting dismounted. Andarzaghar did not know that the Muslims who faced him were also surprised at their numbers, for they did not seem to be as many as they had been the day before. But the matters did not worry them. The sword of Allah knew best. The situation put Andarzaghar in high spirits. He would make mincemeat of this small force and clear the land of Iraq of these insolent desert dwellers. He would at first await the Muslim attack. He would hold the attack and wear down the Muslims. Then he would launch a counter-attack and crush the enemy. When Khalid's army advanced for a general attack, Andarzaghar was overjoyed. This was just what he wanted. The two armies met with a clash of steel, and the men lost all count of time as they struggled mightily in combat. For some time the battle raged with unabated fury. The agile, skillful Muslims struck at the heavily armed Persians, but the Persians stood their ground, repulsing all attacks. After an hour or so both sides began to feel tired, the Muslims more so because they were fewer in number and each of them faced several Persians in combat. The Persians had reserves which they employed to replace their men in the front line. However, the example of Khalid kept Muslim spirits undaunted. He was fighting in the front rank. In particular, during this first phase of the battle, the Muslims gained further confidence from the thrilling spectacle of Khalid's duel with the Persian champion of gigantic proportions, known as Hazar Mard, who was said to have been the equal of 1,000 warriors. This giant of a man stepped forward and extended a general challenge which was accepted by Khalid. After a few minutes of dueling, Khalid found an opening and felled the man with his sword. When the Persian's body lay quite still, Khalid sat down on his great chest and called out to his slave to bring him his food. Then, seated on this grisly bench, Khalid ate a hearty lunch. The first phase was over. The second phase of the battle began with the counterattack of the Persians. The experienced eye of Andarzaghar could see clear signs of fatigue on the faces of the Muslims. He judged that this was the right moment for his counterstroke, and in this he was right. At this command, the Persians surged forward and struck at the Muslims. The Muslims were able to hold them for some time, but the Herculean efforts that they were called upon to make placed an almost unbearable strain on their nerves and limbs. Slowly they fell back, though in good order. The Persians launched furious charges, and the Muslims looked to Khalid for any sign of a change in plan or anything to relieve the tension. But from Khalid they got no such sign. He was fighting like a lion and urged his men to do likewise, and his men did likewise. The Persians were paying heavily for their advance, but they exulted in the success that they were gaining. Andarzaghar was beside himself with joy. Victory was just round the corner. He had not reached the top rung of the Persian socio-military ladder, but now he saw visions of a 100,000 dirham cap. The Muslims continued to fight with the suicidal desperation of wild animals at bay. They had reached the limits of human endurance, and some even began to wonder if Khalid had at last met his match. A little more of this, and the front would shatter into 1,000 pieces. Then Khalid gave the signal. We do not know just what this signal was, but it was received by those for whom it was intended. The next moment, over the crest of the ridge which stretched behind the Persian army, appeared two dark lines of mounted warriors, one from the Persian left rear, the other from the right rear. Cries of Allahu Akbar rent the air as the Muslim cavalry charged at a gallop, and the plain of Walaja trembled under the thundering hoofs of the Arab horse. The joy of the Persians turned to terror. While a moment before they had been shouting with glee, they now screamed in panic as the Muslim cavalry rammed into the rear of the Persian army. The main body of Muslims under Khalid, refreshed and strengthened by the sight they beheld, resumed the attack against the Persian front, at the same time extending its flanks to join hands with the cavalry and completely surround the Persians. The army of Andarzaghar was caught in a trap from which there could be no escape. In an instant, the disciplined Persians turned into a rabble. When groups of soldiers turned to the rear, they were pierced by lances or felled by swords. When they turned to the front, they were struck down by sword and dagger. Recoiling from the assaults that came from all directions, they gathered in an unwieldy mass, unable to use their weapons freely or avoid the blows of their assailants. Those who wanted to fight did not know whom to fight. Those who wanted to flee did not know where to go. In a mad urge to get away from the horror, they trampled each other and fought each other. The battlefield of Walaja became a hell for the army of Andarzaghar. The ring of steel became tighter as the furious charges of the Muslims continued. The very helplessness of the Persians excited the Muslims to greater violence, and they swore that they would not let the Persians and Iraqi Arabs escape this time. In this the Muslims succeeded. A few thousand imperial warriors did get away, for no army can be so completely destroyed that not a single survivor remains, but the army as a whole ceased to exist. It was as if a vast chasm had opened under it and swallowed it up. While the armies of Hormuz and Kareen had suffered crushing defeats, the army of Andarzaghar was annihilated. The army of Andarzaghar was no more. Andarzaghar himself, strangely enough, managed to escape. But the direction of his escape was towards the desert rather than the Euphrates, and having no desire but to put as much distance as possible between himself and the hell of Walaja, he went deep into the desert. In the desert, the ill-fated man lost himself and died of thirst. After the battle, Khalid got his exhausted men together. He realized that this battle had imposed a terrible strain upon them. It had been the fiercest of the 3 fierce battles which they had fought in Iraq, and he wanted to make certain that their spirits were not dampened by memories of the trial, for more trials awaited them. He addressed the men. He started by praising Allah and calling His blessings upon the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Then he continued, "Do you not see the wealth of the land of the Persians? Do you not remember the poverty of the land of the Arabs? Do you not see how the crops in this land cover the earth? If the holy war were not enjoined by Allah, we should still come and conquer this rich land, and exchange the hunger of our deserts for the abundant eating which is now ours." And the warriors of Khalid agreed. The day before the battle of Walaja was fought, Khalid had sent for two of his officers, Busr bin Abi Rahm and Sa'id bin Mara. He made each of them the commander of a mobile striking force of about 2,000 cavalry, and instructed them as follows. A. They would take their horsemen out during the night and move wide round the south of the Persian camp. B. On arrival on the far side of the ridge, which stretched behind the Persian camp, they would conceal their men but keep them ready to move at short notice. C. When battle was joined in the morning, they would keep their men mounted behind the crest of the ridge and position observers to watch for the signal of Khalid. D. When Khalid gave the signal, the two striking forces would charge the Persian army in the rear, each group echeloned a bit to one flank. Necessary orders were issued by Khalid to those who had to be in the know of the plan, so that the organization and preparation of the striking forces could be carried out without a hitch. But the utmost secrecy was maintained, and the Muslim rank and file knew nothing of the planned maneuver. In the morning, the cavalry comprising these striking forces was nowhere to be seen, and Khalid formed up the rest of his army, about 10,000 men in front of the Persians. This was the plan of the Battle of Walaja, fought in early May 633, third week of Safar, 12 Hijri. It was a frontal holding attack combined with a powerful envelopment. The operation went down to the smallest detail, as planned by Khalid. Only a master could have done it. This is not the first time in history that this brilliant maneuver was carried out. It had been done before. The most famous example of this type of maneuver was the Battle of Cannae in 216 BC, at which Hannibal did much the same to the Romans. After Hannibal's battle, this type of maneuver became known as a Cannae. But Khalid had never heard of Hannibal. With Khalid, this was an original conception. End of chapter 21. Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. The book continues with part 3, which tells in detail about the invasion of Iraq, more commonly known as the Muslim conquest of Persia, which caused the fall of the Sassanid Empire in 651 AD. Start of chapter 22. The River of Blood. Allah watered the dead with the relentless Euphrates, and others in the middle areas of Najaf. Al-Qaqa bin Amr, commander in Khalid's army. The third great battle with the Persians had been won, and Khalid was nearer his ultimate objective, Hira. But he still had far to go, and had no illusions about the journey. It was unlikely that the proud Persians would withdraw from his path. Much blood must yet be shed. In spite of his masterly maneuver and his best efforts, a few thousand enemy warriors did manage to escape from the Battle of Walaja. They were mainly Christian Arabs from the tribe of Bani Bakr, Muthanna's tribe, those elements which had not accepted the new faith and had clung to Christianity. Much of this tribe lived in Iraq as Persian subjects. They had responded to the call of Andar Zaghar, and with him they had fought and suffered at Walaja. These Arab survivors of Walaja, fleeing from the battlefield, crossed the river Khasif and moved between it and the Euphrates, The two rivers were about 3 miles apart, the former being a branch of the Euphrates. Their flight ended at Ulais, about 10 miles from Walaja. Here they felt reasonably safe, as the place was on the right bank of the Euphrates, and on the other side of Ulais ran the Khasif, which actually took off from Euphrates just above Ulais. Ulais could only be approached frontally, that is, from the southeast. For a few days, Khalid rested his exhausted troops and himself remained busy with the distribution of the spoils and preparations for the onward march. Knowing of the existence of Bahman's army, he could appreciate that another bloody battle would have to be fought before he got to Hira. Since the center of gravity of the campaign in Iraq had now shifted from the Tigris to the Euphrates, he recalled the Muslim detachments which he had left on the lower Tigris. Khalid knew from his agents about the presence of hostile Arabs at Ulais, but since they were only the survivors of Walaja, he did not consider them a military problem. In any case, he did not wish to overstrain his men by rushing them into another battle before they had recovered from the great trial of strength with Andarzaghar. But when about 10 days later he was informed of the arrival of more Arab forces at Ulais, it became evident that he would have to deal with a complete and almost new army. The hostile concentration was large enough to promise a major battle. As soon as his detachments from the lower Tigris had joined him, Khalid set off from Walaja, with an army whose strength, as at the time of its entry into Iraq, was 18,000 men. Since there was no way of getting to Ulais from a flank because of the two rivers, Khalid had no option but to cross the Khasif and approach his objective frontally. The annihilation of the army of Andarzaghar, following close upon the heels of Kazima and the river, shook the empire of the Khusros to its foundations. There appeared to be an unearthly quality about this army of Islam, which had emerged like an irresistible force from the desert. Any Persian army that opposed its relentless march vanished, for the proud Persian court, accustomed to treating the dwellers of the desert with contempt, this was a bitter pill to swallow. Never before in its long history had the empire suffered such military defeats, in such rapid succession, at the hands of a force so much smaller than its own armies, so close to its seat of power and glory. For the first time, the Persians found it necessary to revise their opinion about the Arabs. It was clear that there was something about Islam which had turned this backward, disorganized, and unruly race into a powerful, closely knit and disciplined force of conquest. And it was clear also that there was something about this man Khalid, whose name was now whispered with fear in Persian homes, that added a touch of genius to the operations of his army. But a grand empire of 12 centuries is not beaten with 3 battles. The Persians were a race of conquerors and rulers who had lost battles before and risen again. The mood of dismay which had gripped Ctesiphon at the first reports of Walaja passed, and was replaced by a single-minded determination to crush this invading army and fling it back into the desert whence it came. Persia picked herself up, dusted herself, and prepared for another round. Meanwhile, messengers from the surviving Christian Arabs of the Bani Bakr arrived at Ctesiphon and informed the emperor of their situation. They had sought the help of their fellow Arabs inhabiting the region between Ulais and Hira. In response, thousands of Arabs were even now marching to join the Bani Bakr at Ulais, where they would fight a do-or-die battle with Khalid. Would not the emperor help by sending another army of Persian warriors to join hands with his loyal Arab subjects and save the empire? The emperor would. He sent orders to Bahman, who was still north of the Euphrates. On hearing of Walaja, Bahman had to stop in his tracks and decided not to move until he received further instructions. Now he got the emperor's order to proceed with his army to Ulais, take under his command the Arab contingents assembled there, and bar Khalid's way to Hira. But Bahman did not himself go to Ulais. He sent the army under his next senior general, one named Jaban, to whom he passed on the instructions of the emperor. And Bahman added, "Avoid battle until I join you, unless it is forced upon you." As Jaban set off with the army, Bahman returned to Ctesiphon. We do not know the purpose of his journey to the capital. We only know that he wished to discuss certain matters with the emperor. He arrived at Ctesiphon to find Emperor Ardashir very ill, and remained in attendance on his master. Jaban moved with his army to Ulais and found a vast gathering of Christian Arabs who had come from the region of Hira and Amrishia. All had by now realized that Khalid's mission was to take Hira, and felt that Khalid's success would mean more bloodshed and enslavement. To prevent this, they had come to fight Khalid and, if necessary, die fighting. Jaban assumed command of the entire army, the Christian Arab part of which was commanded by a chieftain named Abdul Aswad, who had lost 2 sons at Walaja and was burning for revenge. Persian and Arab camped side by side with the Euphrates to their left, the Khasif to their right, and the river junction behind them. According to the early historians, there was a river here which came into prominence as a result of actions taken on conclusion of the Battle of Ulais, as we shall shortly see. This river may once have been a canal, for it was dammed at its junction with the Euphrates just above Ulais. But at that time of the battle the river was dry, or almost dry, because the dam was closed. The Muslims referred to this river as just the river. I place this river as the Khasif, which is now a fair-sized river, for there is no place at Ulais for another river or canal. Since, however, the name Khasif may not have been in use at that time, it is hereafter referred to as the river. Before the arrival of Jaban and the Persians, Muthanna and his light cavalry had appeared at Ulais and made contact with the Christian Arabs. Muthanna informed Khalid of the enemy position, strength, and apparent intention to fight. Khalid increased his pace, hoping to catch the Christian Arabs before they were reinforced by other Persian forces, but Jaban beat him to Ulais, perhaps by a few hours, and again Khalid was faced by an enormous army. Again he determined to kill as many enemy warriors as he could lay his hands on, so that fewer would appear against him in the next battle. He also decided to fight the very same day, for the longer battle was delayed, the more time the Persians would have to get organized and coordinate their plans. It was now the middle of May, 633, end of Safar, 12 Hijri. Khalid stopped just long enough on the march to array his army in battle formation, appointing Adi bin Hatim and Asim bin Amr once again as the commanders of his wings, before he started the advance toward Ulais. This time, no outflanking movements were possible, and he would rely for victory on the speed and violence of his attack rather than on maneuver. The Muslim advance to battle continued for some time before Jaban came to know that he was about to be attacked. This information reached Jaban a little before midday, when it was mealtime for the Persian army. The cooks had prepared the soldiers' food, and the Persian soldiers, like soldiers of all races and all ages, preferred a hot meal to a cold one, and was reluctant to fight on any empty stomach. The Arab auxiliaries, however, were ready for battle. Jaban looked at his soldiers and the tempting pots of food being brought from the kitchens. Then he looked in the direction from which the Muslims were rapidly approaching in battle array. The soldiers also saw the Muslim army. They were brave men, but they were also hungry men. "Let us eat now," they said to Jaban. "We will fight later." "I fear," replied Jaban, "that the enemy will not let you eat in peace." "No," said the Persians, disobeying their commander. "Eat now, fight later." The mealcloths were spread on the ground and steaming dishes were laid out upon them. The soldiers sat down to eat. They thought they had time. Meanwhile, the Arab auxiliaries, less sophisticated in their eating habits, had formed up for action. The Persians had eaten but 1 or 2 mouthfuls. when it became evident that the Muslims were about to assault. If they delayed battle any longer, a full belly would be of no use to them, for they would be slaughtered anyway. Hurriedly, they left their dishes, and as hurriedly Jaban deployed them on the battlefield along with the Arabs. He was not a minute too soon. He used the Christian Arabs to form the wings of his army, under the chiefs Abdul Aswad and Abjar, and massed his Persian troops in the center. The battlefield ran southeast of Olais between the Euphrates and the river. The Persian army was deployed with its back to Olais, while in front of it was arrayed the army of Islam. The northern flank of both armies rested on the Euphrates and their southern flank on the river. The battle front was about 2 miles from the river to river. It was a very hard battle. The Battle of Walaja had been the fiercest battle of the campaign so far, but this was fiercer still. This became a battle that Khalid would never forget. We do not know the details of the maneuvers and other actions which took place in the battle. We know that Khalid killed the Arab commander Abdul Aswad in personal combat. We know that the imperial army, though losing heavily in men, would not yield before the assaults of the Muslims. If ever an army meant to fight it out to the last, it was the imperial army of Ulais. The Arab auxiliaries were indeed fighting a do or die, for if this battle were lost, then nothing could save Hira. The Persians fought to vindicate the honor of Persian armies. For a couple of hours, the slogging continued. The fighting was heaviest on the bank of the river, where a large number of Persians fell in combat. The Muslims, tired, angry, frustrated, could see no opening, no weakening of the Persian and Arab resistance. Then Khalid raised his hands in supplication and prayed to Allah, "O Lord, if you give us victory, I shall see that no enemy warrior is left alive until their river runs with their blood." The Muslims renewed their assault with great fury, and Allah gave them victory. Early in the afternoon, the imperial army was shattered, and its soldiers fled from the battlefield. Thousands lay dead, especially in and on the bank of the river whose sandy bed was red with their blood. As the Persian army fled from the battlefield, Khalid launched his cavalry after it. "Do not kill them," he ordered the cavalry. "Bring them back alive." The bed of the river was soaked with blood, but the river was not running with blood as Khalid had pledged. The Muslim cavalry broke into several groups and galloped out in pursuit of the fugitives who had crossed the Khasif and were fleeing in the direction of Hira. Parties of desperate Persians and Arabs were isolated from one another, surrounded, overpowered, disarmed and driven back to the battlefield like flocks of sheep. As each group was brought back, it was herded to the river, and every man was beheaded in the river bed or on the bank whence his blood ran into the river. The pursuit by the Muslim cavalry, the capture and return of the Persian and Arab warriors, and their killing in the river went on for the rest of that day, and the whole of that night, and the whole of the next day, and part of the next. Every vanquished warrior who fell into the victor's hands was decapitated. Khalid was keeping his pledge. Not till some time on the third day was the last man killed. Once the killing had stopped, a group of officers gathered around Khalid on the river bank. They looked upon a messy sight. Raqqa turned to Khalid and said, "If you kill all the people of the earth, their blood will not flow as long as this river is dammed. The earth will not absorb all the blood. Let the water run in the river, thus you shall keep your pledge." Others added, "We have heard that when the earth absorbs some of the blood of the sons of Adam, it refuses to accept more." Khalid ordered that the dam be opened. As it was opened, the water rushed over the bed of the river, and the blood lying in pools on the bed flowed with the water. This river then became known as the River of Blood. As night fell after the day on which the battle was fought, while the Muslim cavalry was out bringing in the fugitives, the army of Khalid sat down to eat the food of the Persians laid out upon the meal cloths. The desert Arab marveled at the fine fare on which the Persian soldier was fed. The Battle of Alais was over. An enormous amount of booty fell into Muslim hands and included the families of the defeated imperial warriors. According to Tabari, 70,000 Persians and Christian Arabs were killed by the Muslims, including those beheaded in the river, but Jaban escaped. On the following day, Khalid entered into a pact with the local inhabitants of the district. They would pay the jizya and come under Muslim protection. But this time another clause was added to the pact. The local inhabitants would act as spies and guides for the Muslims. The episode of the River of Blood has been twisted and exaggerated beyond all limits by certain writers who have been unable to resist the temptation of resorting to sensationalism. This has led to some misconceptions which it would be well to correct. These writers tell us that the river actually ran with blood, that there was a mill downstream of the battlefield powered by the water of this river, that so much blood flowed in the river that for 3 days the mill was grinding not with water but with blood. This is a fantastic untruth. Al-Azuri makes no mention at all of any mill. Tabari, coming to the end of his account of this battle, mentions the mill, as related by Shuaib, who heard it from Sa'd, who heard it from Talha, who heard it from Mughira. According to Mughira, there was a mill downstream, powered by the water of this river. This mill was used for grinding corn for the army of Khalid for 3 days, and the water was red. Insofar as this report may be correct, it still says nothing about the mill being run by blood, and there is no other mention in the early account of the mill. The facts are as they have been narrated above. When the dam was opened, on Kaka's advice, the water naturally turned red and remained so for quite some time. But to run a mill with whole blood for 3 days would require the lives of millions of men. The story of the river running with blood for 3 days can be accepted as something from the Arabian Nights. It is not history. Furthermore, to call what happened the killing of prisoners is an oversimplification. Normally they would have been killed in the pursuit, as had happened before, and would happen again, with no questions asked. In this battle, Khalid had pledged to make the river run with blood, so those thousands of men, instead of being killed in the pursuit, were brought to the river and killed. And that is all that there is to the episode of the River of Blood. Of the battles which he had fought in the time of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, the Battle of Mutah had a special place in the memory of Khalid. Nowhere else had he had to take command of so disastrous a situation and save the Muslims from the jaws of death. Of the battles fought in Iraq, the Battle of Alais was similarly engraved upon his memory. One day after the campaign had been fought to a successful conclusion, Khalid sat chatting with some friends. He said, "At Mutah, I broke 9 swords in my hand, but I have never met an enemy like the Persians, and among the Persians, I have never met an enemy like the army of Alais." Coming from a man like Khalid, there could be no finer tribute to the valor of Persian arms. But the Persian court was now down and out. Ardshir lay dying, and the empire would send no more armies to face the sword of Allah. Alais was the swan song of Ardshir, great-great-grandson of Anushviram the Just. End of chapter 22. Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. The book continues with part 3, which tells in detail about the invasion of Iraq, more commonly known as the Muslim conquest of Persia, which caused the fall of the Sassanid Empire in 651 AD. Start of chapter 23. The conquest of Hira. And the day we surrounded the citadels one after another at calm Hira, we forced them down from their thrones, where they had acted as cowardly opponents. Al-Qaqa bin Amr, commander in Khalid's army. In the middle of May 633, beginning of Rabiul Awwal 12 Hijri, Khalid marched from Ulais towards Amrishia. This place was very near Ulais. Ulais acted as an outpost of Amrishia. The same morning the army reached Amrishia and found it a silent city. Amrishia was one of the greatest cities of Iraq, a rival the richness to Hira in size, in the affluence of its citizens, and the splendor of its markets. The Muslims arrived to city intact, and its markets and buildings abundantly stocked with wealth and merchandise of every kind. But of human beings there was no sign. The flower of Amrishia's manhood had fallen at Ulais. Those who remained, mainly women and children and the aged, had left the city in haste on hearing the approach of Khalid and had taken shelter in the neighboring countryside, away from the route of the Muslim army. The fear which the name of Khalid now evoked had become a psychological factor of the highest importance in the operations of his army. The Muslims took Amrishia as part of the legitimate spoils of war. They stripped it of everything that could be lifted and transported, and in doing so, accumulated wealth that dazzled the simple warriors of the desert. After it had been thoroughly ransacked, Khalid destroyed the city. It is believed that the spoils taken here were equal to all the booty that had been gained from the 4 preceding battles in Iraq, and as usual, 4/5 of the spoils was distributed among the men, while 1/5 was sent to Medina as the share of the state. By now the Caliph had become accustomed to receiving tidings of victory from the Iraq front. Every such message was followed by spoils of war, which enriched the state and gladdened the hearts of the faithful. But even Abu Bakr was amazed by the spoils of Amrishia. He summoned the Muslims to the mosque and addressed them as follows: O Quraysh, your lion has attacked another lion and overpowered him. Women can no longer bear sons like Khalid. This was one of the finest compliments ever paid to Khalid bin Waleed. These were difficult days for Azaz Bey, governor of Hira. He had heard of the disaster that had befallen the Persian army at Kazima, at the river, at Walaja, and at Ulais, and it was obvious that Khalid was marching on Hira. If those large armies, commanded by distinguished generals, had crumbled before the onslaught of Khalid, could he with his small army hope to resist? There were no instructions from the ailing emperor. Azaz Bey was the administrator of Hira as well as the commander of the garrison. He was a high official of the realm, a 50,000 dirham man. The Arab king of Hira, Ayas bin Qubaysa, who has been mentioned earlier, was a king in name only. Other chieftains who were like princes of the realm also had no governmental authority except in purely Arab or tribal matters. It fell to Azaz Bey to defend Hira, and as a true son of Persia, he resolved to do his best. He got the army garrison out of its quarters and established a camp on the outskirts of Hira. From here, he sent his son forward with a cavalry group to hold the advance of Khalid, and advised him to dam the Euphrates in case Khalid should think of moving up in boats. This young officer rode out to a place where the river Atik joined the Euphrates, 12 miles downstream from Hira. Here he formed a base, from which he sent a cavalry detachment forward as an outpost to another river junction a few miles ahead, where the Batkala flowed into the Euphrates, a little above Amrishia. Khalid had now resumed his march on what was to be the last leg of his journey to Hira. He decided to use the river for transport, and had all the heavy loads of the army placed in boats. As the army advanced on camels and horses, the convoy of boats, manned and piloted by local Arabs, moved alongside. Khalid had not gone far, however, when the water level fell and the boats were grounded. The son of Azaz Bey had dammed the river. Leaving the army stranded at the bank of the Euphrates, Khalid took a detachment of cavalry and dashed off at a fast pace along the road to Hira. Before long he arrived at Batkala to encounter the Persian host sent forward by the son of Azaz Bey as an outpost. These green Persians were no match for the Muslim veterans, and before they could organize themselves for defense, Khalid's horsemen bore down upon them and slaughtered them down to the last man. Next, Khalid opened the dam so that the water flowed once again in the right channel, and the army resumed its advance by river. The son of Azaz Bey was also not as wakeful as the situation demanded. In the belief that his outpost at Batkala was sufficient precaution against surprise by the Muslims, not for a moment doubting that the outpost would inform him of the approach of danger, he had relaxed his vigilance. Then suddenly he was hit by Khalid. Most of the Persians in this group were killed, including the young commander, but a few fast riders managed to get away to carry the sad news to Azaz Bey. From these riders, Azaz Bey heard of the loss of the cavalry group and the death of his son. From couriers who came from Ctesiphon, he heard of the death of Ardshir. Heartbroken at the loss of his son and staggered by the news of the emperor's death, he found the burden of his responsibilities too heavy for his shoulders. He abandoned all intentions of defending Hira against Khalid and crossed the Euphrates with his army, withdrew to Ctesiphon. Hira was left to the Arabs. Khalid continued his advance towards his objective. It is not known when he abandoned the boats and took to the road, but this must have happened a few miles downstream of Hira. Expecting stiff opposition at Hira, Khalid decided not to approach it frontally. Moving his army round the left, he bypassed Hira from the west and appeared at Khawarnak, which was a thriving town 3 miles northwest of Hira. He passed through Khawarnak and approached Hira from the rear. There was no opposition to his columns as they entered the city. The inhabitants were all there. They neither fled nor offered any resistance, and were left unmolested by the Muslim soldiers as they entered deeper into the city. Soon the situation became clearer. It was a mixed situation of peace and war. Hira was an open city. The Muslims could have it, but the 4 citadels of Hira, each manned by strong garrisons of Christian Arabs and commanded by Arab chieftains, were prepared for defense and would fight it out. If Khalid wanted any of these citadels, he would have to fight for it. Each of the 4 citadels had a palace in which the commanding chieftains lived, and each citadel was known after its palace. The citadels were the White Palace, commanded by Iyas bin Qubaysa, king of Iraq; the palace of Al-Adasiyin, commanded by Adi bin Adi; the palace of Bani Mazin, commanded by Ibn Akal; and the palace of Ibn Buqayla, commanded by Abdul Masih bin Amr bin Buqayla. Against each citadel, Khalid sent a part of his army under a subordinate general. These generals, besieging the citadels in the order in which they have been mentioned above, were Dirar bin al-Azwar, Dirar bin al-Khattab, no relation of Umar, Dirar bin al-Muqarrin, and Matanna. All the generals were ordered to storm the citadels, but before doing so, they would offer the garrisons the usual alternatives: Islam, the jizya, or the sword. The garrisons would have one day in which to think it over. The generals moved out with their forces and surrounded the citadels. The ultimatum was issued. The following day, it was rejected by the Christian Arabs and hostilities began. The first to launch his attack was Dirar bin al-Azwar against the White Palace. The defender stood on the battlements, and in addition to shooting arrows at the Muslims, used a catapult to hurl balls of clay at their assailants. Dirar decided to knock out the catapult. Working his way forward with a picked group of archers, he got to within bow range of the catapult and ordered a single powerful volley of arrows. The entire crew of the catapult was killed, and many of the enemy archers too. The rest hastily withdrew from the battlements. Similar exchanges of archery were taking place at the other citadels, though none of the others had a catapult. It was not long before the 4 chieftains asked for terms. They agreed to nominate one from among themselves who would speak for all to negotiate directly with Khalid. The man chosen was the chieftain of the palace of Ibn Buqayla, Abdul Masih bin Amr bin Buqayla. Abdul Masih came out of his citadel and walked towards the Muslims. He walked slowly, for he was a very, very old man, whose eyebrows had fallen over his eyes. Abdul Masih was in his time the most illustrious son of Arab Iraq. He was a prince. Known as the wisest and oldest of men, he enjoyed no official authority from the Persian court, but was held in reverence by the Iraqis and wielded considerable influence in their affairs. He also had a sparkling, if impish sense of humor. He had become a noted figure as early as the time of Anushirwan the Just. Meeting Anushirwan shortly before the latter's death, Abdul Masih had warned him that after him his empire would decay. Slowly the old sage approached Khalid. When he stopped, there began one of the most unusual dialogues ever recorded by historians. "How many years have come upon you?" asked Khalid. 200, replied the sage. Awed by the great age of man, Khalid asked, "What's the most wonderful thing that you have seen?" "The most wonderful thing that I have seen is a village between Hira and Damascus, to which a woman travels from Hira with nothing more than a loaf of bread." He was alluding to the incomparable order and system which existed in the time of Anushirwan. The meaning of his words, however, was lost on Khalid, who concluded that the man must be stupid. Without raising his voice, Khalid remarked, "Have you gained nothing from your great age but senility? I had heard that the people of Hira were cunning, deceitful scoundrels, yet they send me a man who does not know from where he comes." "O commander," protested the sage, "truly do I know from where I come." "Where do you come from?" "From the spine of my father." "Where do you come from?" Khalid repeated. "From the womb of my mother." "Where are you going?" "To my front." "What is to your front?" "The end." "Woe to you!" exclaimed Khalid. "Where do you stand?" "On the earth." "Woe to you! In what are you?" "In my clothes." Khalid was now losing his patience, but he continued his questioning. "Do you understand me?" "Yes." "I only want to ask a few questions, and I only want to give you the answers." Exasperated with this dialogue, Khalid muttered, "The earth destroys its fools, but the intelligent destroy the earth. I suppose your people know you better than I do." "O commander," replied Abdul Masih with humility, "it is the ant, not the camel, that knows what is in its hole." It suddenly struck Khalid that he was face to face with an unusual mind. Everything that the sage had said fell into place. Every answer had meaning and humor. His tone was more respectful as he said, "Tell me something that you remember." An absent look came into the eyes of Abdul Masih. For a few moments he looked wistfully at the towers of the citadels, which rose above the rooftops of the city. Then he said, "I remember a time when ships of China sailed behind these citadels." He was mentally again in the golden age of Anushirwan. The preamble was over. Khalid now came to the point. "I call you to Allah and to Islam," he said. "If you accept, you will be Muslims. You will gain what we gain, and you will bear what we bear. If you refuse, then the jizya. And if you refuse to pay the jizya, then I bring a people who desire death more ardently than you desire life." "We have no wish to fight you," replied Abdul Masih. "But we shall stick to our faith. We shall pay the jizya." The talks were over. Agreement had been reached. Khalid was about to dismiss the man when he noticed a small pouch hanging from the belt of a servant who had accompanied the sage and stood a few paces behind him. Khalid walked up to the servant, snatched away the pouch, and emptied its contents into the palm of his hand. "What is this?" he asked. "This is a poison that works instantaneously." "But why the poison?" "I feared," replied Abdul Masih, "that this meeting might turn out otherwise than it has. I have reached my appointed time. I would prefer death to seeing horrors befall my people and my land." In the end of May 633, middle of Rabiul Awal 12 Hijri, the terms of surrender were drawn up. A treaty was signed. The citadels opened their gates and peace returned to Hira. The objective given by the Caliph had been taken after 4 bloody battles and several smaller engagements. Khalid led a mass victory prayer of 8 rakats. According to the treaty, the people of Hira would pay the Muslim state 190,000 dirhams every year. The pact included certain supplementary clauses. Hira would give the Muslim army 1 saddle. The army was 1 saddle short. The people of Hira would act as spies and guides for the Muslims. And then there was the clause about an Arab princess. One day at Medina, the Holy Prophet ﷺ was sitting in the company of some of his followers, talking of this and that. The subject turned to foreign lands, and the Prophet remarked that soon the Muslims would conquer Hira. Thereupon one Muslim, a simple unlettered man by the name of Shuwail, said eagerly, "O Messenger of Allah ﷺ, when we have conquered Hira, may I have Kirama bint Abdul Masih?" Kirama, the daughter of Abdul Masih, was a princess. The people of Arabia had heard of her as a breathtaking beauty, a woman more beautiful than any other in existence. The Prophet laughed as he replied, "She shall be yours." Hira was now conquered. As Khalid's troops came to hear of his talks with Abdul Masih and the preparations to draw up the terms of surrender, Shuwail, who was serving under Khalid, approached the sword of Allah. "O Commander," he said, "when Hira surrenders, may I have Kirama bint Abdul Masih? She was promised to me by the Messenger of Allah." Khalid found it difficult to believe that the Prophet had promised a princess of the house of Abdul Masih to this simple fellow. "Have you any witnesses?" he asked. "Yes, by Allah," replied Shuwail, and brought witnesses whose testimony proved the veracity of the man's statement. Khalid then included this point as a clause in the pact. Kirama bint Abdul Masih should be given to Shuwail. The women of the house of Abdul Masih wailed in distress when they were given the devastating news. Was a princess who had lived all her life in splendor and refinement to be handed over to a crude Arab of the desert? What made the situation ludicrous was that Kirama was an old woman of 80. She had once been the leading beauty of the day, but that was a long time ago. The princess herself solved the problem. "Take me to him," she said. "This fool must have heard of my beauty when I was young, and thinks that youth is eternal." Accompanied by a maid, she left the palace of Ibn Buqayla. Excited by visions of amorous delight, Shuwail awaited his prize. Then she stood before him. The poor man's shock and dismay made a pathetic sight. As he looked at the lined face, he was left speechless. The princess broke the embarrassed silence. "Of what use is an old woman to you? Let me go." Now Shuwail saw his chance of making her pay for her freedom. "No," he replied, "not except on my terms." "And what are your terms? State your price." "I am not the son of the mother of Shuwail, if I let you go for less than 1,000 dirhams." The shrewd old woman assumed a look of alarm. "1,000 dirhams?" she exclaimed. "Yes, not a dirham less." Quickly, the princess handed over 1,000 dirhams to the exulting Arab and returned to her family. Shuwail rejoined his comrades, many of whom were more knowledgeable than he. Bursting with pride, he told them the story, how he had released Kirama, but made her pay through the nose 1,000 dirhams. He was quite unprepared for the laughter which greeted his boastful account. 1,000 dirhams, his friends exclaimed. For Kirama bint Abdul Masih you could have got much, much more. Bewildered by this remark, the simple Arab replied, I did not know that there was a sum higher than 1,000. When Khalid heard the story, he laughed heartily and observed, Man intends one thing, but Allah intends another. Once Hira was his, Khalid turned to the subjugation of other parts of Iraq, starting with the nearer districts. He wrote identical letters to the mayors and elders of the towns, offering them the usual alternatives, Islam, the jizya, or the sword. All the districts in the vicinity of Hira had the good sense to submit, and pacts were drawn up with the chiefs and mayors, laying down the rate of jizya and assuring the inhabitants of Muslim protection. These pacts were witnessed by several Muslim officers, including Khalid's brother Hisham, who served under him in this campaign. Meanwhile, the affairs of Persia were going from bad to worse. The Persians were split over the question of the succession to the throne. In opposition to Khalid, they were united, but this was a sterile unity, offering no positive results. With the military affairs of the empire in disarray, Bahman had assumed the role of commander-in-chief and was working feverishly to put the defenses of Ctesiphon in order against a Muslim attack, which he was certain would come. Bahman aimed at nothing more ambitious than the defense of Ctesiphon, and in this he was being realistic. For over the rest of the region west of the lower Tigris, the Persians had no control. Over this region the Arab host was now supreme. Khalid, having crushed 4 large Persian armies, knew that there was no further threat of a counter-offensive from Ctesiphon, and that he could venture into central Iraq in strength. He made Hira his base of operations and flung his cavalry across the Euphrates. His mounted columns galloped over central Iraq up to the Tigris, killing and plundering those who resisted and making peace with those who agreed to pay the jizya. For the command of these fast-moving columns, he used his most dashing generals, Tirar bin al-Azwar, Qaqa, Muthanna. By the end of June 633, middle of Rabiul Akhir 12 Hijri, the region between the rivers was all his. There was no one to challenge his political and military authority. Along with military conquest, Khalid organized the administration of the conquered territories. He appointed officers over all the districts to see that the jizya was promptly paid and that the local inhabitants provided intelligence about the Persians and guides for the movements of Muslim units. Khalid also sent 2 letters to Ctesiphon, one addressed to the court and the other to the people. The letter to the Persian court read as follows: In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, from Khalid bin Waleed to the kings of Persia. Praise be to Allah who has disrupted your system and thwarted your designs, and if he had not done so, it would have been worse for you. Submit to our orders and we shall leave you and your land in peace, else you shall suffer subjugation at the hands of a people who love death as you love life. The letter addressed to the people was in much the same words, with the added promise of Muslim protection in return for the payment of the jizya. Both the letters were carried by local Arabs of Hira and delivered at Ctesiphon. There was no reply. End of chapter 23. Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. The book continues with part 3, which tells in detail about the invasion of Iraq more commonly known as the Muslim conquest of Persia, which caused the fall of the Sassanid Empire in 651 AD. Start of chapter 24. Anbar and Anut-Tamr. After Anut-Tamr, when Ayyad wrote to Khalid requesting reinforcements, Khalid wrote back, "Wait a while, they will come to you mounts carrying lions in shining armor." Battalions followed by battalions. The portion of central Iraq lying between the Euphrates and the Tigris below Ctesiphon was now under Muslim control. The inactivity of the Persians confirmed Khalid's belief that Ctesiphon was no longer in a position to interfere with his operations, let alone pose a threat to his base at Hira or his communications with the desert. Hence Khalid turned his attention to the north, where his forces had not yet ventured. There were two places which offered a likelihood of opposition, Anbar and Ainut-Tamr, both manned by sizable Persian garrisons and Arab warriors who would resist the advance of the Muslims. Both were governed by Persian officers. Khalid decided to take Anbar first. This was an ancient fortified town and commercial center to which trade caravans came from Syria and Persia. It was also famous for its large granaries. At the end of June 633, middle of Rabiul Akhir 12 Hijri, Khalid marched from Hira with half his army, about 9,000 men, leaving behind a strong garrison at Hira and several detachments in central Iraq. Moving along the west bank of the Euphrates, he crossed the river somewhere below Anbar. As his scouts moved out eastwards to keep the approaches from Ctesiphon under observation, he moved the army to Anbar and laid siege to the town. The Muslims found that the town was protected not only by the walls of the fort, but also by a deep moat filled with water. The moat was within close bow range of the wall, so that those attempting to cross it would have to face accurate fire from archers on the walls. The bridges over the moat had been destroyed at the approach of the Muslims. Anbar was the chief town of the district of Sabat, which lay between the two rivers west of Ctesiphon. In Anbar resided the governor of Sabat, a man named Shirzad, who was known more for his intellect and learning than his military ability. Shirzad was now faced with the task of defending the fort against a Muslim army, with the forces under his command, the Persian garrison, and a large number of Arab auxiliaries in whom apparently he had little faith. The day after his arrival, Khalid moved up to examine the defenses of the fort. On top of the wall, he saw thousands of Persians and Arabs standing around carelessly in groups, looking at the Muslims as if watching a tournament. Amazed at this sight, Khalid remarked, "I see that these people know nothing about war." He collected 1,000 archers, the best of his marksmen, and explained his plan. They would move up casually to the edge of the moat with bows ready, but arrows not fitted. At his command, they would instantly fit arrows to their bows and fire salvo after salvo at the garrison. "Aim at the eyes," Khalid told the archers. "Nothing but the eyes." A detachment of archers moved towards the fort. The crowd standing on the wall gaped at the archers, wondering what they would do next. When the archers got to the moat, Khalid gave the order and 1,000 swift missiles flew across the moat, followed by another 1,000 and yet another. In a few seconds, the garrison had lost 1,000 eyes. A clamor went up in the town. The eyes of the people of Anbar are lost. As a result of this action, the Battle of Anbar is also known as the Battle of the Eyes. When Shirzad heard of the misfortune that had befallen the garrison, he sent Khalid an offer to surrender the fort if suitable terms were agreed upon. Khalid rejected the offer. The surrender would have to be unconditional. Shirzad half-heartedly decided to continue resistance. Khalid resolved to storm the fort. The wall would have to be scaled, but this was not too difficult a task. The chief problem was crossing the moat, which was deep and wide. There were no boats available, no material with which to make boats or rafts, and the Arab of the desert was no swimmer. Khalid decided to make a bridge of flesh and bone. For the assault, he selected a point where the moat was narrowest, near the main gate of the fort. He placed his archers in a position from which they could shoot at enemy archers on that part of the wall which overlooked the crossing site, and gave them the task of preventing the enemy archers from shooting at the moat. Khalid then ordered the collection of all the old and weak camels of the army. These jaded animals were led forward to the edge of the moat, and under the covering fire provided by the Muslim archers, were slaughtered in twos and threes and thrown into the moat. Rapidly the pile of carcasses rose, until it formed a firm though uneven bridge above the level of the water. Then a group of Khalid's warriors, on receiving his command, rushed onto the bridge of flesh and bone and crossed over to the far side of the moat. As these warriors prepared to scale the wall, the gate of the fort opened and a body of Persians sallied out to drive the Muslims into the moat. There was some vicious fighting between the two groups, but the Muslims succeeded in repulsing this counter-attack, and the Persians, fearing that the Muslims might get into the fort by the gate, withdrew hastily and closed the gate behind them. All this while, the Muslim archers kept shooting at the Persian and Arab archers on the wall, making it impossible for them to interfere with the bridge building and the crossing operation. Khalid was about to order the scaling of the wall when an emissary of Shirzad appeared on the gate and delivered another offer from the governor. He would surrender the fort if the Muslims would let him and the Persians depart in safety. Khalid took another look at the wall. He could see that its scaling and the subsequent fighting inside the fort would not be easy, so he told the envoy that he would agree to the terms provided the Persians left all their possessions behind. Shirzad was only too glad to be allowed to get away, and accepted Khalid's terms with relief. The next day the Persian soldiers and their families departed for Ctesiphon, and the Muslims entered the fort. The Christian Arabs laid down their arms and agreed to pay the jizya. This happened in the second week of July 633, end of Rabiul Akhir, 12 Hijri. Over the next few days, Khalid received the submission of all the clans living in the neighborhood of Anbar. Shirzad journeyed with the Persian garrison to Ctesiphon, where he was severely rebuked by Bahman. Like any ineffective commander, Shirzad blamed his troops, in this case the Christian Arabs. I was among a people who have no sense, he lamented, and whose roots are among the Arabs. Khalid appointed an administrator over Anbar, and then once again set out with the army. He recrossed the Euphrates and marched south. As he neared An-ut-Tamr, he found a purely Arab army deployed across his path in battle array. An-ut-Tamr was a large town surrounded by date plantations, and is believed to have been named after its dates. An-ut-Tamr means spring of dates. Garrisoned by Persian soldiers and Arab auxiliaries, this town was in a much stronger position than Anbar to oppose the advance of Khalid. The Persian commander of An-ut-Tamr was Mehran bin Bahram Jabin, who was not only an able general, but also a wily politician. The Persian garrison of An-ut-Tamr was larger, and the Arabs here belonged to the proud, fierce tribe of Namr, which consisted itself second to none, and there were Christian Arab clans which joined the Namr to put up a united front against the Muslims. The commander of all the Arabs was a renowned chief, Akram bin Abi Akram. When Arab scouts brought word of the Muslims marching from Anbar in the direction of An-ut-Tamr, Akram went to the Persian commander. Arabs know best how to fight Arabs, he said. Let me deal with Khalid. Mehran nodded agreement. True, he observed wisely. You know better how to fight Arabs. And when it comes to fighting non-Arabs, you are like us. Akka was flattered by the compliment. Seeing that his words were having the desired effect, Mehran continued, "You go and fight Khalid, and if you should need help, we shall be waiting here to come to your assistance." A number of Persian officers were standing behind Mehran during this exchange. When Akka had left, they questioned their commander. "What made you talk like that to this dog?" "Leave this matter to me," Mehran replied. "I plan what is best for you and worst for them. If these Arabs win, the victory shall be ours too. If they lose, they will at least have weakened the army of Khalid, and we shall then fight when our enemy is tired, and we are fresh." The Persians remained at Anut-Tamr while the Arabs moved up about 10 miles on the road to Anbar. There, Akka deployed his Arab army for battle. When Khalid arrived to face Akka, he was surprised to find an exclusively Arab force arrayed against him. For so far all his battles in Iraq had been fought against mixed forces of Persians and Arabs. However, he deployed his army with the usual center and wings and placed himself in front of the center, accompanied by a strong bodyguard. Across the battlefield, in front of the Arab center, stood Akka. Khalid decided that he would take Akka alive. When forming up the Muslims, Khalid had instructed the commanders of the wings to engage the enemy wings on his signal, but not to attack with any great violence, only enough to tie down the enemy wings before he launched the attack of the center. Now Khalid gave the signal, and the Muslim wings moved forward and engaged the opposing wings. For some time this action continued. Akka was left perplexed about why the Muslim center was not attacking. Then Khalid, followed by his bodyguard, charged at Akka. The bodyguard engaged the Arab warriors who stood near Akka, while Khalid and Akka began to duel. Akka was a brave and skillful fighter, prepared to give as good as he took. But to his dismay he soon found himself overpowered and captured by Khalid. When the soldiers in the Arab center saw their commander captive, many of them surrendered and the rest of the center turned and fled. Its example was followed by the wings, and the Arab army, leaving many of its officers in Muslim hands, retreated in haste to Anut-Tamr. The Arabs arrived at the fort to find the Persians gone. Mehran had sent a few scouts to watch the battle and report its progress. As soon as they saw the Arabs turn their backs to Khalid, these scouts galloped back to inform Mehran of the Arab defeat. Without wasting a moment, Mehran led his army out of Anut-Tamr and marched off to Ctesiphon. Discovering that they had been abandoned, the Arabs rushed into the fort, closed the gates, and prepared rather uncertainly for a siege. The Muslims arrived and besieged the fort. Akka and the prisoners were paraded outside the fort, so that the defenders could see that their commander and comrades were helpless captives. This had an unnerving effect on the defenders, who called for a surrender on terms, but Khalid rejected the call. There would be no terms. They could surrender unconditionally and place themselves at his mercy. The Arab elders debated the situation for a while, and then decided that an unconditional surrender involved less risk than fighting on, for in the latter case their chances of survival would be slim indeed. In the end of July 633, middle of Jamadul Awwal, 12 Hijri, the defenders of Anut-Tamr surrendered to Khalid. On the orders of Khalid, warriors who had defended the fort and those who had fought the Muslims on the road to Anbar were beheaded. These included the chief Akka bin Abi Akka. The remainder were made captive, and the wealth of Anut-Tamr was taken and distributed as spoils of war. In Anut-Tamr, there was a monastery in which the Muslims found 40 boys, mainly Arabs, who were being trained for the priesthood. They were all taken captive. Among these captives there was a boy called Nusair, who was later to have a son called Musa, and Musa would become famous as the Muslim governor of North Africa. and the man who launched Tariq bin Ziyad into Spain. After a few days spent in dealing with problems of organization and administration, Khalid prepared to return to Hira. He was about to set out when he received a call for help from northern Arabia. After a brief consideration of this request, Khalid changed the direction of his march and gave his men a new destination, daumatuljandal. End of chapter 24. Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. The book continues with part 3, which tells in detail about the invasion of Iraq, more commonly known as the Muslim conquest of Persia, which caused the fall of the Sassanid Empire in 651 AD. Start of chapter 25. Daumatuljandal again. After the episode of Daumatuljandal, Khalid returned to Hira, whose inhabitants received him with singing and amusement. He heard one of them say to his companion, "Pass by us, for this is a day when evil is happy." Daumatuljandal was one of the large commercial towns of Arabia, widely known for its rich and much frequented market. It was also an important communication center, a meeting point of routes from Central Arabia, Iraq, and Syria. In part 1 of this book, I have described how Khalid came to Daumatuljandal during the Prophet's expedition to Tabuk and captured Uqaydar bin Abdul Malik, the master of the fort. Uqaydar had then submitted and sworn allegiance to the Prophet, but subsequent to the operations of Amr bin al-As and Shurah bil Hassana in the apostasy, he had broken his oath and decided to have nothing more to do with Medina. Now he ruled over a principality of Christians and pagans. At about the time when Khalid set off from Yamama for the invasion of Iraq, Abu Bakr had sent Ayat bin Ghanam to capture Daumatuljandal and once again bring the northern tribes into submission. The Caliph probably intended to send Ayat to Iraq to assist Khalid after this task had been completed. Ayat arrived at Daumatuljandal to find it strongly defended by the Kalb, a large Christian Arab tribe inhabiting this region and the eastern fringe of Syria. He deployed his force against the southern face of the fort, and the situation that now developed was, from the military point of view, absurd. The Christian Arabs considered themselves to be under siege, but the routes from the northern side of the fort were open. The Muslims, engaged closely against the fort, considered themselves so heavily committed that they could not break contact. According to early historians, both sides were under siege. The operations consisted mainly of archery and sallies by the garrison of the fort, which were invariably repulsed by the Muslims. This state of affairs continued for several weeks until both sides felt equally tired and equally hurt by the stalemate. Then one day a Muslim officer said to Ayat, "In certain circumstances, wisdom is better than a large army. Send to Khalid for help." Ayat agreed. He wrote Khalid a letter explaining the situation at Daumatuljandal and seeking his help. This letter reached Khalid as he was about to leave Tamar for Hira. It did not take Khalid long to make up his mind. The situation on the Iraq front was now stable, and he had able lieutenants to deal with the Persians should they decide to launch a counter-offensive from Ctesiphon. He sent a letter to Kaka at Hira telling him that he would act as Khalid's deputy and command the front in his absence. He left a garrison at Tamar, and with an army of about 6,000 men, He left Anuttamar the following day to join Ayat. Ahead of him sped Ayat's messenger, carrying Khalid's letter, which contained nothing more than the following in verse. Wait for a while, for the horses come racing. On their backs are lions, brandishing polished swords, regiments in the wake of regiments. The movement of Khalid was discovered by the defenders of Daumatuljandal a good many days before his arrival, and there was alarm in the fort. With their present strength they could hold off the Muslim force under Ayat, but they would not have a chance if Khalid's army also took the field against them. In desperate haste they sent couriers racing to neighboring tribes. The Christian Arab tribes responded spiritedly to the appeal for help. Contingents from several clans of the Ghassan and the Kalb joined the defenders of the fort, many of them camping under the fort walls because of the insufficient room within. This put Ayat in a delicate situation, and he prayed for the early arrival of Khalid. The Christian Arab forces were led by two great chiefs, Judi bin Rabi'a and Uqaydar. The only chief who had any personal experience of dealing with Khalid was Uqaydar, and this man had been ill at ease ever since he heard of the march of Khalid from Anuttamar. When the clans gathered at Daumatuljandal, Uqaydar called a conference of the tribal chiefs. I know more about Khalid than anyone else, he said. No man is luckier than he. No man is his equal in war. No people face Khalid in battle, be they strong or weak, but are defeated. Take my advice and make peace with him. But they spurned his advice and determined to fight it out with Khalid. Uqaydar, however, had by now completely lost his nerve. He could not bring himself to face another encounter with the sword of Allah, and one night he slipped out of the fort and set off on the road to Jordan. But it was too late. Khalid's army had just arrived, and one of his mounted detachments under Asim bin Amr intercepted and captured the fleeing chief. Again Uqaydar stood before Khalid. If he hoped that memories of the peaceful ending of their last encounter would kindle a spark of kindness in the heart of Khalid, he was mistaken. In Khalid's mind, the situation could not be clearer. Uqaydar had broken his oath of allegiance. He was a rebel. Khalid ordered the execution of Uqaydar, and the sentence was carried out without delay. This was the end of Uqaydar bin Abdul Malik, prince of the Kinda, master of Daumatuljandal. The following day Khalid took Ayat under command and incorporated his detachment into his own army. He deployed Ayat's men on the south of the fort to block the Arabian route, positioned part by his army of Iraq to the east, the north, and the west of the fort covering the routes to Iraq and Jordan, and kept the remainder back as a strong reserve. Khalid appreciated that at present the fort was strongly manned, and to storm it in its present state would prove a costly operation. He therefore decided to wait in the hope that the defenders, tiring of the siege, would sally out to fight him in the open. Then he could inflict the maximum damage upon them and storm the fort after the garrison had been weakened. He accordingly held his forces some distance back from the fort. With the departure of Uqaydar, the entire Christian Arab army had come under the command of Judi bin Rabi'a. Judi waited for the Muslims to make the first move, but the Muslims remained inactive. When some time had passed and Judi saw that the besiegers were making no attempt to close up on the fort, he became impatient for a clash with Khalid. Consequently, he ordered two sallies. One group would attack Ayat on the Arabian route, while the other, a large group comprising his own clan, the Wadi'a, operating under his direct command, would attack Khalid's camp to the north. Ayat rode back to the Arabs who came out to attack him. Leaving behind many dead, they hastily returned to the fort and closed the gate. This group was lucky. It had only had to face an inexperienced general like Ayat bin Ghanam and men who were not of the caliber of the hardened veterans of Khalid. The other and larger group, the clan of Wadia operating under Judi, came out at the same time as the group against Ayad and made for Khalid, who stood back from the fort and deployed his army for battle. Seeing no move from Khalid's side, Judi became bolder. He formed up his clan for battle and advanced to meet Khalid. The two forces were now very close, and Judi imagined that he would send the Muslims reeling from the battlefield. Then suddenly Khalid struck at Judi with the utmost violence and speed. The Arabs never knew just what hit them. In minutes they had collapsed like a house of cards. Judi was captured along with hundreds of his clansmen, while the rest, losing all cohesion and order, fled in panic towards the fort. The Muslims were not just pursuing them, they were with them, among them, all over them. If the first to reach the gate of the fort was a Christian Arab, the second was a Muslim. The Arabs who had remained in the fort saw a horde rushing towards the gate, of which at least half was Muslim. They closed the gate in the face of their comrades, and the clan of Wadia, which had sallied out with Judi, was locked out. Hundreds were made prisoners by the Muslims. The rest perished, some in short violent battle, and the rest in the pursuit to and the fighting at the gate. It was with bitterness that they recollected the counsel of Uqaydar. Such indeed was Khalid, but now it was too late. The first part of Khalid's plan had been accomplished. He next moved the army close to the fort to let the defenders see that there was no possibility of escape, and then called upon the garrison to surrender, but the garrison refused to comply. Khalid had Judi and his captive clansmen paraded near the fort for all to see. Then, under the horrified gaze of the defenders, Judi and the captives were beheaded. But this, instead of breaking the spirit of the defenders of Daumatuljandal, as Khalid had hoped, hardened their determination to fight to the last. The siege continued for a number of days. Then one day Khalid stormed the fort. The defenders put up such resistance as they could, but against the superb battle-conditioned troops of Khalid, they never had a chance. Most of the garrison was slaughtered, but women and children and many youths were taken captive. This happened in about the last week of August 633, middle of Jamadul Akhir 12 Hijri. Khalid had always been attracted by beautiful women, and he appears to have had special fondness for the women folk of the chiefs who fought him. He purchased the lovely daughter of Judi and kept her as a slave. Khalid spent the next few days in settling the affairs of Daumatuljandal. Then he set off for Hira, taking Ayad with him as a subordinate general. He would return to find the situation in Iraq somewhat altered, for the Persians were on a warpath again. End of chapter 25. Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. With this chapter ends the detailed telling of the invasion of Iraq, more commonly known as the Muslim conquest of Persia, which caused the fall of the Sassanid Empire in 651 AD. Start of chapter 26. We attacked them with mounted troops, and they saw the darkness of death around those leafy gardens. By morning they said we were a people who had swarmed over the fertile country from rugged Arabia. Al-Qaqa bin Amr, commander in Khalid's army. Khalid had not gone from Anuttamar many days when word of his departure arrived at the Persian court. It was believed that Khalid had returned to Arabia with a large part of his army, and Ctesiphon breathed more easily. After a few days, this mood of relief passed, and was replaced by an angry desire to throw the Muslims back into the desert and regain the territories and the prestige which the empire had lost. The Persians had resolved not to fight Khalid again, but they were quite prepared to fight the Muslims without Khalid. Bahman set to work. By now he had organized a new army, made up partly of the survivors of Ulais, partly of veterans drawn from the garrisons in other parts of the empire, and partly of fresh recruits. This army was now ready for battle. With its numerous raw recruits, however, it was not of the same quality as the armies which had fought Khalid south of the Euphrates. Bahman decided not to commit this army to battle until its strength had been augmented by the large forces of Christian Arabs, who remained loyal to the empire. He therefore initiated parleys with the Arabs. The Christian Arabs responded willingly and eagerly to the overtures of the Persian court. Apart from the defeat at Tamr, the incensed Arabs of this area also sought revenge for the killing of their great chief, Akram. They were anxious to regain the lands which they had lost to the Muslims, and to free the comrades who had been captured by the invaders. A large number of clans began to prepare for war. Bahman divided the Persian forces into two field armies and sent them off from Ctesiphon. One under Ruzbeh moved to Husad, and the other, under Zarmahar, moved to Khanafis. For the moment, these two armies were located in separate areas for ease of movement and administration, but they were not to proceed beyond these locations until the Christian Arabs were ready for battle. Bahman planned to concentrate the entire imperial army to either await a Muslim attack or march south to fight the Muslims at Hira. But the Christian Arabs were not yet ready. They were forming into two groups. The first, under a chief named Huzail bin Imran, was concentrating at Muzayyah. The second, under the chief Rabia bin Bujair, was gathering at two places close to each other, Sani and Zumail, which was also known as Bashar. These two groups, when ready, would join the Persians and form one large, powerful army. It was while these preparations were in progress that Qaqa, commanding the Iraq front in the absence of Khalid, took countermeasures. He pulled back some of the detachments which Khalid had sent across the Euphrates and concentrated them at Hira. And he sent two regiments forward, one to Husad and the other to Khanafis. The commanders of these regiments were ordered to remain in contact with the Persian forces at these places, to delay the advances of the Persians should they decide to push forward, and to keep Qaqa informed of Persian strength and movements. These regiments moved to their respective objectives and made contact with the Persians. In the meantime, Qaqa kept the rest of the army in readiness to take the field. This was the situation that greeted Khalid on his arrival at Hira in the fourth week of September 633, middle of Rajab 12 Hijri. The situation could assume dangerous proportions, but only if the four imperial forces succeeded in uniting and took offensive action against Hira. Any plan that the Muslims adopted would have to cater for two strategical requirements. A. To prevent the concentration of the imperial forces into one great invincible army, and B. To guard Hira against the enemy in one sector while the Muslims operated against the enemy in the other. Khalid decided to fight the operation in a way which had now become typical of him. He would take the offensive and destroy each imperial force separately in situ. With this strategy in mind, he divided the Muslim garrison of Hira into two corps, one of which he placed under Qaqa and the other under Abu Layla. Khalid sent them both to Tamr, where he would join them a little later, after the troops who had fought at daumatuljandal had been rested. A few days later, the entire Muslim army was concentrated at Tamr, except for a small garrison left under Ayad bin Ghanam to look after Hira. The army was now organized in 3 corps of about 5,000 men each, one of which was kept in reserve. Khalid sent Qaqa to Husayd and Abu Layla to Hanafis with orders to destroy the Persian armies at those places. The 2 generals were to take command of the Muslim regiments already deployed in their respective sectors. It was Khalid's intention to fight both Persian armies speedily as well as simultaneously, so that neither could get away while the other was being slashed to pieces. But this was not to be, for the march to Hanafis was longer than to Husayd, and Abu Layla failed to move his forces with sufficient speed to make up for this difference. Meanwhile, Khalid remained with his reserve corps at Tamr to guard against any offensive movement from Sani and Zumail towards Hira. Qaqa marched to Husayd, and Abu Layla followed him out of Tamr on his way to Hanafis, both proceeding on separate routes to their objectives. As Qaqa neared his objective, Ruzbeh, the Persian commander at Husayd, sent an appeal for help to Zarmeher, the Persian commander at Hanafis. Zarmeher would not send his army to Husayd, because he had to have Bahman's permission before he could move the army from Hanafis. But he went to Husayd in person to see things for himself, and arrived just in time to take part in the Battle of Husayd, which was fought about the middle of October 633, first week of Shaban, 12 Hijri. As soon as Qaqa arrived at Husayd, he deployed his corps and launched it against the Persian army, which was much larger in strength. Rubai was slain by Qaqa. Zarmeher also stepped forward with a challenge which was accepted by a Muslim officer who killed him. There was no dearth of courage among the Persians, but they were nevertheless roundly defeated by Qaqa and driven from the battlefield. Leaving behind a large number of dead, the Persians retreated in haste to Hanafis, where they joined the other Persian army, now under the command of another general named Mahbuzan. The Persian survivors of Husayd arrived at Hanafis only a short while before the corpse of Abu Layla. Reports of the Muslims' approach had been received. Being a sensible general, Mahbuzan drew the right lesson from the defeat at Husayd and decided to avoid battle with the Muslims. Setting off at once from Hanafis, he moved to Muzayya, where he joined the Arab force gathered under the command of Huzail bin Imran. So Abu Layla arrived at Hanafis to find the Persians gone. He occupied Hanafis and informed Khalid of the departure of the Persians for Muzayya. At Tamr, Khalid heard of the defeat of the Persian army at Husayd. He next heard of the movement of the second Persian army, along with the remnants of the first, from Hanafis to Muzayya. This move left Ctesiphon uncovered and vulnerable to attack. Though it would no doubt have a garrison for local defense, Muzayya now contained the strongest concentration of imperial forces. The Arab concentrations at Sani and Zumail, on the other hand, ceased to be a threat to Hira, as with the reverses suffered by the Persians at Husayd and Hanafis. These Arabs were not likely to venture out of their camps with aggressive intentions. Khalid now had a choice of 3 objectives: the imperial capital, the imperial army at Muzayya, and the Arab force at Sani and Zumail. He considered the possibility of attacking Ctesiphon, but discarded it for 2 reasons. Firstly, according to Tabari, he feared the displeasure of the Caliph which he would earn by an attack on Ctesiphon. Abu Bakr apparently did not wish it. Secondly, and this was a purely military consideration, by advancing to Ctesiphon he would expose his flank and rear to the strong forces at Muzayya. These forces could then either attack him in the rear while he was engaged with Ctesiphon, or advance and capture his base at Hira, severing his communications with the desert. Of the 2 remaining objectives, Khalid selected Muzayya. The other was a smaller objective and could be dealt with later without difficulty. By now, the exact location of the imperial camp at Muzayya had been established by Khalid's agents, and to deal with the objectives he designed a maneuver which seldom practiced in history, is one of the most difficult to control and coordinate. A simultaneous converging attack from three directions made at night. Khalid first issued orders for the move. The three corps would march from their respective locations at Usaid, Khanafis and Anottamar along separate routes he had specified between the Euphrates and the Sani Zumail line, and meet on a given night and at a given hour at a place a few miles short of Muzayya. This move was carried out as planned, and the three corps concentrated at the appointed place. Here Khalid gave orders for the attack. He laid down the time of the attack and the three separate directions from which the three corps would fall upon the unsuspecting enemy. He was putting his army to a severe test of precision. Only a highly efficient military machine could carry out such a finely timed maneuver at night. And so this maneuver was carried out. The Persians and the Arabs slept peacefully, for the last reported location of the Muslim corps showed them at a considerable distance, and there was no apparent danger of a surprise attack. This proved to be their last night in Muzayya. The imperial army knew of the attack only when three roaring masses of Muslim warriors hurled themselves at the camp. In the confusion of the night and the panic of the moment, the imperial army never found its feet. Terror became the mood of the camp as soldiers fleeing from one Muslim corps ran into another. Thousands were slaughtered. The Muslims struck to finish this army as completely as they had finished the army of Andarzaghr at Walaja. But large numbers of Persians and Arabs nevertheless managed to get away, helped by the very darkness that had cloaked the surprise attack. By the time the sun rose over the eastern horizon, no living warrior of the imperial army remained at Muzayya. We do not know the fate of the Persian general Mahbuzan, but the Arab commander Huzail bin Imran made good his escape and joined the Arab force at Zumail. This action took place in the first week of November 633, fourth week of Shaban 12 Hijri. The maneuver had worked beautifully. The timing was perfect. Among the Arabs who lost their lives at Muzayya were two Muslims. These men had traveled to Medina a short while before the invasion of Iraq and had met Abu Bakr, accepted Islam and returned to live among their Christian clansmen. When Medina heard of the death of these two Muslims at the hands of Khalid's army, Umar walked up to the Caliph and angrily denounced what he called the tyranny of Khalid. But Abu Bakr shrugged it off with the remark, "This happens to those who live among infidels." Nevertheless, he ordered that blood money be paid to their families. As for Khalid, the Caliph repeated his now famous words, "I shall not sheathe the sword that Allah has drawn against the infidels." From Muzayya, Khalid turned to Sani and Zumail. Sani was closer, and this became the first objective for which Khalid decided to repeat the maneuver of Muzayya. His army would operate in three corps as before. From Muzayya, the corps would march on separate axes and converge for the attack on Sani on a predetermined night and time. Khalid advanced on the direct route from Muzayya, while the other corps moved wide on his flanks. On the appointed night and at the appointed time, in the second week of November 633, first week of Ramazan 12 Hijri, the three corps fell upon the Arab camp at Sani. This time even fewer Arabs survived the slaughter. The women and children and many youths, however, were spared and taken captive. The Arab commander, Rabi'a bin Bujair, also met his death, and his beautiful daughter was captured. But she was not taken by Khalid. She was sent to Medina, where she became the wife of Ali. Khalid was now maneuvering his army with the effortlessness with which one might move pieces on a chessboard. 2 or 3 nights after Sani, he did the same to Zumail, 3 corps attacking from different directions, and the Arabs at Zumail too were swallowed up by the earthquake which hit Muzayya and Sani. Once he had disposed of the captives and the booty taken at Zumail, Khalid turned his steps towards Ruzab, where Hilal, the son of Aqqa, was gathering more Arab clans to avenge his father's death. But when the Muslims arrived at Ruzab, not a soul was to be seen. At the last moment, these Arabs had decided that further resistance was futile and had melted away into the desert. Khalid could now sit back and rejoice over his victories. In less than a month, he had crushed large imperial forces in 4 separate battles, covering an operational area whose length measured 100 miles. He had done this by exploiting the tremendous mobility of his mounted army, by the use of audacity and surprise, and by violent offensive action. He had accomplished the mission given by the Caliph. There was no opposition left for him to crush. The Persians had ventured out of the imperial capital on hearing of Khalid's departure from Ain-ut-Tamr. But Khalid had returned and done it again. Ctesiphon withdrew into its shell. Several raids were launched by Khalid into the region between the rivers. Places which had so far not felt the heavy hand of war now echoed to the tread of Muslim cavalry. And the call of Allah is great, but the humble masses of Iraq were left unmolested. These people considered the arrival of the Muslims a blessing, for they brought order and stability, such as had not been known since the golden years of Anushirwan the Just. But it was not in Khalid's nature to sit back and take his ease. It was in his nature to be discontented with past achievements, ever seeking fresh glory and striving towards distant horizons. The Persian capital seemed reluctant to slake his thirst for battle by sending more armies against him, so it was a pleasure for Khalid to be reminded that a strong Persian garrison still existed on the Euphrates at Firaz, near present-day Abu Kamal, which marked the frontier between the empires of Persia and Eastern Rome. This was the only Persian garrison left west of Ctesiphon, and since he had been instructed by the Caliph to fight the Persians, Khalid decided to eliminate this force also. He marched to Firaz. On arrival here in the first week of December 633, end of Ramadan 12 Hijri, Khalid found 2 garrisons, a Persian and a Roman. These garrisons, representing empires which in the preceding 2 decades had fought each other in a long and costly war, now united to battle the Muslims, and were joined in this purpose by many local Christian clans. For more than 6 weeks nothing happened. The 2 armies stood and glared at each other across the Euphrates, the Muslims on the south bank and the Romans and Persians on the north bank, neither side willing to cross the river. Then, on January 21, 634, the 15th of Zulqa'dah 12 Hijri, Khalid was able to entice the allies across the Euphrates onto his side. And their crossing was hardly complete when he attacked them with his usual speed and violence. Thousands of them were slain before the rest found safety in flight. This was neither a great nor a decisive battle, nor was the enemy force a very large one, as some early historians have stated. No Persian strategist in his senses would leave a powerful garrison in a peaceful frontier town like Firaz, while central and western Iraq was being lost and Ctesiphon itself was threatened. Its importance lies only in the fact that it was the last battle in a brilliant campaign. Khalid spent the next 10 days at Firaz. Then on January 31, 634, the army left Firaz on its way to Hira. For this march it was formed into an advance guard, a main body, and a rear guard, and Khalid let it be known that he would travel with the rear guard. But as the rear guard filed out of Firaz, Khalid and a few close friends struck out on their own in a southerly direction. They were off to Makkah to perform the pilgrimage which was due in a fortnight. This was to be a peaceful adventure, almost an escapade. The actual route taken by Khalid is not known. All that is known is that he and his comrades traversed a trackless waste, a difficult and inhospitable region, which no guides knew and into which even bandits feared to enter. But they made it. At Mecca, they performed the pilgrimage inconspicuously to avoid being recognized. Then they rushed back to Iraq. The speed at which Khalid and his wild, adventurous comrades traveled can be judged by the fact that the Muslim rearguard had not yet entered Hira when Khalid rejoined it. He rode into Hira with the rearguard as if he had been there all the time. Only the commander of the rearguard had known the secret, but the men did wonder why Khalid and few others had shaven heads. Shortly after this adventure, Khalid went out on another. Tiring of the peace and quiet which now prevailed in Iraq, he decided to lead a raid in person in the area close to Ctesiphon. Along with Muthanna, he raided the prosperous market of Baghdad and returned laden with spoils. If Khalid had hoped that he would not be recognized in Mecca, he was mistaken. He had hardly got back from the raid on Baghdad when he received a letter from Abu Bakr warning him not to do it again. The warning was accompanied by another great mission. Khalid was to proceed to Syria. The campaign in Iraq was over. The invasion of Iraq was a splendid success. The Muslims had fought several bloody battles with Persian armies much larger in size, and they not only won every battle, but also inflicted crushing defeats on the Persians and their Arab auxiliaries. And the Persian army was the most fearsome military machine of the time. Khalid's strategy in this campaign, and it was one from which he never deviated, was to fight his battles close to the desert, with his routes to the desert open in case he should suffer a reverse. The desert was not only a haven of security in which the Persians would not venture, but also a region of free, fast movement, in which he could move easily and rapidly to any objective that he chose. He did not enter deep into Iraq until the Persian army had lost its ability to threaten his routes to the desert. The Persian military strategy was conditioned by the political necessity of defending the imperial borders, and this led to their fighting their battles with the Muslims on the boundary between the desert and the zone, as Khalid wished, but within this political limitation, they followed a sound course and planned a massive concentration of strength for battle. Qarin should have joined Hormuz, Bahman should have joined Andar Zaghar, and Rosbeh and Zarmaher should have joined the Arab forces at Muzayya and Sani, Zurmail. Had these combinations taken place, the campaign may have taken an altogether different course, but they did not take place thanks to Khalid's fast movement and his deliberate design to bring the various armies to battle one by one, separating them from each other in time and space. The main instruments that Khalid used to make his ambitious maneuvers successful were the fighting quality of the Muslims and the mobility of the army. These he exploited to the limits of human and animal endurance. Though only part of his army was actual cavalry, the entire army was camel-mounted for movement and could strike at the decisive place and the decisive time as its commander wished. It could move fast enough to fight a battle at A and then be present at B for another battle before the enemy could react. There is no record of the strength of the Persian forces which faced Khalid in the various battles, or of the casualties suffered by either side. Certain casualty figures given for the Persians are probably exaggerated. What is certain is that they were very large armies and suffered staggering losses, especially at Walaja, Ulais, Muzayya, and Sani Sumail, where they ceased to exist as effective fighting forces. The Persian armies that faced Khalid at Kazima, Maqil, Walaja, and Ulais probably numbered between 30,000 and 50,000 men. 2 or 3 times their strength would not worry Khalid and his stalwarts. They would take it in their stride, nor would armies of this size be too large by Persian standards. At the Battle of Qadisiyah, fought 3 years later, the Persians fielded an army of 60,000 men. As for Muslim casualties, considering that the army remained at a high level of effectiveness, throughout the campaign they must have been light. Above all, It was the personality of Khalid that made the invasion of Iraq possible and successful against such staggering odds. He was the first of the illustrious Muslim commanders who set out to conquer foreign lands and redraw the political and religious map of the world. He imposed no hardship upon his men, which he did not bear himself. It was the limitless faith which his warriors had in the sword of Allah that made it possible for them to brave such dangers. Khalid swept across Iraq like a violent storm. Like a violent storm, he would now dash to Syria and strike the armies of another proud empire, Eastern Rome. End of chapter 26. Start of chapter 27. The Perilous March. Allah blessed the eyes of Rafi. How did he succeed in finding the way from Karake to Nawa? 5 days it had marched, when the army wept. No human ever made such a journey before. A soldier who took part in the march. At Hira, in late May 634, Khalid opened the Caliph's letter and read, "In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, from the slave of Allah, Atiq, son of Abu Quhafa, to Khalid, son of Al-Waleed, peace be upon you. I render praise unto Allah, save whom there is no Allah, and invoke blessings on His Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. March until you reach the gatherings of the Muslims in Syria, who are in a state of great anxiety." Khalid stopped reading, fearing that this meant demotion, and that at last the pressure of Umar against him had borne fruit. And what bitter fruit, Khalid muttered. This must be the work of that left-handed one. He is jealous of me for conquering Iraq. But his fears turned to joy as he read on. I appoint you commander over the armies of the Muslims, and direct you to fight the Romans. You shall be commander over Abu Ubaidah and those with him. Go with speed and high purpose, O father of Suleiman, and complete your task with the help of Allah, exalted be He. Be among those who strive for Allah. Divide your army into 2 and leave half with Muthanna, who shall be commander in Iraq. Let not more go with you than stay with him. After victory, you shall return to Iraq and resume command. Let not pride enter your mind, for it will deceive and mislead you. And let there be no delay. Lo, to Allah belongs all bounty, and He is the dispenser of rewards. Thus was Khalid appointed commander-in-chief of the Muslim forces in Syria. Khalid now set about the preparations for his march. He explained the instructions of the Caliph to Muthanna, divided his army into 2 and handed over 1/2 of it to Muthanna. But in the division of the army, Khalid tried to keep all the companions of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the immigrants and the Ansars, men held in special esteem by the soldiers. To this, Muthanna objected vehemently. I insist on a total execution of Abu Bakr's orders, he said. I shall have half the companions also, for it is by their presence that I hope to win victories. Khalid saw the justice of Muthanna's claim. He revised the division to leave Muthanna a satisfactory share of the companions, particularly as these included many of the finest officers of the army. This done, Khalid was ready for the march to Syria. It was Abu Bakr's way to give his generals their mission, the geographical area in which that mission would be carried out, and the resources that could be made available for that purpose. He would then leave it to his generals to accomplish their missions in whatever manner they chose. This is how he had launched Khalid into Iraq, and this is how he was now launching Khalid into Syria. The mission given to Khalid was clear. He was to move with all speed to Syria, take command of the Muslim forces, and fight the Romans until victory was achieved. What route Khalid should take to get to Syria was left to him, and this was the most important immediate decision that Khalid had to take. The detailed location of the Muslim forces in Syria were not known to him. He knew, however, that they were in the general area of Busra and Jabiyah, and he had to get there fast. There were two known routes available to Khalid for his march. The first was the southern route via Daumatuljandal, whence the army could move along the normal caravan track into Syria. This was the easiest and simplest approach, with ample water on the way and no enemy to interfere with this movement. But it was also the longest route, and the movement could take considerable time to complete. The Caliph had emphasized speed, as the situation of the Muslims was apparently serious. So after due consideration, Khalid rejected this route. The other route was the northern one along the Euphrates to northeastern Syria. This too was a well-traveled route, but it would take Khalid away from the Muslim armies, and Roman garrisons on the Euphrates would bar his way. He could, no doubt, overcome this opposition, but again there would be delay. He had to find another way of getting to the Muslim forces in Syria. Khalid called the council of war and explained the situation to his officers. "How can we find a route to Syria," he asked, "by which we avoid the front of the Romans? They will certainly try to prevent us from going to the aid of the Muslims." His reference was to Roman garrisons along the northern route. "We know of no way," the officers replied, "that could take an army, though a single man might take such a route. Beware of leading the army astray." But Khalid was determined to find a new route, and asked his question again. None responded except one noted warrior by the name of Rafi bin Umairah. Rafi explained that there was indeed a route through the land of Samawa. The army could proceed from Hira to Qurakir via Anut-Tamr and Muzayya, and this would be an easy march. Qurakir was a well-watered oasis in the west of Iraq. Thence to Suwa there was a little-known route which led through a barren, waterless desert. At Suwa again there was ample water, and one day's journey before Suwa there was a spring which he knew would provide sufficient water for the army. The most dangerous part of the journey was from Qurakir to this spring, about 120 miles. But Rafi cautioned, "You cannot take this route with an army. By Allah, even a lone traveler would attempt it at the peril of his life. It involves 5 days of extreme hardship without a drop of water, and the ever-present danger of losing the way." The officers present nodded agreement. To take the army on such a route, where the entire force could get lost and die of thirst, was something that no man in his right senses would consider. In a quiet voice Khalid said, "We shall take this route." Seeing the look of alarm on the faces of his officers, he added, "Let not your resolve be weakened. Know that the help of Allah comes according to your deserts. Let not the Muslims fear anything so long as they have the help of Allah." The effect of his words was instantaneous. With one voice his officers replied, "You are a man on whom Allah has bestowed His goodwill. Do as you wish." And with cheerful enthusiasm the army of Khalid set about its preparations for the march to Syria, on a route that no army had travelled before, and which was known only to one man, Rafi bin Umairah. In early June 634, beginning of Rabiul Akhir, 13th Hijri, Khalid marched from Hira with an army of 9,000 men. No women and children accompanied the army. They were left behind under Khalid's orders for dispatch to Medina, where they would remain until it was convenient to have them move to Syria. The army moved via Anut-Tamr, Sandauda, and Muzayya to Qurakir, and Muthanna accompanied Khalid up to here before returning to Hira to resume watch over the new frontier with Persia. For the night, the army camped at Qurakir and filled its water skins and other containers with supplies of water that were expected to last the men and animals 5 days. Early next morning, as the perilous march was about to start, Rafi again approached Khalid. He seemed uncertain of himself. "O commander," he pleaded, "you cannot traverse this desert with an army. By Allah, even a lone traveler would attempt this journey only at the peril of his life. Khalid turned on him angrily. Woe to you, O Rafi, he said. By Allah, if I knew of any other route to get to Syria quickly, I would take it. Proceed as ordered. Rafi proceeded as ordered and led Khalid's army of 9,000 men into the desert. As usual, the men rode on camels, while the horses were led. It was the month of June when the sun beat mercilessly upon the sands of the desert, destroying all traces of life and daring man to set foot on the tortured, waterless waste. Sensible men would not do this, certainly not at this time of year, certainly not in such large numbers, and certainly not when the fate of the Muslims in Syria hung on their safe arrival. But the greatest glories of a man have never been achieved by sensible men. These soldiers were not sensible men. They were the warriors of Khalid, the sword of Allah, setting out to perform one of the greatest feats of military movement in history. The first 3 days passed uneventfully. The men were oppressed by the intense heat and glare, but they were inured to hardship, and as long as there was water, all was well. But the water, which was meant to last 5 days, finished at the end of the 3rd day. They had another 2 days' journey ahead of them, with not a drop of water. Silently, the column resumed the march on the 4th day. The heat now appeared to become more intense. There was no conversation on the march, for the men could think only of water and the horrors of getting lost in the desert and dying of thirst. They shuddered to think of what would happen if Rafi lost the way or was otherwise incapacitated. That night the men camped as usual, but there was no sleep. With the agony of fire in their throats and their tongues swollen in their mouths, they could only repeat in their minds the prayer, "Sufficient for us is Allah, and what a good protector He is." Quran, chapter 3, verse 173. On the 5th morning began the last stage of the march, which would, by Allah's will, get them to the spring which Rafi knew. Mile after weary mile the column trudged in silence. Hour after painful hour the men struggled through sandy wastes, tortured by the pitiless glare and heat. The day's march was completed and the men still lived, though most of them had reached the limits of human endurance. The column was no longer a neat, orderly formation, as it had been at the start of the march. Many of the warriors were straggling in the rear of the column, hoping against hope that they would not fall by the wayside. As the head of the column reached the area where the spring was supposed to be, Rafi the guide could no longer see. He had been suffering from ophthalmia, and the blinding glare of the sun had worsened the condition of his eyes. He now wrapped part of his turban over his eyes and halted his camel. The men following him were horrified to see this, and called to him piteously, "O Rafi, we are on the point of death. Have you not found the water?" But Rafi could no longer see. In a voice which was little more than a hoarse whisper, he said, "Look for 2 hillocks like the breasts of a woman." The column moved on, and soon after the 2 hillocks were identified, and the guide informed accordingly. "Look for a thorn tree shaped like a man in the sitting posture," ordered Rafi. A few scouts rode out to look for the tree, but returned a few minutes later to say that no such tree could be found. "Lo, we belong to Allah, and indeed to Him we shall return," said Rafi, quoting a Quranic verse. "Then we all perish. But look once again." The men looked again, and this time found the trunk of a thorn tree of which the remainder had vanished. "Dig under its roots," instructed Rafi. The men dug under the roots, and in the words of Aqidi, water flowed out of the earth like a river. The men drank their fill, all the while praising Allah and invoking His blessings on Rafi. Then the animals were watered, and there was still water to spare. Hundreds of men filled their water skins and set off back on the route which they had travelled, looking for stragglers, of whom there were many. All were found and brought in alive. The perilous march was over. They had made it. It had never been done before. It would never be done again. Khalid had reached the border of Syria, leaving behind the Roman frontier and its garrisons facing Iraq. They were now only a day's march from Suwa, where the desert ended and habitation began. Khalid had no doubt that he and his army had gone through hell and come very near annihilation. But the real extent of the peril which they had faced was not known to him until Rafe, now smiling, came to him and said, "O Commander, I have only alighted at this spring once, and that was 30 years ago, when as a boy I travelled hither with my father." In later years a certain caliph wrote to an eminent scholar and asked him for a description of the lands under Muslim rule. The scholar wrote back and gave the required description. When he came to Syria, he said, "Know, O Commander of the Faithful, that Syria is a land of clouds and hills, and winds and abundance upon abundance. It freshens the body and clears the skin, especially the land of Emesa, which beautifies the body and creates understanding and forbearance. Its waters are pure and sharpen the senses. Syria, O Commander of the Faithful, is a land of pleasant verdure and large forests. Its rivers run in the right courses, and in it camels have plenty to drink." Indeed, Syria was a beautiful land, the fairest province of the Byzantine Empire. Its temperate climate, conditioned by the Mediterranean, provided relief from the heat of the desert and the cold of northern climes. Antioch, now in Turkey, was the capital of the Aegean region of the Byzantine Empire, and second only to Constantinople in glory and political importance. The great cities of Syria, Aleppo, Emesa, Damascus, not only continued immense commercial wealth, but were also seats of culture and civilization. Its thriving ports on the Mediterranean, Latakia, Tripolis, Beirut, Tyre, Acre, Jaffa, saw ships of the entire known world and bustled with trade and commerce. Politically, the Syrian region consisted of two provinces, Syria proper, Antioch, and from the north to the top of the Dead Sea. West and south of the Dead Sea lay the province of Palestine, which included the holy places of three great faiths, and cities no less rich and sophisticated than any in the world. The Arabs of the time also spoke of the province of Jordan, lying between Syria and Palestine. But this was more of a geographical expression than a term denoting a political and administrative unit, and all is part of the Eastern Roman or Byzantine Empire. To invade Syria was to invade Rome, and this was not an action to be undertaken light-heartedly. The Eastern Roman Empire too was declining, and this decline had been going on for a much longer period than that of the Persian Empire. The latter still enjoyed a degree of stability and strength which was due, among other factors, to the powerful Sassanid dynasty that had ruled in unbroken succession for the past 4 centuries. The Romans, on the other hand, had no such ruling dynasty, nor did they subscribe to the concept of a royal house to which the privilege of rule was confined. On the death of a ruler, the empire fell to the most successful general or politician or intriguer. But the army of Eastern Rome was still a powerful instrument for the waging of imperial wars, and after the Persian army, the most efficient and formidable military machine in the world, its legions were well equipped and ably led, and could still strike terror into the hearts of the people over whose lands they marched. Like any great imperial army, it was not one national unit but a heterogeneous collection of contingents from many peoples inhabiting many lands. In its ranks served Romans, Slavs, Franks, Greeks, Georgians, Armenians, Arabs, and tribes from far-flung regions. These soldiers manned garrisons in the cities of Syria, most of which were fortified. Syria, like Iraq, was partly an Arab land, especially in its eastern and southern parts. The Arabs had been there since pre-Roman times, and when Emperor Constantine made Christianity the state religion of the empire in the early part of the 4th century AD, these Arabs also embraced Christianity. But the Arabs of Syria were people of no consequence until the migration of the powerful Ghassan tribe from the Yemen to Syria, which occurred a few centuries before Islam. For some time the Ghassan fought the Roman garrisons in eastern Syria. Then, as the Romans came to realize and value their martial spirit and warlike traits, they made peace with them and agreed to their living in Syria as a semi-autonomous people with their own king. The Ghassan dynasty became one of the honored princely dynasties of the empire, with the Ghassan king ruling over the Arabs in Jordan and southern Syria from his capital at Busra. The last of the Ghassan kings, who ruled at the time of Khalid's invasion, was Jabla bin al-Ayham. This man shared with Adi bin Hatim, who has been mentioned earlier in this book, the distinction of being the tallest Arab in history. His feet too touched the ground when he rode his horse. This then was the Syria, and this its political and military condition, that greeted the Muslim army in the early weeks of the 13th year of the Hijrah. The man who commanded the first serious military venture into Syria was the namesake of Khalid, viz. Khalid bin Said, a man whose military ability was just the opposite of Khalid's. Towards the end of 12 Hijri, beginning of 634, Abu Bakr placed him at Taima, some distance north of Medina, with a detachment which was to act as a general reserve. While at Taima, it occurred to Khalid bin Said to invade Syria, and for this project he sought the Caliph's permission. Abu Bakr had no intention of attempting conquest of Syria with a small body of men, especially under an indifferent and untried general. But the Muslims knew little about the detailed military situation in Syria, and Abu Bakr decided to let this operation proceed as a reconnaissance in force. He therefore wrote and gave Khalid bin Said permission to enter Syria, but cautioned him against getting involved in any serious hostilities which might threaten his withdrawal into the safety of Arabia. Khalid bin Said set out with a small force, entered Syria, and ran headlong into some Roman forces. The Roman commander in contact with the Muslims, a skillful tactician by the name of Bahan, lured the unwary Muslims into a trap and executed a pincer movement to encircle them. At this, Khalid bin Said lost his nerve and fled, leaving most of his men behind. Luckily for the Muslims, Akram bin Abi Jahl was present at this action, and taking command of the situation, he extricated the Muslims from a blunder that was about to turn into a major tragedy. Ikramah was able to save the Muslims, but inevitably the expedition bore the stigma of defeat. Khalid bin Said was now in disgrace, and Abu Bakr made no secret of his contempt for the man's pusillanimity and lack of skill. Later, however, this man was allowed to join the Muslims in Syria, and he retrieved his honor by dying in battle. The exact location of this action is disputed. Some historians suggest that it took place at Marj al-Safar, south of Damascus, but it is unlikely that the expedition could have got that far before being seriously engaged by the Roman army. The benefit of this abortive venture to the Muslims, however, was that it made it clear to the Caliph that the invasion of Syria was not a matter to be taken lightly. On return from the annual pilgrimage at Makkah in February 634, Abu Bakr issued a call to arms for the invasion of Syria. All was now quiet on the Iraq front. Khalid's campaign in Iraq had proved an unqualified success. It not only expanded the political boundaries of the Muslim state, but also filled the coffers of Medina. The Muslims therefore came to feel that if they could win against the formidable and much feared Persians, why not also against the Romans, who were not so fearsome as an imperial military power? Moreover, the promise of the new religious movement had to be fulfilled, and its destiny achieved. Islam had come as a blessing for all mankind, and the message had to be conveyed to all mankind. Tribal contingents responded eagerly to the call from Medina. They came in thousands from all over the peninsula, from as far away as Oman and the Yemen. They came mounted and armed for battle, but also brought their women and children with them. Only those who had apostatized were excluded from the summons. The concentration of the able-bodied manhood of Muslim Arabia was both begun and completed in March 634, Muharram 13th Hijri. Abu Bakr now organized the available manpower into 4 corps, each of about 7,000 men. The commanders of these corps and the objectives given to them were as follows. A. Amr ibn al-As, objective Palestine, move on Elia route, then across Valley of Araba. B. Yazid bin Abi Sufyan, objective Damascus, move on Tabuk route. C. Shurabil bin Hassana, objective Jordan, move on Tabuk route after Yazid. Shurabil had fought in the Iraq campaign and as a messenger to Medina, where the Caliph detained him and gave him the command of a corps for the Syrian campaign. D. Abu Ubaidah bin al-Jarrah, objective Amasa, move on Tabuk route after Shurabil. Abu Bakr's intention was to invade Syria and take as much of it as possible. Not being aware of the size and detailed dispositions of the Roman army, he did not strengthen any one corps at the expense of the others, but he realized that the Romans could concentrate a very large army in any sector of the theater of operations, and consequently ordered that the corps commanders would keep in touch with each other, and that any one of them could seek the help of his comrades if a serious clash with Roman forces appeared imminent on his front. In case the corps had to concentrate for one major battle, the command of the entire Muslim army would be taken by Abu Ubaidah. In the first week of April 634, beginning of Safar 13 Hijri, the Muslim forces began to move. The first to leave Medina was Yazid, and as his column started from its camp outside Medina, Abu Bakr walked for a short distance by his side. His parting words to Yazid, which he repeated to the other corps commanders, were as follows. In your march, be not hard on yourself or your army. Be not harsh with your men or your officers, whom you should consult in all matters. Be just and abjure evil and tyranny, for no nation which is unjust prospers or achieves victory over its enemies. When you meet the enemy, turn not your back on him, for whoever turns his back, except to maneuver for battle or to regroup, earns the wrath of Allah. His abode shall be hell, and what a terrible place it is. And when you have won a victory over your enemies, kill not women or children, or the aged, and slaughter not beasts except for eating, and break not the pacts which you make. You will come upon a people who live like hermits in monasteries, believing that they have given up all for Allah. Let them be and destroy not their monasteries, and you will meet other people who are partisans of Satan and worshippers of the cross, who shave the center of their head and scalp. Assail them with your swords until they submit to Islam or pay the jizya. I entrust you to the care of Allah. In making this speech, Abu Bakr was following the example of Holy Prophet ﷺ, who when dispatching a military expedition would instruct its commander, fight in the name of Allah, fight but do not exceed the bounds, and do not be treacherous, and do not mutilate, and do not kill women and children, and do not kill the inmates of monasteries. It is reported that Abu Bakr walked beside Yazid for nearly 2 miles, and when Yazid asked him to return, said, I heard the Messenger of Allah ﷺ say that the feet that get covered with dust in the way of Allah shall not be touched by the fire of hell. With these words ringing in his ears, Yazid set off from Medina. The invasions of Syria had been launched. Yazid made a good speed on the road to Tabuk. Behind him marched the corps of Shurahbil, and behind that the corps of Abu Ubaidah, each a day's march from the other. Amr bin al-As marched with his corps on the western route to Ayla. Yazid had advanced 2 or 3 stages beyond Tabuk when he first contacted the enemy, a force of Christian Arabs sent forward by the Romans as a reconnaissance element. These Arabs withdrew hastily after a brush with the Muslim advanced guard. Following their withdrawal, Yazid made for the valley of Araba where it meets the southern end of the Dead Sea. Yazid arrived at the valley of Araba at about the same time as Amr bin al-As reached Ayla. Both corps now made contact with Roman forces of about equal strength, which had been sent forward from the main Roman army to prevent the Muslims from entering Palestine. Both Yazid and Amr bin al-As fought the Roman detachments facing them and drove them back with heavy losses. When the Romans, defeated by Yazid, withdrew in precipitous haste, Yazid sent a fast column which overtook the retreating detachment at Dasin, some distance short of Gaza, and caused it considerable damage before rejoining Yazid at the valley of Araba. Meanwhile, Amr bin al-As was moving north along this valley. These engagements took place within a fortnight of the start of the Muslim march from Medina. While these actions were being fought by the corps of Yazid, which had strayed from the objective given by the Caliph, Shurahbil and Abu Ubaidah continued their march northwards on the main route, Ma'an Mutah Aman. They were followed a little later by Yazid. By the end of the month of Safar, early May, Shurahbil and Abu Ubaidah had got to the region between Busra and Jabiyah. It was at this stage that the Muslims came to realize that the Roman eagle was stirring. Indeed, the Roman eagle was already on the wing. The Emperor Heraclius was in Emesa, planning countermeasures against the Muslims. When he first heard of the crushing defeats suffered by the Persian army at the hands of Khalid, he was not a little surprised, for he had no higher opinion of the Arabs than did the Persian court once have. But he was not unduly worried. Then came news of the fiasco of Khalid bin Sa'id, and Heraclius felt reassured. However, as a precaution, he ordered the positioning of several Roman legions at Ajnadin, whence they could operate against any Muslim force entering Palestine or Jordan. As the Muslim corps set off from Medina, the Roman army received intelligence of the move from Christian Arabs. Apprised by the latest situation and the direction of the Muslim movement, Heraclius realized that this was a serious attempt at the invasion of his domain. Soon after this he heard of the defeat of the Roman covering forces sent from Ajnadin at the hands of the leading corps of the Muslim army. He decided to punish these rough intruders and throw them back into the desert whence they had come. On his orders, large detachments of the Roman army began preparations for a move to Ajnadin from garrisons in Palestine and Syria. By now the Muslim commanders had established contacts with the local population and laid the foundations of an intelligence network. They had already come to know of the existence of a Roman army at Ajnadin. A few days later they received intelligence of the movement of more Roman legions in the direction of Ajnadin, and all corps commanders sent messages to Abu Ubaidah informing him of these moves. 3 corps of the Muslim army were in more or less the same region, that is eastern Jordan and southern Syria, and Abu Ubaidah at once took these corps under his command. Amr bin al-As was more isolated from the others and felt that the Roman preparations were being made against his corps. He therefore sought help from Abu Ubaidah. Sometime in the middle of Rabiul Awwal, 3rd week of May, the Caliph received a message from Abu Ubaidah giving a fairly clear picture of the situation in Syria and Palestine. Muslim estimates suggested that presently the Romans would have an army of 100,000 men at Ajnadin, from where it could either strike frontally against Amr bin al-As or maneuver against the flanks and rear of the other 3 Muslim corps. This estimate of Roman strength was not far from the mark, as we shall see later. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. The Romans were in much larger strength than had been anticipated by the Muslims when the invasion was launched. and it was clear that the Romans were not going to sit in their fortified cities and await attack. They were concentrating into one great army to fight a grand offensive battle in the field. The Muslims would either have to fight a general set-piece battle with the Imperial Roman army, or withdraw hastily into Arabia, neither of which alternatives was pleasant to contemplate. The Caliph rejected the second one outright. There was no question of returning to Arabia in face of the Roman threat. The invasion of Syria had been launched, it must be sustained. But what caused Abu Bakr the greatest anxiety was the question of who should command the Muslim army. Abu Bakr had ordered that Abu Ubaidah would take command of the army whenever the corps were united for battle. Abu Ubaidah was a wise, intelligent man and a widely esteemed and venerated Muslim. He was also a man of unquestionable personal courage, but knowing his mild and gentle nature and his lack of experience in the command of military forces in major operations, Abu Bakr had serious misgivings about his ability to lead the entire Muslim army in a serious clash with the powerful and sophisticated army of Eastern Rome. Khalid had recently shattered the Persian army in several bloody battles. Khalid would know what to do. This decision made Abu Bakr feel lighter, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. "By Allah," he said, "I shall destroy the Romans and the friends of Satan with Khalid bin Waleed." He consequently dispatched a fast rider to Hira with instructions for Khalid to move with half his army into Syria, take command of the Muslim forces and fight the Romans. The next chapter takes up the thread of events which constituted Khalid's conquest of Syria. This subject is taken up with the full realization of the possibility of error in the account of this campaign. Because of the confusion and the contradictions that exist in the narratives of the early historians, there is disagreement about many important aspects of this military history, in the dates of great battles, in the strengths of forces deployed in these battles, in the order in which these battles were fought, even in the case of the odd battle, about who commanded the army at what time. The only writer who has described the campaign in meticulous detail is Waqidi, but his account also contains errors, as it is based on narratives passed down orally from the Syrian veterans, which sometimes conflict. In this book has been prepared, from all the accounts available, a sequence of events and a version of these events which makes the most military sense and leaves the least room for contradiction. The leader has been spared copious footnotes, explaining each alternative version and each deviation from the commonly accepted version of this campaign. But he will find footnotes in the case of the more important issues, so that he may form his own opinion, and Allah knows best. End of chapter 27. Start of chapter 28. Deeper into Syria. O joy to Syria! O joy to Syria! O joy to Syria! For the angels of the Ever-Merciful spread their wings over it. A quote of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. If the soldiers hoped that they would have a day of rest after the harrowing experience of the 5 days' march, which had brought them closer to annihilation than any battle could have done, they were mistaken. The very next morning, Khalid set his army in motion towards Suwa. The men could not complain, for their commander himself took no rest nor looked as if he needed it. In fact, as the march began and Khalid rode up and down the column to see that all was well, the sight of their commander put fresh vigor into the soldiers, and they forgot the horrible memories of the perilous march. This day they would draw their first blood in the Syrian campaign. They had to draw blood, for Khalid had arrived. Khalid started his Syrian campaign wearing a coat of chain mail which had belonged to Musaylama the liar. At his broad leather belt hung a magnificent sword, which had also belonged to Musaylama the liar. These two were trophies of the Battle of Yamama. Over his chain helmet he wore a red turban, and under the helmet a red cap. In this cap, if examined carefully, could be seen a few black lines, and in the eyes of Khalid, this cap was more precious than all his weapons and armor. Its story shall be told at another time. In his hand Khalid carried a black standard which had been given him by the Holy Prophet ﷺ. It had once belonged to the Prophet and was known as the Eagle. With Khalid travelled 9,000 fearless fighters, veterans of many victorious battles, not one of whom would think twice before laying down his life on the orders of his beloved commander. In this army also travelled some of the bravest young officers of the time, who would perform prodigies of valor and laugh at death. There was his own son, Abdurrahman, just turned 18. There was the Caliph's son, also named Abdurrahman. There was Rafi bin Umairah, the guide on the perilous march, who was Khalid's son-in-law and a redoubtable warrior. There was Qaqa bin Amr, the one-man reinforcement sent to Khalid by the Caliph. And there was one young man of whom we shall hear a great deal in this campaign, Zurar bin al-Azwar, a slim, sinewy youth whose cheerful countenance and bubbling enthusiasm could make exhausted men want to get up and fight again. Zurar was to become Khalid's right-hand man. He would be given the most daring missions, and would show both a reckless disregard for danger and a most uncanny knack of survival. In the early afternoon the column reached Suwa. This was the first settlement near the border of Syria and was an oasis surrounded by a grassy area of land used to graze large flocks of sheep and herds of cattle. Moving through this settlement, Khalid put down all resistance and commandeered the grazing flock to stock up the army's food supply for the campaign. Next day the army arrived at Arak, which was a fortified town defended by a garrison of Christian Arabs under the command of a Roman officer. As the garrison had retired to the safety of the fort on sighting them, the Muslims laid siege to Arak. It was here that Khalid first came to know that his fame had spread beyond the lands in which he had fought. His reputation proved sufficient to bring about a peaceful surrender. In Arak lived an old scholar who kept himself informed of the affairs of the world. When he was told of the arrival of a hostile army across the desert, he asked, "Is the standard of this army a black one? Is the commander of this army a tall, powerfully built, broad-shouldered man with a large beard and a few pock marks on his face?" Those who had seen the approach of Khalid and brought the news to Arak confirmed that it was indeed so. "Then beware of fighting this army," warned the sage. The Roman garrison commander made an offer to surrender the fort, and was astonished at the generous terms offered by the Muslims. Beyond the payment of the jizya, the people of Arak would pay or suffer nothing. The pact was signed, the fort was surrendered, and the Muslim army camped outside for the night. The next morning, Khalid dispatched 2 columns to subdue Sukhna and Qadma, now known as Qudam. At the same time, he sent a camel rider to find Abu Ubaidah in the area of Jabiya, and tell him to remain at his position until the arrival of Khalid or the receipt of further instructions. Then, with the main body of his army, Khalid marched to Tadmur, Palmyra. When the columns sent by Khalid arrived at Sukhna and Qadma, they were received joyfully by the inhabitants, who had heard of the generous terms given the day before to Arak. They were only too willing to make friends. There was no trouble at these places, and the columns returned to the army without any bloodshed. At Tadmur, the garrison locked itself in the fort, but hardly had the Muslims arrived and surrounded the fort when parleys were started for a peaceful surrender. Soon after, a surrender was negotiated in which the inhabitants of Tadmur agreed to pay the jizya and feed and shelter any Muslim warrior passing by their town. The Arab chief of Tadmur also presented Khalid with a prize horse, which he used in several battles of this campaign. From Tadmur, the army marched to Qaryatan, the inhabitants of which resisted the Muslims. They were fought, defeated, and plundered. The next stop was Huwarin, about 10 miles beyond Qaryatan, which contained a large herd of cattle. As the Muslims started gathering in the cattle, they were attacked by thousands of Arabs. These were the local inhabitants, reinforced by a contingent of the Ghassan from Busra, which had hastened to help their comrades in Hawarin. They too were defeated and plundered. The following morning, the advance was resumed in the direction of Damascus, and after 3 days of marching the army arrived at a pass about 20 miles from Damascus. This pass lies between the present Azra and Qutaifa and crosses a gently sloping ridge which rises gradually to a height of over 2,000 feet above the level of the surrounding countryside. The ridge is part of the range known as Jabal al-Sharq, which is an offshoot of the anti-Lebanon range and runs in a northeasterly direction to Tadmur. The pass itself, not a formidable one, is quite long. Khalid stopped at the highest part of it, and here he planted his standard. As a result of this action, the pass became known as Saniyatul Uqab, that is, the Pass of the Eagle, after the name of Khalid's standard, but is sometimes referred to as just Al-Saniya. At this pass, Khalid stayed an hour with his standard fluttering in the breeze, and gazed at the Ghuta of Damascus. From where he stood, he could not see the city itself, because it was concealed from view by a rise of ground which stretches east-west north of the city, but he marveled at the richness and beauty of the Ghuta. From the Pass of the Eagle, Khalid moved to Marj Rahid, a large Ghassan town near the present Azra on the road to Damascus. The Muslims arrived in time to participate in a joyous festival of the Ghassan, which participation took the form of a violent raid. At Marj Rahid had gathered a large number of refugees from the region over which Khalid had recently operated, and these refugees mingled with the crowds celebrating the festival. The Ghassan were not unmindful of the danger which Khalid's entry into Syria posed for them. They had positioned a strong screen of warriors on the route from Tadmur below the pass, but this screen was scattered in a few minutes by a swift charge of the Muslims' cavalry. Although some Ghassan resistance continued as the Muslims advanced, it ceased once the town was reached. The Muslims raided Marj Rahid. After a little while, having collected a large amount of booty and a certain number of captives, Khalid pulled out of the town and camped outside. The following morning he sent a strong mounted column towards Damascus with the task of raiding the Ghuta. Then, having sent a messenger to Abu Ubaidah with instructions to report to him at Busra, Khalid himself set off for Busra with the main body of the army bypassing Damascus. The mounted column sent to Damascus reached the neighborhood of the city, picked up more booty and captives, and rejoined Khalid while he was still on the march. The minor operations following Khalid's entry into Syria were now over. Abu Ubaidah had already occupied the district of Hawran, which lay northeast of the river Yarmouk. Under his command he had 3 corps of the Muslim army, his own, Yazid's and Shurahbil's, but he had fought no battles and captured no towns. One place which worried him a great deal was Busra, a large town which was the capital of the Ghassan kingdom. It was garrisoned by a strong force of Romans and Christian Arabs under the command of Roman officers. While Khalid was clearing the region of eastern Syria, Abu Ubaidah came to know that he would come under Khalid's command upon the latter's arrival. He decided to take Busra quickly, so that Khalid would not have to worry about his problem. He therefore sent Shurahbil with 4,000 men to capture Busra. Shurahbil marched to Busra, the garrison of which withdrew into the fortified town as soon as the Muslims appeared in sight. This garrison consisted of 12,000 soldiers, but expecting that more Muslim forces would soon arrive and that Shurahbil's detachment was only an advanced guard, it remained within the walls of the fort. Shurahbil camped on the western side of the town and positioned groups of his men all round the fort. For 2 days nothing happened. The following day, as Khalid set out on the last day of his march to Busra, the garrison of the town came out to give battle to the Muslims outside the city. Both forces formed up for battle, but first there were talks between Shurahbil and the Roman commander, at which the Muslims offered the usual alternatives: Islam, the jizya, or the sword. The Romans chose the sword, and in the middle of the morning the battle began. For the first 2 hours or so the fighting continued at a steady pace, with neither side making any headway, but soon after midday the superior strength of the Romans began to tell, and the battle turned in their favor. The Romans were able to move forces around both Muslim flanks, and the fighting increased in intensity. The temper of the Muslims became suicidal as the real danger of their position became evident, and they fought ferociously to avoid encirclement, which appeared to be the Roman design. By early afternoon, the Roman wings had moved further forward, and the encirclement of Shurahbil's force became a virtual certainty. Then suddenly, the combatants became aware of a powerful force of cavalry galloping in mass towards the battlefield from the northwest. Khalid was about a mile from Busra when the wind carried the sounds of battle to him. He immediately ordered the men to horse, and as soon as the cavalry was ready, led it a gallop towards the battlefield. Beside him rode Abdurrahman bin Abi Bakr, but Khalid and the Romans never met. As soon as the Romans discovered the arrival of the Muslim cavalry, they broke contact from Shurahbil and withdrew hastily into the fort. The Muslims under Shurahbil came to regard this occurrence as a miracle. The sword of Allah had been sent to save them from destruction. Shurahbil was a brave and pious Muslim in his mid-60s, a close companion of the Prophet ﷺ. He was one of those who used to write down the revelations of the Prophet and consequently became known as a scribe of the Messenger of Allah. As often as not, he was addressed by this title. As a general, he was competent and sound, having learnt a great deal about the art of war from Khalid, under whom he had fought at Yamama and in the Iraq campaign. It took only a glance for Khalid to assess the relative strengths of the Muslims and the Romans, and he wondered why Shurahbil had not waited his arrival before engaging the garrison at Busra. As soon as the two met and greeted each other, Khalid said, "O Shurahbil, do you not know that this is an important frontier town of the Romans, and contains a large garrison commanded by a distinguished general? Why did you go into battle with such a small force?" "By the order of Abu Ubaidah," replied Shurahbil. Thereupon Khalid remarked, "Abu Ubaidah is a man of the purest character, but he does not know the stratagems of war." Next morning, the Roman garrison again came out of the fort to give battle. The shock of Khalid's arrival the previous day had now worn off, and seeing that the combined strength of the Muslims was about the same as their own, the Romans decided to try their luck again. They also hoped to fight and defeat the Muslims before they could get a rest after their march. They did not know that Khalid's warriors were not used to resting. The two armies formed up for battle on the plain outside the town. Khalid kept his center under his own command, appointing Rafi bin Umairah as the commander of the right wing, and Zirar bin al-Azwar as the commander of the left wing. In front of the center, he placed a thin screen under Abdurrahman bin Abi Bakr. At the very start of the battle, Abdurrahman dueled with the Roman army commander and defeated him. As the Roman general fled to the safety of the Roman ranks, Khalid launched a general attack along the entire front. For some time the Romans resisted bravely, while the commanders of the Muslim wings played havoc with the opposing wings. Especially Zirar, who now established a personal tradition which would make him famous in Syria, adored by the Muslims and dreaded by the Romans. Because of the heat of the day, he took off his coat of mail, and this made him feel lighter and happier. Then he took off his shirt and became naked above the waist. This made him feel even lighter and even happier. In this half-naked condition, Zirar launched his assaults against the Romans and slaughtered all who faced him in single combat. Within a week, stories of the naked companion would spread over Syria, and only the bravest of Romans would feel inclined to face him in combat. After some fighting, the Roman army broke contact and withdrew into the fort. At this time, Khalid was fighting on foot in front of his center. As he turned to give orders for the commencement of the siege, he saw a horseman approaching through the ranks of the Muslims. This horseman was to achieve fame and glory in the Syrian campaign that would be second only to Khalid's. A man in his early 50s, he was tall, slim and wiry with a slight stoop. His lean and clear-cut face was attractive, and his eyes showed understanding and gentleness. His thin beard was dyed. In his hand he held a standard such as only generals carried. This was a yellow standard and is believed to have been the standard of the Holy Prophet ﷺ at the Battle of Khabur. His coat of mail did not conceal the simple and inexpensive appearance of the clothes that he wore. As he smiled at Khalid, he revealed a gap in his front teeth, and this gap was the envy of all Muslims. This was Abu Ubaidah, son of the surgeon, the one without incisors. He had lost his front teeth while pulling out the two links of the Prophet's helmet that had dug into the Prophet's cheek at the Battle of Uhud, and it is said that Abu Ubaidah was the handsomest of those without incisors. Though called Abu Ubaidah bin al-Jarrah, his actual name was Amir bin Abdullah bin al-Jarrah. It was Abu Ubaidah's grandfather who was the surgeon, but like some Arabs, he was known after his grandfather rather than his father. As a Muslim, he belonged to the topmost strata and had been very dear to the Prophet, who had once said, "Every nation has its trusted one, and the trusted one of this nation is Abu Ubaidah." Thereafter Abu Ubaidah had become known as the trusted one of the nation, Aminul Ummat. He was one of the Blessed Ten. This was the man who had been placed under the command of Khalid, and the new army commander looked with some apprehension at the approach of the old army commander. Khalid had known Abu Ubaidah well at Medina, and liked and respected him for his great virtue and his devout piety. Abu Ubaidah liked Khalid because of the Prophet's fondness for him, and saw in him a military instrument that Allah had chosen to crush disbelief. Khalid was reassured by Abu Ubaidah's smile. As he got near, Abu Ubaidah started to dismount, for Khalid was still on foot. "Stay on your horse," Khalid called to him, and he remained mounted. Khalid walked up to him, and the two top generals in Syria shook hands. "O father of Suleiman," began Abu Ubaidah, "I have received with gladness the letter of Abu Bakr, appointing you commander over me. There is no resentment in my heart, for I know your skill in matters of war." "By Allah," replied Khalid, "but for the necessity of obeying the orders of the Caliph, I would have never accepted this command over you. You are much higher than me in Islam. I am a companion of the Prophet, but you are one whom the Messenger of Allah had called the trusted one of this nation." And on this happy note, Abu Ubaidah came under the command of Khalid. The Muslims now laid siege to Busra. The Roman commander lost hope, for he knew that most of the available reserves had either moved or were moving to Ajnadin, and doubted that any help would be forthcoming. After a few days of inactivity, he surrendered the fort peacefully. The only condition Khalid imposed on Busra was the payment of the jizya. This surrender took place in about the middle of July 634, middle of Jamadul Awwal 13th Hijri. Busra was the first important town to be captured by the Muslims in Syria. The Muslims lost 130 men in the 2 days of fighting that preceded this victory. The casualties suffered by the Romans and the Christian Arabs are not on record. Khalid now wrote to Abu Bakr, informing him of the progress of his operations since his entry into Syria, and sent 1/5 of the spoils which had been won during the past few weeks. Hardly had Busra surrendered, when an agent sent by Shurahbil to the region of Ajnadin returned to inform the Muslims that the concentration of Roman legions was proceeding apace. Soon they would have a vast army of 90,000 imperial soldiers at Ajnadin. This acted as a reminder to Khalid that there was no time to waste. At this time, Yazid was still south of the river Yarmouk. Amr bin al-As was still at the valley of Araba, and several detachments of the corps of Abu Ubaidah and Shurahbil were spread over the district of Hawran. Khalid wrote to all commanders to march at once and concentrate at Ajnadin, and the Muslims marched, taking with them their wives and children and vast herds of sheep, which served as a moving supply depot. At Ajnadin would be fought the first of the mighty battles between Islam and Christendom. End of chapter 28. Start of chapter 29. The Battle of Ajnadin. How often has a small force vanquished a large force by the permission of Allah? And Allah is with those who steadfastly persevere. Holy Quran, chapter 2, verse 249. In the third week of July 634, the Muslim army marched from Busra, and the march of this army was an amazing sight, one that would earn the immediate disapproval of many regular, disciplined soldiers. It had none of the appearance of a normal army. Its advance was more like the movement of a caravan than the march of a military force. The soldiers of this army had no uniform of any kind, and there was no similarity in the dress that they wore. The men could wear anything they chose, including captured Persian and Roman robes. There were no badges of rank and no insignia to distinguish the commander from the commanded. In fact, there were no officers so far as rank was concerned. Officership was an appointment and not a rank. Any Muslim could join this army, and regardless of his tribal status, would consider it an honor to serve in the ranks. The man fighting as a simple soldier one day could next day find himself appointed the commander of a regiment or even a larger force. Officers were appointed to command for the battle or the campaign, and once the operation was concluded, they could well find themselves in the ranks again. The army was organized on the decimal system, a system started by the Holy Prophet ﷺ at Medina. There were commanders of 10, 100, and 1,000 men, the latter corresponding to regiments. The grouping of regiments to larger forces was flexible, varying with the situation. Even in weapons and equipment, there was no standard scale for this army. Men fought with whatever weapons they possessed and had to find their own weapons either by purchase or by taking them from fallen foes. They could have any or all of the normally used weapons of the time: the lance, the javelin, the spear, the sword, the dagger, and the bow. For armor, they wore coats of mail and chain helmets, and these could be of any color or design. In fact, many of them had been taken from Persians and the Romans. Most of the men mounted camels. Those who possessed horses formed the cavalry. One remarkable feature of the movement of this great army was that it was independent of lines of communication. Behind it stretched no line of supply, since it had no logistical base. Its food trotted along with the army, and if it ran out of meat, the men, women, and children could live for weeks on a simple ration of dates and water. This army could not be cut off from its supplies, for it had no supply depots. It needed no roads for its movement, for it had no wagons, and everything was carried on camels. Thus this army could go anywhere and traverse any terrain, so long as there was a path over which men and animals would move. This ease of movement gave the Muslims a tremendous edge on the Romans in mobility and speed. Although this army moved like a caravan and gave the impression of an undrilled horde, from the point of view of military security, it was virtually invulnerable. The advance was led by a mobile advance guard, consisting of a regiment or more. Then came the main body of the army, and this was followed by the women and children and the baggage loaded on camels. At the end of the column moved the rear guard. On long marches the horses were led, but if there was any danger of enemy interference on the march, the horses were mounted, and the cavalry thus formed would act either as the advance guard or move wide on a flank, depending on the direction from which the greatest danger threatened. In case of need, the entire army could vanish in an hour or so and be safe at a distance beyond terrain which no other large army could traverse. In this fashion the Muslims marched from Busra. The route of the army has not been recorded, but it undoubtedly lay north of the Dead Sea, for the army arrived at Ajnadin before the corpse of Amr bin al-As, who joined the army at Ajnadin. Had the army travelled south of the Dead Sea, Amr bin al-As, who was still at the valley of Arabah, would have been picked up en route. The army probably marched via Jarash and Jericho, then bypassed Jerusalem, which was strongly garrisoned by the Romans, and crossed the Judea hills stretching south of Jerusalem. Beyond this range it descended into the plain of Ajnadin, arriving there on July 24. The following day Amr bin al-As, moving up from the valley of Arabah on the orders of Khalid, arrived at Ajnadin, and his joy knew no bounds. He had been in a state of anxiety for several weeks, expecting the Roman storm gathering at Ajnadin to break over his head any day. The Muslims now established a camp which was a vast affair in view of the strength of the army, 32,000 men, the largest Muslim force yet assembled for battle. The camp stood about a mile from the Roman camp, which was even larger and lined the road from Jerusalem to Beit Jibrin. The opposing camps ran like two parallel lines, so laid out as to enable the armies to take the fields at a moment's notice without unnecessary movement. The Muslims had taken a week to concentrate their army at Ajnadin, a task which took the Romans more than 2 months. The Roman army, like any regular sophisticated military force, needed time for its movement, and had to spend weeks in preparation, in collecting supplies, wagons and horses, and in issuing weapons and equipment. Since it travelled with thousands of wagons and carriages, it needed good roads for its movement. But over these 2 months the Romans had successfully concentrated an army of 90,000 men at Ajnadin under the command of Bardan, governor of Emesa. Another general, one named Kubuklar, acted as the chief of staff or the deputy commander-in-chief. The Muslims had marched to Ajnadin as a matter of choice. So long as the Roman army remained at Ajnadin, it posed no immediate threat to the Muslim corps. Only if a forward movement were undertaken by the Romans could a threat to the Muslims arise, and then the normal Arab strategy would be to pull back to the eastern or southern part of Jordan and fight a battle with their backs to the desert, into which they could withdraw in case of a reverse. The Muslims could have waited for the Romans to start the first move. In this case, why did the Muslims' army move away from the desert and enter deep into a fertile, inhabited region towards a Roman army 3 times its size? The answer lies in the character of Khalid. It was his destiny to fight battles, and the promise of battle drew him like a magnet. 12 centuries later, illustrious General Napoleon would say, "Nothing pleases me more than a great battle." So it was with Khalid. If anyone else had been the commander of the Muslim army, it is doubtful that the Muslims would have moved to Ajnadin. In the long run, Khalid's decision was the right one. With a large Roman army poised at Ajnadin, the Muslims would have remained tied down to the area occupied by them, which in itself was of little importance. This Roman threat, cleverly engineered by Heraclius, had to be eliminated before the invasion could proceed deeper into Syria. So it came about that the Romans and the Muslims faced each other in their respective camps at Ajnadin. Guards and outposts were positioned by both armies to prevent surprise. The officers rode across the land, carrying out reconnaissances, while the men made their preparations for battle. The sight of the gigantic Roman camp had a somewhat disturbing impact on the Muslims. Everyone knew the strength of the Roman army, a staggering figure of 90,000. The majority of the Muslims had never taken part in a great battle. The only men who were left unmoved by the sight of the Roman camp were Khalid's 9,000 veterans, who had fought regular battles with large armies in Iraq, but even they had never before faced an army of this size. Khalid went round visiting the various units in the camp and spoke to their commanders and men. He said, "Know, O Muslims, that you have never seen an army of Rome as you see now. If Allah defeats them by your hand, they shall never again stand against you. So be steadfast in battle, and defend your faith. Beware of turning your backs on the enemy, for then your punishment will be the fire. Be watchful and steady in your ranks, and do not attack until I give the order." The personality of their commander and the supreme confidence which emanated from him had a marvelously steadying effect on the Muslims. In the opposing camp, Wardan called a council of war and spoke to his generals. "O Romans," he said, "Caesar has placed his trust in you. If you are defeated, you will never again be able to make a stand against the Arabs, and they shall conquer your land and ravish your women. So be steadfast. When you attack, attack as one man. Do not disperse your efforts. Seek the help of the cross, and remember that you are three to each one of them." As part of his preparations for battle, which in fact did not take place until some days later, Khalid decided to send a brave scout to carry out a close reconnaissance of the Roman camp. Zurarah volunteered for the job and was sent forward accordingly. The youth stripped to the waist and rode up to a little hillock not far from the center of the Roman camp. Here he was seen, and a body of 30 Romans rode out to catch him. As they approached, Zurarah began to canter back to the Muslim camp, and when they drew nearer, Zurarah increased his pace. His purpose was to draw these Romans away from their camp, so that others should not be able to come to their assistance. When he had reached a spot between the two armies, Zurarah turned on his pursuers and attacked the one nearest to him with his lance. After bringing him down, Zurarah assaulted a second and a third and a fourth, and so he continued, throughout the combat maneuvering his horse in such a way that he should not have to tackle more than one man at a time. Against some he used his sword also, and it is believed that he killed 19 of the Romans before the remainder turned and galloped back to their camp. That night, the Roman camp was full of stories of the dreaded naked champion. On his return, Zurarah was greeted with joy by the Muslims, but Khalid looked at him sternly and rebuked him for engaging in combat when the task given to him was reconnaissance. To this, Zurarah replied that he was conscious of the possible disapproval of his commander, and that but for this he would have pursued the fleeing Romans to kill every one of them. Following this incident, Kubuklar, the Roman deputy commander, sent a Christian Arab to enter the Muslim camp, spend a day and a night with the Muslims, and gather all possible information about the strength and quality of the Muslim army. This Christian Arab had no difficulty in entering the Muslim camp, as he was taken for a Muslim. The following day he slipped out and returned to Kubuklar, who questioned him about the Muslims. "By night they are like monks, by day like warriors," said the spy. "If the son of their ruler were to commit theft, they would cut off his hand, and if he were to commit adultery, they would stone him to death. Thus they established righteousness among themselves." "If what you say be true," remarked Kubuklar, "it would be better to be in the belly of the earth than to meet such a people upon its surface. I wish it were my portion from Allah to stay away from them, so that he would not have to help either me against them or them against me." Wardan, the commander-in-chief, was full of fight, but Kubuklar had lost his nerve. Early in the morning of July 30, 634, the 28th of Jamadul Awwal, 13 Hijri, as the men finished their morning prayers, Khalid ordered the move to battle positions, detailed instructions for which had been given the day before. The Muslims moved forward and formed up for battle on the plain a few hundred yards ahead of the camp. Khalid deployed his army facing west on a front of about 5 miles, stretched sufficiently to prevent the more numerous Roman army from overlapping his flanks. The army was deployed with a center and 2 strong wings. On either side of the army, next to the wing, as an extension of the front, was positioned a flank guard to counter any Roman attempt to envelop the Muslim flanks or to outflank their position entirely. The center was placed under Mu'adh bin Jabal, the left wing under Sa'id bin Amir, and the right wing under Abdur Rahman, the Caliph's son. We also know that the left flank guard was commanded by Shurahbil, but the name of the commander of the right flank guard is not recorded. Behind the center, Khalid placed 4,000 men under Yazid as a reserve and for the close protection of the Muslim camp, in which the women and children stayed. Khalid's place was near the center, where he kept a number of officers near him to be used as champions or as commanders of groups needed for any specific task in battle. These included Amr bin al-As, Zurarah, Rafi, and Umar's son Abdullah. When the Romans saw the Muslims moving, They also rushed out and began to form up in their battle positions about half a mile from the Muslim front line. They formed up on about the same frontage, but had much greater depth in their dispositions, the detailed layout of which is not known. Wardan and Kubukla stood surrounded by their bodyguards in the center. The massive formations of the Romans, carrying large crosses and banners, were an awe-inspiring sight. When his men had been formed up for battle, Khalid rode along the front, checking units and urging his warriors to fight in the way of Allah. In the few words that he said to each unit, he laid emphasis on concentrating their efforts in time and attacking as one man. "When you use your bows," he said, "let the arrows fly from your bows as if shot by a single bow to land like a swarm of locusts on the enemy." He even spoke to the women in the camp and told them to be prepared to defend themselves against any Romans who might break through the Muslim front. They assured him that this was the least that they could do, considering that they had not been allowed to fight in the forefront of the Muslim army. Forming their positions took the two armies a couple of hours. When all was in readiness, an old bishop wearing a black hat emerged from the Roman center, walked up halfway towards the Muslim army and called out in perfect Arabic, "Which of you will come forth and talk with me?" Muslims have no priests, and in those days the commander himself acted as the imam of the army. Hence Khalid rode forward, and the bishop asked, "Are you the commander of this army?" Khalid replied, "So they regard me as long as I obey Allah and follow the example of His Prophet, but if I fail in this, I have no command over them and no right to be obeyed." The bishop thought for a moment, then remarked, "It is thus that you conquer us." He then continued, "Know, O Arab, that you have invaded a land which no king dares to enter. The Persians entered it and returned dismayed. Others also came and fought with their lives, but could not attain what they sought. You have won over us up till now, but victory does not belong permanently to you. My master Wardan is inclined to be generous with you. He has sent me to tell you that if you take your army away from this land, he will give each of your men a dinar, a robe and a turban, and for you there will be 100 dinars, and 100 robes, and 100 turbans. Lo, we have an army numerous as the atoms, and it is not like the armies that you have met before. With this army Caesar has sent his mightiest generals and his most illustrious bishops." In reply, Khalid offered the usual three alternatives: Islam, jizya, or the sword. Without the satisfaction of one of these alternatives, the Muslims would not leave Syria. As for the dinars and the fine clothes, Khalid pointed out that the Muslims would soon possess them anyway by right of conquest. With this reply, the bishop returned and informed Wardan of his talks. The Roman commander was furious and swore that he would crush the Muslims with one all-destroying attack. Wardan now ordered a line of archers and slingers to be positioned ahead of the Roman front within range of the Muslim army. As this line formed up, Mu'adh, the commander of the Muslim center, began to order his men to attack, but was stopped by Khalid, who stood nearby. "Not till I give the order," said Khalid, "and not till the sun has passed its zenith." Mu'adh had wished to attack because the Roman archers, with their better bows, outranged the Muslim bows, and to the slingers the Muslims had no effective counter. The only way to deal with the situation would be to get closer to the Romans to come to grips. But Khalid did not wish to risk a reverse by launching a premature attack against the well-formed legions of the Romans. Thus, a couple of hours before noon, the battle began with the action of the Roman archers and slingers. This phase of the battle went against the Muslims, several of whom were killed while many were wounded. This suited the Romans very well, and for some time the missiles continued to fly from their bows and slings. The Muslims, unable to do anything to offset this Roman advantage, became impatient to attack with sword and lance, but still Khalid restrained them. Finally the impetuous Sirar came to Khalid and said, "Why are we waiting when Allah the Most High is on our side? By Allah, our enemies will think that we are afraid of them. Order the attack and we shall attack with you." Khalid decided to let individual champions go into combat against Roman champions. In this dueling the Muslims would have the advantage, and it would be useful to eliminate as many of the Roman officers as possible, as this would in turn reduce the effectiveness of the Roman army. "You may attack, Dirar," he said, and the delighted Dirar urged his horse forward. Because of the Roman archers, Dirar kept on his coat of mail and helmet, and in his hand carried a shield made of elephant hide, which had once belonged to a Roman. Having gone halfway to the Roman line, he stopped and raised his head, gave his personal battle cry, "I am the death of the pale ones. I am the killer of the Romans. I am a scourge sent upon you. I am Dirar bin al-Azwar." As a few of the Roman champions advanced to answer his challenge, Dirar quickly disrobed, and the Romans knew him at once as the naked champion. In the next few minutes, Dirar killed several Romans, including 2 generals, one of whom was the governor of Amman and the other the governor of Tiberias. Then a group of 10 officers emerged from the Roman army and moved towards Dirar. At this move, Khalid picked 10 of his stalwarts and, riding up, intercepted and killed the Romans. Now more champions came forward from both sides, some individually, others in groups. Gradually the dueling increased in extent and intensity, and continued for about 2 hours, during which the Roman archers and slingers remained inactive. This phase more than restored the balance in favor of the Muslims, for most of the Roman champions were killed in combat. While this dueling was still in progress, and it was now past midday, Khalid ordered a general attack, and the entire Muslim front moved forward and hurled itself at the Roman army. The main battle was now on with sword and shield. This was a frontal struggle with no fine maneuver, and neither side attempted to outflank the other. It was a hard slogging match at close quarters, and continued for some hours. Then in the late afternoon both sides, now very tired, broke contact and fell back to their original lines. No more could be done on this day. The losses of the Romans were staggering. Wardan was shocked to learn that thousands of his soldiers lay dead on the battlefield, while very few Muslims had been accounted for. He called a council of war, at which he expressed his misgivings about the outcome of the battle, but his generals swore that they would fight to the last. Wardan asked for ideas, and of the various suggestions made, the one that appealed to him most was a plot to kill the Muslim commander. According to this plan, Wardan would personally go forward in the morning, offer peace and ask for Khalid to come forth and discuss the terms with him. When Khalid had approached near enough, Wardan would engage him in combat. Then, on his signal, 10 men suitably concealed nearby would rush up and cut the Muslim commander to pieces. It was as simple as that. Wardan was a brave general and agreed to the plan. The men would be positioned during the night and would be carefully briefed for their role. The Roman commander then sent a Christian Arab named David, who was a member of his staff, with instructions to proceed to the Muslim army and seek Khalid. He was to say to the Muslim commander that sufficient blood had been shed, that there should be no more fighting, that they should make peace, and that Khalid should meet Wardan early next morning between 2 armies to discuss terms of peace. Both generals would appear alone. David was horrified to hear these instructions, as they appeared to be against the orders of Heraclius to fight the Muslims and throw them back into the desert. He therefore refused to carry out this mission. Wardan then told him the entire plan of the plot in order to convince him that he intended no disobedience of the instructions of the emperor, and this, as we shall see, was a mistake. The sun had not yet set when David walked up to the Muslim army, which was still arrayed in battle order, and asked to see Khalid on a matter of peace proposed by Wardan. As soon as Khalid was informed, he came out to David and stood glaring at him. The sight of Khalid with his 6 feet and more of bone and muscle could have an unnerving effect on any man at whom Khalid glared. His hard, weather-beaten, battle-scarred face and his piercing eyes gave the impression of pitilessness to those whom Khalid regarded as enemies. The effect on poor David was devastating. Wilting under the gaze of the sword of Allah, he blurted out, "I am not a man of war. I am only an emissary." Khalid drew closer. "Speak," he ordered. "If you are truthful, you will survive. If you lie, you shall perish." The Christian Arab spoke. "Wardan is pained by all this unnecessary bloodshed and wishes to avoid it. He is prepared to sign a pact with you, and spare those who still live. There should be no more fighting until the talks are completed. He proposes that you and he meet alone between the two armies in the morning and discuss terms of peace. If what your master intends is deceit, replied Khalid, then by Allah, we ourselves are the root of trickery, and there is none like us in stratagem and guile. If he has a secret plot, it will only hasten his own end and the annihilation of the rest of you. If on the other hand he is truthful, then we shall not make peace except on the payment of the jizya. As for any offer of wealth, we shall soon take it from you anyway. Khalid's words, uttered with unshakable conviction, had a profound effect on David. Saying that he would go and convey Khalid's message to Wardan, he turned and began to walk away while Khalid stood staring after him and sensing that all was not as it seemed. David had not gone far before it suddenly struck him that Khalid was right, that victory would go to Muslims and the Romans would perish no matter what tricks they tried. He decided to save himself and his family by confessing the truth. Consequently, he retraced his steps and once again stood before Khalid, to whom he revealed the entire Roman plot, including the place at which the 10 Romans would lie concealed, below a hillock a little to the right of the Roman center. Khalid promised to spare David and his family on condition that he would not tell Wardan that the Muslims now knew of his plot. To this, David agreed. On his return to the Roman army, David informed Wardan of the initial talks he had had with Khalid and Khalid's agreement to the rendezvous as planned, but said nothing of the second conversation he had with the Muslim. Wardan was delighted. At first Khalid thought of going to the hillock alone and killing all 10 Romans himself. His adventurous soul thrilled at the prospect of a glorious fight, but when he discussed the matter with Abu Ubaidah, the latter dissuaded him and suggested that he should detail 10 valiant fighters instead. To this Khalid agreed. The 10 men he chose included Zirar, who was appointed leader of the party. He instructed Zirar to be prepared to next morning to dash out from the front rank of the Muslims and intercept and kill the 10 Romans when they appeared. But Zirar was no less adventurous in spirit than Khalid and insisted that he and his men be allowed to use the hours of darkness to find the Romans in their place of concealment and kill them in their lair. Knowing Zirar as he did, Khalid acceded to his request. Shortly before midnight, Zirar and his 9 comrades set off from the camp. Soon after sunrise, Wardan came forward in full imperial regalia, wearing bejeweled armor with a bejeweled sword hanging at his side. Khalid walked up from the Muslim center and stood in front of Wardan. The two armies were already arrayed in battle order as on the previous day. Wardan started negotiations with an attempt to browbeat the Muslim. He expressed his low opinion of the Arabians, how wretched were the conditions in which they lived, and how miserably starved they were in their homeland. Khalid's response was sharp and aggressive. "O Christian dog," he snapped, "this is your last chance to accept Islam or pay the jizya." At this, Wardan, without drawing his sword, sprang at Khalid and held him, at the same time shouting for the 10 Romans to come to his aid. From behind the hillock he saw, out of the corner of his eye, 10 Romans emerge and race towards him. Khalid also saw them and was horrified, for he was expecting to see Muslims emerge from behind the hillock. He had made no other arrangement for his own protection, and he wondered with a sense of deep sorrow if Zirar had at last met his match. As the group of Romans got nearer, however, Wardan noticed that the leader of these Romans was naked to the waist, and then the terrible truth dawned upon him. During the night Zirar and his 9 comrades had got to the hillock, killed all 10 Romans noiselessly, and then, such was Zirar's impish sense of humor, put on the garments and armor of the Romans. Later, however, Zirar discarded the garments and reverted to his normal fighting dress. As the first light of dawn appeared, these 10 Muslims said the prayer of the morning and then awaited the call of the Roman commander. Wardan left Khalid and stepped back, looking on helplessly as the 10 Muslims surrounded the pair. Zirar now advanced with drawn sword. At this Wardan implored Khalid, "I beseech you, in the name of whatever you worship, to kill me yourself. Do not let this devil come near me." In reply, Khalid nodded to Zirar. and the rare sword flashed in the sun and severed Wardan's head. It was Khalid's way so to time his attack as to get the maximum benefit from any tactical advantage which he had gained over his enemy. When no other advantage was possible and maneuver was restricted, he would exploit the psychological effect of killing the enemy commander-in-chief or some other prominent general, and strike a powerful blow with the entire army while the enemy was stunned by the moral setback of such a loss. Here again Khalid did the same. As soon as Wardan was killed, he ordered a general attack. The center, the wings, and the flank guards swept forward and assaulted the Romans, who were now under the command of Kubuklar. As the two armies met, another phase of violent hand-to-hand fighting began. Soon the fighting became vicious, with no quarter given or taken. The Muslims struck fiercely at the Roman formations, and the Romans struggled desperately to hold the assault. Khalid and all his officers fought in front of the men, and so did many of the Roman generals who were prepared to die for the glory of the empire. The battlefield soon turned into a wreckage of human bodies, mostly Roman, as the men struggled mightily without respite. At last, as the two sides were reaching the point of exhaustion, Khalid threw his reserve of 4,000 men under Yazid into the center, and with the added impetus of this reinforcement, the Muslims broke through at several places, driving deep wedges into the Roman army. In the center, a Muslim group got to where Kubukla stood with his head wrapped in a cloth and killed him. It is believed that Kubukla had ordered his head to be so wrapped because he could no longer bear to see such carnage. With the death of Kubukla, the Roman resistance weakened, and soon after collapsed entirely. The Romans fled from the field of battle. It was safer to stand and fight the Muslim Arabs in battle than to run from them. Against a fleeing enemy, the Arab of the desert was in his element. As the Romans sought to escape, they turned in three directions. Some fled towards Gaza, others towards Jaffa, but the largest group of fugitives made for Jerusalem. Khalid forthwith launched his cavalry in several regiments to pursue the enemy on all three routes, and at the hands of this cavalry, the Romans suffered even more grievous damage than in the 2 days of fighting on the plain of Ajnadin. The pursuit and the killing of the fugitives continued till sunset, when the pursuing columns returned to camp. The Roman army had been torn to pieces. It was a complete victory. The Romans had been fought in a set-piece battle after the regular imperial fashion, and were not only defeated tactically but also slaughtered mercilessly. The Roman army assembled at Ajnadin had ceased to exist as an army, although a sizable portion of it managed to get away, especially the part that fled to Jerusalem and found safety within its walls. In the first great encounter between Islam and Byzantium, the followers of Muhammad ﷺ had conquered. It had been a full and fierce battle, but without any fine maneuvers. The Roman army had not attempted any outflanking movement, since it was too large and too cumbersome to do so. The Muslims had not, because their army was comparatively small, and maneuvers against the flanks and rear of the enemy could only have been carried out by weakening the center, a clearly unjustifiable risk. Hence this had been a frontal clash of massed bodies of men in which Muslim leadership and the courage and skill of the warriors prevailed over the great size of the Roman legions. The only choice of maneuver available to Khalid had been to time his assaults to get the maximum benefit from the prevailing situation, which he did as has been described. And of course, when the Roman army broke, Khalid showed his typical drive by organizing the pursuit to ensure that as many Romans as possible were brought down before the rest reached a place of safety. Victory in the Battle of Ajnadin opened the way for the conquest of Syria. This land could not, of course, be conquered with a singular battle, for large imperial forces remained in the cities of Syria and Palestine, and the Roman emperor could draw on the resources of the whole empire, which stretched from Armenia to the Balkans. But the first great clash with the Romans was over, and the Muslims could now continue their campaign with the confidence that they would have no less success in the mighty battles that undoubtedly lay ahead. 3 days after the battle, according to Waqidi, Khalid wrote to Abu Bakr and informed him of the battle giving the Roman casualties as 50,000 dead at the cost of only 450 Muslims. The Roman commander-in-chief, his deputy and several top generals of the Roman army had been killed. Khalid also informed the Caliph that he would shortly march on Damascus. At Medina, the news of this victory was received with joy shouts of Allahu Akbar, and more volunteers came forward to join the holy war in Syria. These included Abu Sufyan, who, along with his wife, the redoubtable Hind, journeyed to Syria to join the corps of his son Yazid. In reply to Khalid's letter, Abu Bakr wrote to him to besiege Damascus until it was conquered, and thereafter attack Emesa and Antioch. Khalid was not, however, to advance beyond the northern frontier of Syria. Heraclius was at Emesa when the news of the crushing defeat of the Roman army struck him like a bolt from the sky. Heraclius felt devastated. He journeyed to Antioch, and expecting the Muslims to advance on Damascus, ordered the remnants of the Roman army at Jerusalem, but not its local garrison, to intercept the Muslims at Yaqusa and delay their advance. At the same time, he ordered more forces into motion towards Damascus to strengthen that city and prepare for a siege. A week after the Battle of Ajnadin, Khalid marched with the Muslim army and, again bypassing Jerusalem from the south, moved towards Damascus. At Fahl, which held a strong Roman garrison, he left a mounted detachment under Abul Awad to keep the garrison tied down in the fort. With the rest of the army, he moved on and reached the bank of river Yarmouk at Yaqusa, where he was again faced by the Roman forces on the north bank. The Romans were not in a position to offer serious resistance, as they were still shaken by their defeat at Ajnadin. Their main purpose here was only a rear-guard action to gain more time for the reinforcements of Damascus. Nevertheless, a battle did take place at Yaqusa in mid-August 634, mid-Jamadul Akhir 13 Hijri, and the Romans were again defeated. The Romans fell back in haste, and Khalid advanced upon Damascus. End of chapter 29. Dear people watching and listening, Assalamu alaikum. Kindly like and share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please support my channel by contributing to my Patreon account so that I can continue making the audiobook series. The chapters 27 to 29 were recorded earlier and uploaded on my channel. Therefore, they will remain the way they are. From chapter 27 to 36, the book enters into part 4, which tells in detail the Muslim conquest of Syria, which ran from 634 to 638 AD. Syria in those times was under the Byzantine Empire, ruled by Emperor Heraclius. On conquering Syria, the region became an Islamic province known as Bilad al-Sham. Start of chapter 30. The conquest of Damascus. Damascus is one of the most blessed cities of al-Sham, Syria, Jordan, Palestine. A quote by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Abu Dawood, Ahmad and Hakim from Abu Darda, Sahih al-Jami'i al-Saghir, number 2116. Damascus was known as the paradise of Syria, a glittering metropolis which contained everything that makes a city great and famous. It had wealth, culture, temples, and troops. It had history. The main part of the city was enclosed by a massive wall, 11 meters high, but outside the battlements lay some suburbs which were not protected. The fortified city was a mile long and half a mile wide and was entered by 6 gates: the East Gate, the Gate of Thomas, the Jabiya Gate, the Gate of Faradis, the Kaysan Gate, and the Small Gate. Along the north wall ran the river Barada, which, however, was too small to be of military significance. At the time of the Syrian campaign, the Roman commander-in-chief at Damascus was Thomas, son-in-law of Emperor Heraclius. A deeply religious man and a devout Christian, he was known not only for his courage and skill in the command of troops, but also for his intelligence and learning. Under him served as his deputy a general by the name of Harbees, about whom little is known except that he was the general who was in active command of the garrison, however, was Azazir, a veteran soldier who had spent a lifetime campaigning in the east and had acquired fame in countless battles against the Persians and the Turks. He was acknowledged as a great champion and was proud of the fact that he had never lost a duel. Having served in Syria for many years, he knew Arabic very well and spoke it fluently. Azazir's garrison consisted of no less than 12,000 soldiers. But Damascus as a city had not been prepared for a siege. Although its walls and bastions were in good order, nothing had been done for the storage of food and fodder, a task which for a garrison and a population so large would take weeks and months. The Romans can hardly be blamed for this neglect, for ever since the final defeat of the Persians by Heraclius in 628 AD, there had been no threat of any kind to Syria. And it was not until the Battle of Ajnadain had been fought that the Romans realized the full extent of the danger which threatened them. Heraclius, working from his headquarters at Antioch, now set about the task of putting things right and preparing Damascus for a siege. Having ordered the remnants of the army of Ajnadin to delay the Muslims at Yaqusa, he sent a force of 5,000 soldiers from Antioch to reinforce the garrison of Damascus. This force was placed under a general named Kulus, who promised the emperor that he would bring the head of Khalid on a lance. Kulus arrived at Damascus at about the time when the Battle of Yaqusa was fought. The strength of the garrison at Damascus was thus raised to 17,000 men, but Kulus and Azazir were professional rivals, and there was little love lost between them. Each wished to see the downfall of the other. Thomas worked feverishly to prepare the city for a siege. Provisions were rapidly gathered from surrounding countryside to sustain the garrison and the inhabitants in case the lines of supply were severed by the besiegers. However, not enough could be gathered for a long siege. Scouts were sent out to watch and report on the movement of the Muslims, and the bulk of the army, leaving strong guards and a reserve in Damascus, was ordered to prepare to fight a battle outside Damascus. The idea was to defeat and drive back the Muslims before they could invest the city, but it was with mounting anxiety that the Damascenes awaited the arrival of Khalid. Khalid had by now organized a military staff, a simple beginning of what later in military history would emerge as the general staff. He had collected from all the regions in which he had fought, Arabia, Iraq, Syria, and Palestine, a small group of keen and intelligent men who acted as his staff officers, mainly functioning as an intelligence staff. They would collect information, organize the dispatch and questioning of agents, and keep Khalid up to date with the latest military situation. Intelligence was one aspect of war to which Khalid paid special attention. Ever watchful and ever ready to exploit fleeting opportunities, it was said of him that he neither slept nor let others sleep, and nothing was concealed from him. But this was a personal staff rather than the staff of an army headquarters. Wherever Khalid went, this staff went with him. Khalid had also made a notable change in the organization of the army. From his army of Iraq, which after Ajnadin numbered about 8,000 men, he had organized a force of 4,000 horsemen, which the early historians refer to as the Army of Movement. For want of a better translation, it shall here be called the Mobile Guard. This force, like the army of Iraq, which now comprised just one corps of the Muslim army, was kept under his personal command by Khalid, and was earmarked as a mobile reserve for use in battle as required. The mobile guard was undoubtedly the finest body of men in the army, a corps d'elite. From Yakusa, Khalid marched with his corps of Iraq in the lead. This was followed by the other corps and the women and children. By now the families of the warriors from Iraq, which had been sent to Medina before the perilous march, had also joined the Muslims' army in Syria. After 3 days of marching along the Jabiya route, the leading elements arrived at Marjus Safar, about 12 miles from Damascus, and discovered a large Roman army barring their way. This Roman force, consisting of about 12,000 soldiers and commanded by Kulus and Azazir, had been sent forward by Thomas to fight a battle in the open and drive the Muslims away from Damascus, or if that were not possible, delay the Muslim advance and thus gain more time for the provisioning of the city. For the night, the leading Muslim corps camped about a mile from the Roman position, while the other corps was still some distance behind. Marjus Safar, the Yellow Meadow, stretched south from Kiswa, a small town 12 miles from Damascus on the present road to Daraa. At the southern edge of the town ran a small wooded wadi, and from this wadi stretched southwards the Marjus Safar. Just west of the town rose a low ridge, and the Roman position was in front of this and south of the wadi. The following morning, on August 19, 634, the 19th of Jamadiul Akhir, 13 Hijri, Khalid moved up his corps, and the Muslims and the Romans marshaled their forces for the Battle of Marjus Safar. The rest of the Muslim army was rushing to the battlefield, but it would be another 2 hours or so before it arrived. The leading corps, which was now deployed for battle, would act as a firm base on which the whole army would form up on arrival. The Romans appeared to remain on the defensive, since they made no move to engage the Muslims. In the meantime, Khalid started a phase of duels that would keep the Romans occupied until the arrival of the remaining Muslim corps. This phase was rather like a tournament with gallants displaying their courage and skill, except that a good deal of blood was shed. The Romans played the game sportingly, for they too had champions and gallant as any, and among these the 2 generals, Kulus and Azazir, were considered the bravest and the best. The rank and file of the 2 armies stood by as spectators and cheered their players. Khalid started this bloody tournament by calling forward a number of his stalwarts, including Dirar, Shurahbil, and Abdur Rahman bin Abi Bakr. All these cavaliers rode out from the Muslim front rank, galloped about the space between the 2 armies, and threw their individual challenges. Against each of them a Roman officer emerged, and the champions paired off for combat. Practically every Roman was killed. After killing his opponents, the Muslim champion would gallop across the front of the Roman army, taunting and challenging, and on getting a suitably opportunity, would even strike down 1 or 2 men in the front rank before retiring to the Muslim army. As in earlier encounters, Tirar, naked above the waist, did the most damage and slew the largest number of Romans, thrilling the spectators with his daredevilry. When this had gone on for an hour or so, Khalid decided that it was time for the heavyweight bout. He called back the Muslim officers and rode forward himself. As he got into the center of the battlefield, he called, "I am the pillar of Islam. I am the companion of the Prophet. I am the noble warrior, Khalid bin Waleed." Since he was the commander of the Muslim army, his challenge had to be met by a top-ranking Roman general. Kulus had by now lost some of his zest for battle, because he had been intimidated by the sad fate of all the Romans who had come forward to duel with the Muslims this morning. It appears that he was unwilling to accept the challenge of Khalid, but egged on by the taunts of his rival Azazir, he rode out from the front of the Roman army. On getting near Khalid, he indicated that he wished to talk, but Khalid paid no heed to his sign and attacked him with his lance. Kulus parried the thrust, showing uncommon skill in doing so. Khalid charged at him again, but the thrust was parried. Khalid decided not to use the lance any more. He came near his opponent, dropped his lance and grappled with him with his bare hands. Catching Kulus by the collar, he jerked him off his horse, whereupon the Roman fell to the ground and made no effort to rise. At this, Khalid signaled for two Muslims to come to him. When they came forward, he ordered them to take Kulus away as a prisoner, which they did. While the Romans were dismayed by the sight of this encounter, Azazir was secretly pleased and hoped that the Muslims would kill Kulus. Now he came forward, and regarding himself as a greater fighter than Kulus, had no doubt that he would soon make short work of Khalid. But he would first amuse himself by making fun of the Muslim commander. Azazir stopped a few paces from Khalid and said in Arabic, "O Arab brother, come near me so that I can ask you some questions." "O enemy of Allah," replied Khalid, "come near me yourself, or I shall come and take your head." Azazil looked surprised, but urged his horse forward and stopped at dueling distance. In a gentle, persuasive tone he continued, "O Arab brother, what makes you come to fight in person? Do you not fear that I will kill you? Your comrades will be left without a commander." "O enemy of Allah, you have already seen what a few of my comrades have done. If I were to give them permission, they would destroy your entire army with Allah's help. I have with me men who regard death as a blessing and this life as an illusion. Anyway, who are you?" "Do you not know me?" Azazir exclaimed. "I am the champion of Syria. I am the killer of Persians. I am the breaker of Turkish armies." "What is your name?" asked Khalid. "I am named after the angel of death. I am Israel." At this Khalid laughed. "I fear that he after whom you are named seeks you ardently, to take you to the abyss of hell." Azazir ignored this remark and went on in an unconcerned way. "What have you done with your prisoner Kulus?" "He is held in irons." "What prevents you from killing him? He is the most cunning of the Romans." "Nothing prevents me except the desire to kill both of you together." "Listen," said the Roman, "I shall give you 1,000 pieces of gold, 10 robes of brocade, and 5 horses if you kill him, and give me his head." "That is the price for him. What will you give me to save yourself?" "What do you want of me?" "The jizya." This enraged Azazir, who said, "As we rise in honor, so you fall in disgrace. Defend yourself, or now I will kill you." These words were hardly out of the Roman's mouth when Khalid assailed him. He struck several times with his sword, but Azazir, showing perfect mastery over the art, parried every blow and remained unharmed. A cry of admiration rose from the Muslim ranks at the skill with which the Roman was defending himself against their commander, who had few equals in combat, and those only among the Muslims. Khalid also stopped in amazement. The face of the Roman broke into smile as he said, "By the Messiah, I could easily kill you if I wished, but I am determined to take you alive, so that I may then release you on condition that you leave our land." Khalid was infuriated by the cool, condescending manner of the Roman general, and his success in defending himself. He decided to take the Roman alive and humble him. As he moved forward to attack again, however, to his great surprise, Azazir turned his horse and began to canter away. Believing that the Roman was fleeing from combat, Khalid pursued him, and the spectators saw the remarkable spectacle of two generals galloping, one after the other, in the no man's land between the two armies. Several times the riders galloped round the field, and then Khalid began to lag behind, his horse sweating and winded. The Roman was better mounted, and his horse showed no sign of fatigue. This apparently was a predetermined plan of Azazir, for when he saw Khalid's mount exhausted, he reined in his horse and waited for Khalid to catch up. Khalid was now in a most unforgiving mood, since in this race his opponent had got the better of him, and it did not help his temper to hear the Roman mock at him. "O Arab, do not think that I fled in fear. In fact, I am being kind to you. Lo, I am the taker of souls. I am the angel of death." Khalid's horse was no longer fit for combat. He dismounted and walked towards Azazir, sword in hand. The Roman gloated at the sight of his opponent approaching on foot, while he himself was mounted. Now, he thought, he had Khalid just where he wanted him. As Khalid got within striking distance, Azazir raised his sword and made a vicious sideways swipe to cut off the Muslim's head. But Khalid ducked to let the blade swish past harmlessly inches above his head. The next instant he struck at the forelegs of the Roman's horse, severing them completely from the body, and horse and rider came tumbling down. Now all courage left Azazir. He got up and tried to run, but Khalid sprang at him and catching him with both hands, lifted him bodily off the ground and hurled him down. Next he caught Azazir by the collar, jerked him up and marched him back to the Muslim army, where he joined Kulus in irons. This grand duel was hardly over when two more Muslim corps, those of Abu Ubaidah and Amr bin al-As, arrived at the battlefield. Khalid deployed them as the wings of his army, and as soon as the battle formation was complete, ordered a general attack. The Romans stood firm for an hour or so, but could not hold the Muslims longer. The loss of a large number of their officers, including the two top generals, had had a depressing effect on their spirits, and the fact that Damascus stood just behind, beckoning to them to come and be saved within its walls, acted as a temptation to withdraw. So they retreated in good order, leaving behind a large number of dead. The Roman army arrived at the city and entered its walls, closing the gates behind it. The Muslims spent the night on the plain, and the following day marched to the city. Here on August 20, 634 AD, the 20th of Jamadiul Akhir, 13 Hijri, Khalid launched the Muslim army into the siege of Damascus. Khalid had already left behind a mounted detachment at Fahal to keep the Roman garrison occupied and prevent it from coming to the aid of Damascus or interfering with the movement of messengers and reinforcements from Medina. Now he sent out another detachment on the road to Emesa to take up a position near Bat Lahia, about 10 miles from the city, and instructed its commander to send out scouts to observe and report the arrival of Roman relief columns. If unable to deal with such columns himself, the detachment commander would seek Khalid's help, having thus arranged a blocking position to isolate Damascus from northern Syria, which was the most likely region whence relief columns could approach Damascus. Khalid surrounded the city with the rest of the army. Damascus now held a Roman garrison of about 15,000 to 16,000 soldiers, a considerable civil population comprising the permanent inhabitants, and a large number of people from the surrounding region who had taken refuge in the city. The Muslim strength at Damascus is not recorded, but must have been quite a bit less than in the preceding month. Muslim dead in the 3 battles just fought at Ajnadin, at Yakusa, and at the Marjus Safar undoubtedly ran into 4 figures, and thousands more must have been wounded in these battles and rendered unable to participate in the siege. Moreover, a group had been sent out as a blocking force and a detachment left at Fahal. In view of all this, I estimate the Muslim strength at Damascus at about 20,000 men. With this strength, Khalid besieged the city. He positioned the corps of Iraq, which included elements of the mobile guard, at the east gate. He placed the bulk of this corps under Rafi, and himself stayed a short distance away from the east gate with a reserve of 400 horsemen from the mobile guard. He established his headquarters in a monastery which, as a result, became known as Dair Khalid, that is, Monastery of Khalid, and it is believed that the monks living in this monastery helped Muslims in various ways, including the care of the Muslim wounded. At each of the remaining gates, he deployed a force of 4,000 to 5,000 men, whose commanders were as follows: Gate of Thomas, Shurahbil; Jabiya Gate, Abu Ubada; Gate of Faradis, Amr bin al-As; Kaysan Gate, Yazid; Small Gate, Yazid. To the corps commanders, Khalid gave instructions to the effect that they would a. Camp outside bow range of the fort, b. Keep the gate under observation, c. Move archers up to engage any Roman archers who appeared on the battlements, d. Throw back any Roman force which sallied out from the gate, and e. Seek Khalid's help in case of heavy pressure. Tirar was placed in command of 2,000 horsemen from the mobile guard, and given the task of patrolling the empty spaces between the gates during the night and helping any corps attacked by the Romans. With these instructions, the Muslim corps deployed, and the siege began. Tents were pitched, and Tirar started his patrolling. Every main avenue of relief and escape was closed, but they supplied only to formed bodies of men. Individuals could still be lowered from the wall at many places during the night, and thus Thomas was able to keep in touch with the outside world and with Heraclius at Antioch. On the day following the arrival of the Muslims, Khalid had Kulus and Azazi brought in irons near the east gate, where they could be seen by the Romans on the wall. Here both generals were offered Islam, and both rejected the offer. Then, in full view of the Roman garrison, the two generals were beheaded, the executioner being none other than Tirar. For 3 weeks the siege continued with no major action, except for a few half-hearted Roman sallies which the Muslims had no difficulty in repulsing. During the day the two sides would keep up a sporadic exchange of archery, though no great damage was suffered by either side. This was to be a siege to the bitter end. Damascus would, if necessary, be starved into submission. Soon after, Heraclius heard of the defeat of the Roman army at Marjus Safar by Khalid and the commencement of the siege of the city. He undertook measures to raise fresh forces. The recent blows suffered by the empire were serious enough, but the successful advance of the Muslims had now created an even more critical situation, and Damascus itself was in danger. If Damascus fell, it would be a staggering blow to the prestige it could not recover without mobilizing the entire military resources of the empire, a task not to be undertaken except in the direct emergency. And Damascus was in danger of falling not because of insufficient troops in the city, but because of insufficient supplies. It had not been provisioned for a long siege. Within 10 days of the start of the siege, Heraclius had raised a new army of 12,000 men, drawn from garrisons in various parts of northern Syria and the Jazir. This army was launched from Antioch with a large baggage train carrying supplies, and the commander was instructed to reach Damascus at any cost and relieve the beleaguered garrison. The relief column marched via Emesa, made contact with Muslim scouts between Emesa and Damascus, and from here onwards was prepared for battle at a moment's notice. On September 9, 634 AD, the 10th of Rajab, 13 Hijri, a messenger came galloping into Khalid's camp to inform him that a large Roman army of undetermined strength was advancing rapidly from Emesa, and in a day or so would make contact with the blocking force deployed at Bat Lihia. Khalid was not surprised to hear this, for he had guessed that Heraclius would do everything in his power to relieve Damascus. and it was for this reason that Khalid had placed a blocking force on the main route by which a relief column could approach the city. He immediately organized a mounted force of 5,000 men and placed it under Dirar. He instructed Dirar to proceed with all speed to the area of Beit Lihya, take command of the regiment already deployed there, and deal with the relief column approaching from Emesa. He cautioned Dirar against being rash and instructed him to seek reinforcements before committing his force to battle in case the enemy's strength proved too large. Such words of caution, however, were wasted on Dirar. If there was one quality which he did not possess, it was caution. With Rafi as his second in command, Dirar rode away from Damascus and, picking up the blocking force, moved forward to a low ridge a little short of Saniyatul Uqab, the Pass of the Eagle, and deployed his force in ambush. Next morning the Roman army appeared in sight. The Muslims waited. As the head of the Roman column got close to the ambush, Dirar ordered the attack. His men rose from their places of concealment and, led by their half-naked commander, rushed at the Romans. But the Romans were prepared for such a contingency. They deployed so quickly in battle formation that the action became a frontal engagement, with the Muslims attacking and the Romans standing firm in defense on higher ground in front of the Pass of the Eagle. The Muslims now realized the full strength of the enemy, which amounted to twice their own. But this did not matter to Dirar. Assaulting furiously in front of his men, he got far ahead of his comrades and before long was completely surrounded by the Romans. His enemies recognized him as the naked champion. He decided to take him alive and show him as a prize to their emperor. Dirar was wounded by an arrow in the right arm, but continued to fight as the Romans closed in. At last, however, after he had suffered several wounds, he was overpowered by the Romans, who then sent him to the rear. The loss of Dirar had a depressing effect on the Muslims, but Rafi was a worthy successor to the dashing Dirar. Taking command, he launched several attacks to get through to Dirar and rescue him, but his efforts proved fruitless, and the action turned into a stalemate. Rafi realized that there was nothing that he could do to break the Roman force deployed in front of him, and in the afternoon he sent a message to Khalid telling him about the engagement, about the enemy's strength, and about the loss of Dirar, probably still alive as a prisoner. The sun was still well above the horizon when Khalid received news of this engagement. He realized the Roman strength at Beit Lihya was too large for Rafi to tackle on his own, and this placed Khalid in a serious dilemma. The Roman relief column had to be defeated and driven back towards Emesa, and this could be done quickly only if Khalid himself took command at Beit Lihya with a sizable reinforcement from Damascus. Failing this, the Roman relief column would have every chance of breaking through the Muslim blocking force, and this could have a disastrous effect on the Muslim siege of Damascus. But there was also the problem of timing. If an immediate move were to be made to reinforce Rafi, the Roman garrison would observe the move and sally out to break the grip of the weakened besieging force. The relieving Romans at Beit Lihya had to be beaten, yet the besieged Romans in Damascus had to be kept in the dark about the movement of Muslim reinforcements from Damascus. Khalid decided to risk a delay and carry out on move till the latter part of the night, by when the beleaguered garrison would be less likely to discover the move. Preparations were made accordingly. The command at Damascus was taken over by Abu Ubaidah, who would see to the siege operations during Khalid's absence. After midnight, a detachment of 1,000 Muslim warriors under Maysara bin Masruq took up positions at the east gate, and some other readjustments were made at the other gates. Then, sometime between midnight and dawn, Khalid set off with his mobile guard of 4,000 horses. The guard moved swiftly through the remainder of the night and early the following morning arrived at the scene of battle between Rafi and the Romans. The fighting was continuing on this second day of battle with no decision in sight. Indeed, the Muslims were now tired of attacking the Romans, who stood like a rock against the Muslim assaults. As Khalid approached the battlefield, he suddenly saw a Muslim rider flash past him from behind and gallop off towards the Roman front. Before Khalid could stop him, he was gone. A slim, lightly built person, dressed in black, this rider wore a breastplate and was armed with a sword and a long lance. He sported a green turban and had a scarf wrapped around his head, acting as a mask, with only his eyes visible. Khalid arrived on the battlefield in time to see this rider throw himself at the Romans with such fury that everyone present thought that he and his host must both be mad. Rafi saw this rider before he saw Khalid and remarked, "He attacks like Khalid, but he is clearly not Khalid." Then Khalid joined Rafi. Khalid took a little time to organize Rafi's group and his own mobile guard into one and deployed it as a combined force for battle. Meanwhile, the masked rider treated the Muslims to a thrilling display of horsemanship and attacks with the lance. He would go charging on his own, strike the Roman front at one point and kill a man, then go galloping away to another part of the front, again strike someone in the Roman front line, and so on. A few Romans came forward to tackle him, but all went down before his terrible lance. Marveling at this wondrous sight, the Muslims could still see nothing more of the warrior than a youthful figure and a pair of bright eyes shining above the mask. The rider appeared bent on suicide, as with his clothes and lance covered with blood, he struck again and again at the Romans. The example of this warrior put fresh courage into the men of Rafi, who forgot their fatigue and went into battle with renewed high spirits as Khalid gave the order to attack. The masked rider, now joined by many others, continued his personal war against the Romans as the entire Muslim force attacked the Roman front. Soon after the general attack had begun, Khalid got near this rider and called, "O warrior, show us your face." A pair of dark eyes flashed at Khalid before the rider turned away and galloped off into another assault at the Romans. Next, a few of Khalid's men caught up with him and said, "O noble warrior, your commander calls you and you turn away from him. Show us your face and tell us your name so that you may be properly honored." Again the rider turned away as if deliberately trying to keep his identity a secret. As the masked rider returned from his charge, he passed by Khalid, who called to him sternly to stop. The rider pulled up his horse, and Khalid continued, "You have done enough to fill our hearts with adoration. Who are you?" Khalid nearly fell off his horse when he heard the reply of the masked rider, for it was the voice of a girl. "O commander, I only turn away from you out of modesty. You are the glorious commander, and I am of those who stay behind the veil. I fight like this because my heart is on fire." "Who are you?" "I am Khawla, sister of Zirar. My brother has been captured, and I must fight to set him free." Khalid marveled at the old man Al-Azwar, who had fathered two such dauntless fighters, a boy and a girl. "Then come and attack with us," he said. The Muslim attack continued in force, and at about midday, the Romans began to withdraw from the battlefield in good order. The Muslims followed, keeping up a steady pressure, but there was no sign of Zirar, dead or alive. Then, as a good luck would have it, some local Arabs came to the Muslims with the information that they had seen 100 Romans riding to Emesa, with a half-naked man in their midst, tied to his horse. Khalid at once guessed that Zirar had been sent away from the battlefield and ordered Rafi to take 100 picked riders, move wide around the flank of the Romans, get to the Emesa road and intercept the escort taking Zirar to Emesa. Rafi at once selected 100 stalwarts and set off, accompanied of course by Khawla bint al-Azwar. Rafe got to the Emesa road at a point which the escort had not yet reached and waited in ambush. When the 100 Romans arrived at this point, Rafe and his men assailed them, killed most of the soldiers and set Dirar free. The naked champion and his loving sister were happily reunited. The party again made a wide detour to avoid the Roman army and rejoined Khalid, who was very, very grateful to Rafe for rescuing Dirar. Under the unrelenting pressure of the Muslims, the Romans increased the pace of their retreat. As the Muslims struck with great ferocity, the retreat turned into a rout, and the Romans took to their heels and fled in the direction of Emesa. Khalid could not pursue the fleeing enemy because he had to get back to Damascus. The Muslim forces investing the city had been weakened by 9,000 men with the departure of first Rafe's detachment, and then the reinforcement of the mobile guard. In case the Romans should attack in strength against any Muslim corps, there would be a serious danger of their breaking through. Consequently, Khalid sent only a mounted regiment under Samt bin al-Aswad to follow the Romans to Emesa. Samt got there in due course and found that the Romans had withdrawn into the fort. The local inhabitants of Emesa, however, approached Samt and let it be known that they had no desire to fight the Muslims, with whom they would make peace and even feed any soldiers quartered in their city. After a friendly exchange of messages, Samt returned to Damascus. Meanwhile, Khalid had rejoined the Muslim army at Damascus. He resumed command and re-established the Muslim dispositions as they had been before the appearance of the Roman relief column. The news of the sad fate of the relief column spread among the inhabitants of Damascus, and it was a grievous blow indeed. The Damascene had pinned their hopes on Heraclius sending such a force to save them. Heraclius had in fact done his best, but the hopes of the city had been shattered by Khalid's action at Beit Lihia. Heraclius could no doubt raise more forces, but that would take time. Meanwhile, the supplies were running low and there was no fresh ray of hope to brighten the horizon and give assurance and strength to the people of Damascus. A number of questions were raised wherever people assembled. Even if Heraclius raised a fresh column, and this was unlikely in the near future, what assurance did they have that it would achieve better success than the last one? If the Muslims could do what they did to an army of 90,000 men at Ajnadin, what chance did the relatively small force at Damascus have of avoiding a military defeat and the plunder and captivity which would doubtless follow? How much longer would the supplies last? Would it not be better to make peace with the Muslims on whatever terms were offered, and in this manner avoid total destruction? Spirits fell as content rose in Damascus, especially in the non-Roman section of the population. The situation was becoming increasingly more desperate, and the tension increasingly more unbearable. Then a delegation of prominent citizens approached Thomas. They apprised him of their fears and suggested that he consider the possibility of making peace with Khalid. But Thomas assured them that he had sufficient troops to defend the city, and would soon take the offensive to drive the Muslims away. Special services were held in the churches and prayers offered for deliverance from the peril which threatened the city. Thomas decided to attempt a powerful sally from the fort. He was a brave man, and as long as there was some chance of success, he would not surrender. The following morning, early in the third week of September 634 AD, Thomas drew men from all sectors of the city and formed a strong force to break out through the gate of Thomas. His immediate opponent here was Shurabil with his corps of about 5,000 men. Thomas started the operation with a concentrated shower of arrows and stones against the Muslim archers in order to drive them back and get more room for debouching from the gate. The Muslims answered the Roman salvos with their own volleys of arrows. At the very beginning of this exchange, several Muslims were killed, one of whom was Aban bin Sa'id bin al-Asa, a man who had only recently got married to an unusually brave woman. As soon as she heard that she had become a widow, she took a bow and joined the Muslim archers, seeking revenge. On the wall of the fort near the gate of Thomas stood a priest with a large cross, the sight of which was intended to give added courage to the Romans. Unfortunately for this priest, the young Muslim widow chose him as her target. The arrow she shot at him drove through the man's breast, and priest and cross came tumbling down to the foot of the wall, to the delight of the Muslims and the dismay of the Romans. However, in this exchange the Romans got the better of the Muslims, and after a while the besiegers were driven back to a line out of range of the Roman archers and slingers. Next the gate was opened, and the Roman foot soldiers, covered by the archers and slingers on the wall, rushed through the gate and fanned out into battle formation. As soon as the deployment was complete, Thomas ordered the attack against the corps of Shurahbil, which had also formed up a few hundred yards from the gate. Thomas himself led the assault, sword in hand, and according to the chronicler, rode like a camel. Very soon there was heavy fighting between the two bodies of men. Shurahbil's corps was outnumbered but held its ground, not yielding an inch, and Roman losses began to mount. Thomas now noticed Shurahbil, and guessing that he was the commander of this Muslim force, made for him. Shurahbil saw him coming, and with the blood-covered sword in his hand prepared to meet him. But before Thomas could reach Shurahbil, he was struck in his right eye by an arrow, again fired by the widow, and fell to the ground. He was quickly picked up by his men and carried away, while at the same moment the Romans began to fall back to the fort. Thus, under pressure from swordsmen and under the punishing fire of Muslim archers deployed on the flanks, the Romans returned to the fort, leaving behind a large number of dead, several of whom had fallen to the arrows of the widow of Aban. Inside the fort the surgeons examined the eye of Thomas. The arrow had not penetrated deep, but they found that it could not be extracted. They therefore cut off the shaft where it entered the eye, and Thomas, instead of being depressed by the loss of his eye and the pain of his wound, showed himself to be a man of extraordinary courage. He swore that he would take 1,000 eyes in return, that he would not only defeat these Muslims, but would follow them into Arabia, which, after he had finished with it, would be fit only for the habitation of wild beasts. He ordered another great sally to be carried out that night. Meanwhile Shurahbil was not a little worried. He had lost quite a large number of men, killed and wounded, and feared that if another determined sally were made by the Romans, they might succeed in breaking through his corps. He consequently asked Khalid for reinforcements, but Khalid had no men to spare. He could not weaken the other corps because the Romans could attack at any gate, and might well choose another gate for their next sally. He instructed Shurahbil to hold on as best as he could, and assured him that Dirar with his 2,000 men would get to him in case of heavy pressure. If need be, he himself with his reserve would come and take over the battle at the gate of Thomas. Shurahbil prepared for another sally by the Romans, quite determined to hold on to the last man. For the sally of the night, Thomas again selected the gate of Thomas as the point of main effort in order to exploit the damage which he had undoubtedly caused to the corps of Shurahbil. But he planned to make sallies from other gates also. The locations of the various Muslim corps and their commanders were known in detail to the garrison. To keep the Muslim corps at other gates tied down, so that they would not be able to come to the aid of Shurahbil, Thomas ordered sallies from the Jabiyah gate, the small gate, and the east gate. For the last he allotted rather more forces than for the others, so that Khalid would be unable to move to Shurahbil's help and take command in that decisive sector. Attacking from several gates also gave more flexibility to the operation. Thus, if success were achieved in any sector other than the gate of Thomas, that could be converted into the main sector and the success exploited accordingly. In his orders, Thomas emphasized the need for swift attacks, so that the Muslims would be caught unawares and destroyed in their camps. No quarter would be given. Any Muslim wishing to surrender would be killed on the spot. Any, that is, but Khalid, who was to be taken alive. The moon would rise about 2 hours before midnight. Soon after, on the signal of gong to be struck on the orders of Thomas, the gates would be flung open and the attacks launched simultaneously. In the moonlight, the Roman attacks began as planned. At the Jabiya gate there was some hard fighting, and Abu Ubaidah himself entered the fray with drawn sword. The son of the surgeon was an accomplished swordsman, and several Romans fell under his blows before the sally was repulsed, and the Romans hastened back to the city. At the small gate, Yazid had fewer troops than were positioned at the other gates, and the Romans gained some initial success. But luckily Dirar was nearby and joined Yazid with 2,000 warriors. Without a moment's delay, Dirar hurled his men at the enemy, whereupon the Romans reacted as if they had been assailed by demons, and hastily withdrew to the fort with Dirar close upon their heels. At the east gate, the situation soon became more serious, for a larger Roman force had been assigned to this sector. From the sounds of battle, Khalid was able to judge that the enemy had advanced farther than he should have been allowed to, and fearing that Rafi might not be able to hold the attack, went into battle himself with his reserve of 400 veterans from the mobile guard. As he got to the Romans, he gave his personal battle cry, "I am the noble warrior, Khalid bin Waleed." This battle cry was by now known to all the Romans, and had the effect of imposing caution upon them. In fact, it marked the turning point in the sally at the east gate. Soon the Romans were in full retreat with the Muslims cutting down the stragglers. Most of this force was able to re-enter the city and close the east gate behind it. The heaviest fighting, however, took place at the gate of Thomas, where Shurabil's corps, having fought a hard action during the day, had to bear the brunt of the fighting of the night. The moonlight helped visibility as the Romans rushed out of the gate and began to storm up for battle. In this process they were subjected to withering fire from Shurabil's archers, but in spite of some losses, they completed their deployment and advanced to battle. For 2 hours the fighting continued unabated, with Shurabil's men struggling desperately to hold the Roman attack, and hold it they did. Shortly after midnight, Thomas, who was himself fighting in the front rank, singled out Shurabil. The Muslim commander could be easily identified by the orders that he was shouting to his warriors. The two commanders paired off and began to duel with sword and shield. For some time, while the rest of the soldiers were locked in wild, frenzied combat, the duel of the two champions continued with no success to either. Then Shurahbil, seeing an opening, struck with all his might at the shoulder of Thomas, but his sword landing on the hard metal shoulder pad of the Roman's plate broke into pieces. Shurahbil was now at the mercy of Thomas. Luckily for him, at that very moment, two Muslims came up beside him and engaged Thomas. Shurahbil pulled back, picked up the sword of a fallen Muslim, and again returned to combat. But Thomas was no longer there. By now the Romans had had enough of battle. Seeing that there was no weakening in the Muslim front, Thomas decided that to continue the attack would be fruitless and would lead to even heavier casualties among his men. He ordered a withdrawal, and the Romans moved back at a steady pace. The Muslims made no attempt to follow, though their archers did a certain amount of damage. Again the young widow used her bow with deadly effect. This was the last attempt by Thomas to break the siege. The attempt had failed. He had lost thousands of men in these sallies, and could no longer afford to fight outside the walls of the city. His soldiers shared his disillusionment. They would fight to defend the city, but would not venture to engage the Muslims outside the fort. Thomas now gave more authority to his deputy Herbes, delegating to him several of the functions of command which hitherto he had himself exercised. After the failure of the nocturnal sally, the despair of the Damascenes knew no bounds. The dark clouds which threatened the great city had no silver lining. There was widespread grumbling among the people, who now wished for nothing but peace, and in this desire they were joined by Thomas, who had fought gallantly in defense of the city and answered the call of honor. He was prepared to make peace and surrender the fort on terms. But was Khalid prepared to make peace? He was known as a man of violence who looked upon battle as a sport, and since he undoubtedly knew the internal conditions prevailing in Damascus, would he accept anything less than an unconditional surrender, by which they would all be placed at his mercy? By now the Romans had come to know the Muslim generals very well. They knew that Abu Ubaidah was next in command after Khalid, and wished he were the first in command. The son of the surgeon was essentially a man of peace, gentle, kind, benevolent, and looked upon war as a sacred duty rather than a source of pleasure and excitement. With him they could make peace, and he would doubtless be generous in his terms. But Abu Ubaidah was not the army commander. For 2 or 3 days this dilemma continued, and then the matter was taken out of their hands by Jonah the lover. Jonah, son of Marcus, was a Greek who was madly in love with a girl, also Greek. Actually, she was his wife. Just before the arrival of the Muslims they had been married, but the ceremony of handing over the bride to the husband had not been completed when the Muslims arrived and laid siege to Damascus. Thereafter, Jonah asked her people several times to hand over his bride to him, but they refused, saying that they were too busy fighting, and this was a matter of survival. And how could Jonah think of such things at a time like this? Actually, Jonah could think of little else. Just after dusk, on or about September 18, 634 AD, the 19th of Rajab, 13 Hijri, Jonah lowered himself with the aid of a rope near the east gate, and approaching the nearest Muslim guard, asked to see Khalid. As soon as he was ushered into the presence of the commander, he narrated his sad story and explained the purpose of his visit. Would Khalid help him get his bride if he gave intelligence, which would lead quickly to the capture of Damascus? Khalid would. He then informed Khalid that in the city this night the people were celebrating a festival, in consequence of which there was revelry and drunkenness everywhere, and few sentries would be found at the gates. If Khalid could scale the wall, he would have no difficulty in opening any gate he chose and forcing an entry into the city. Khalid felt that he could trust the man. He appeared sincere in what he said. Khalid offered him Islam, and Jonah accepted it. During the past few years he had heard much about Islam, and was favorably inclined. At the hands of Khalid, Jonah now accepted the new faith, whereafter Khalid instructed him to return to the city and wait, which Jonah did. As soon as the Greek had departed, Khalid ordered the procurement of ropes and the preparation of rope ladders. There was no time to make a coordinated plan of attack for the whole army, and so Khalid decided that he would storm the fort by the east gate, with just the corps of Iraq which was positioned there. The moon would rise at about midnight, and soon after that the assault would begin. According to Khalid's plan, 100 men would scale the wall at a place near the east gate, where it was known to be the most impregnable. Here certainly there would be no sentries. At first 3 men would climb up with ropes. Then rope ladders would be fastened to the ropes and hauled up by the 3 to be used by the rest of the picked hundreds to get to the top. Some men would remain at the top, while others would descend into the fort, kill any guards found at the gate and open the gate. Thereupon the entire corps would rush in and start the attack. The 3 leaders who were to scale the wall were Khalid, Kaka, and Mazur bin Adi. The ropes were thrown up, lassoing the epaulments on the wall, after which these three indomitable souls climbed up hand by hand. There was no guard at the top. The rope ladders were drawn up, and on these others began to climb in silence. When half the group had arrived at the top, Khalid left a few men to assist the remaining climbers, and with the rest descended into the city. A few Roman soldiers were encountered on the way down and put to the sword. Thereafter the party rushed to the gate, where two sentries stood on guard. Khalid killed one, while Kaka killed the other. But by this time the alarm had been raised and parties of Romans began to converge towards the east gate. Khalid knew that it was now touch and go. The rest of the Muslim party hastily took up a position to keep the Romans away, while Khalid and Kaka dealt with the gate, which was locked and chained. A few blows shattered both lock and chain, and the gate was flung open. The next instant the corps of Iraq came pouring in. The Roman soldiers who had converged towards the gate never went back. Their corpses littered the road to the center of the city. All Damascus was now awake. The Roman soldiers rushed to their assigned positions, as per rehearsed drills, and manned the entire circumference of the fort. Only a small reserve remained in the hands of Thomas, as Khalid began his last onslaught to get to the center of Damascus, killing all who stood in his way, the regiments defending the sector of the east gate. It was shortly before dawn, and now Thomas played his last card brilliantly. He knew that Khalid had secured a firm foothold in the city, and it was only a matter of time before the entire city would lie at his feet. From the absence of activity at the other gates, he guessed that Khalid was attacking alone and that other corps were not taking part in the storming of the fort. He hoped, and this was a long shot, that the other corps commanders, especially Abu Ubaidah, would not know of the break-in by Khalid. Thomas acted fast. He threw in his last reserve against Khalid to delay his advance for as long as possible, and at the same time sent envoys to the Jabiya gate to talk with Abu Ubaidah and offer to surrender the fort peacefully and to pay the jizya. Abu Ubaidah received these envoys with courtesy and heard their offer of surrender. He believed that they had come to him because they were afraid to face Khalid. At the distance at which he was placed from the east gate, if he heard sounds of battle at all, he must have assumed that it was a sally by the Romans, for it could not have occurred to him that Khalid would scale the wall with ropes. Abu Ubaidah had no doubt in his mind that Khalid would also agree to peace to put an end to the bloodshed and ensure a quick occupation of Damascus. Consequently, he took upon himself the responsibility of the decision and accepted the terms of surrender. Damascus would be entered peacefully. There would be no bloodshed, no plunder, no enslavement, and no destruction of temples. The inhabitants would pay the jizya. The garrison and any local inhabitants who wished to do so would be free to depart from the city with all their goods. After this, the Roman envoys went to the corps commanders at the other gates and informed them that a peace had been arranged with the Muslim commander and that the gates would be opened shortly, through which the Muslims could enter in peace. There would be no resistance. Soon after dawn, Abu Ubaidah, followed by his officers and the rest of his corps, entered Damascus in peace from the Jabiya gate and marched towards the center of the city. He was accompanied by Thomas and Herbis and several dignitaries and bishops of Damascus. Now Abu Ubaidah, walking like an angel of peace, and Khalid, advancing like a tornado, arrived simultaneously at the center of Damascus, at the Church of Mary. Khalid had just broken through the last Roman resistance. The other corps commanders had also entered the city and were moving peacefully towards the center. Abu Ubaidah and Khalid stared at each other in amazement. Abu Ubaidah noted that Khalid and his men held dripping swords in their hands and he guessed that something had happened of which he was not aware. Khalid noticed the peaceful air surrounding Abu Ubaidah and his officers, whose swords were in their sheaths and who were accompanied by Roman nobles and bishops. For some time there was no movement. Then Abu Ubaidah broke the tense silence. "O father of Suleiman," he said, "Allah has given us this city in peace at my hand and made it unnecessary for the Muslims to fight for it." "What peace?" Khalid bristled. "I have captured the city by force. Our swords are red with their blood, and we have taken spoils and slaves." It was clear that there was now going to be a terrible row between these two generals, which could have serious consequences. Khalid was the commander and had to be obeyed. What is more, he was not a man who would take any nonsense from his subordinates. Furthermore, his towering personality and his unquestioned judgment in military matters made him difficult to argue with, especially on this occasion, when he was determined to regard the conquest of Damascus as a conquest of the use of force and not of peaceful negotiation. Abu Ubaidah, on the other hand, had none of the military stature or operational genius of Khalid, and would be the last person to assert otherwise. But as a Muslim, he was in the topmost class, one of the blessed 10, the trusted one of the nation. He was the Al-Asram, the one without the incisors, and no one could forget how he had lost his front teeth. Abu Ubaidah was wrong in making peace without Khalid's knowledge and permission, but he was determined to see that the word of a Muslim was honored and unnecessary bloodshed avoided. He respected Khalid's leadership and knew that he would have to be handled with great care. Abu Ubaidah was in fact the only man in Syria with high enough standing to question any decision of Khalid. Even Khalid would not raise his voice when speaking to Abu Ubaidah, no matter how great his anger. What made the situation less dangerous was the fact that these two men held each other in genuine affection and respect for the various qualities which made them great. Abu Ubaidah also knew that he could silence Khalid with a few words, for he was armed with an authority of which Khalid was unaware. But he decided not to use this authority except as a last resort. When all manner of persuasion had failed, in this he was being kind to Khalid, but more of that later. "O commander," said Abu Ubaidah, "know that I have entered the city peacefully." Khalid's eyes flashed with anger, but he restrained himself. In a voice which was not without respect, he replied, "You continue to be heedless. How can they have peace from you when I have entered the city by force and their resistance is broken? Fear Allah, O commander. I have given them a guarantee of peace, and the matter is settled." "You have no authority to give them peace without my orders. I am commander over you. I shall not sheath my sword until I have destroyed them to the last man." "I never believed," pleaded Abu Ubaidah, "that you would oppose me when I gave a guarantee of peace for every single one of them. I have given them peace in the name of Allah, exalted be He, and of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, on whom be the blessings of Allah and peace. The Muslims who were with me agreed to this peace, and the breaking of pacts is not one of our traits." At this stage, some of Khalid's soldiers, tiring of listening to the argument and seeing some Romans standing on one side, began to wave their swords and move towards the Romans to kill them. Abu Ubaidah saw this movement and, rushing past Khalid, ordered the men to desist until the discussion between him and Khalid was over. The men obeyed. Only Abu Ubaidah could have done this, and Khalid could do nothing but try and control his anger. Now the other corps commanders got together and began to discuss the situation. After a few minutes they reached agreement among themselves and conveyed their opinion to Khalid. Let there be peace, because if the Romans in Syria heard that the Muslims had given a guarantee of safety and then slaughtered those whose safety had been guaranteed, No other city would ever surrender to the Muslims, and that would make the task of conquering Syria immeasurably more difficult. The emotions of Khalid never interfered with his reason, and the reason of Khalid saw the military wisdom of the advice tendered by the generals. For a moment he glared at Thomas and Herbis. Then he said, "All right, I agree to peace, except for these two accursed ones." "These two were the first to enter my peace," Abu Ubaidah said to Khalid. "My word must not be broken. May Allah have mercy upon you." Khalid gave up. "By Allah," he exclaimed, "but for your word I would certainly have killed them. Let them get out of the city, both of them, and may Allah's curse follow them wherever they go." Thomas and Herbis were nervously watching the altercation between the two Muslim generals, while interpreters were translating their statements. Thus they understood all and breathed a sigh of relief as they came to know of the conclusion of the dialogue. They now moved to Abu Ubaidah with an interpreter and asked for permission to depart on any route they chose. "Yes," said Abu Ubaidah, "you may go on any route you choose, but if we conquer any place at which you are residing, you will not then be under a guarantee of peace." Thomas, fearing a pursuit by Khalid, then requested, "Give us 3 days of peace, then the truce would be ended. Thereafter, if you catch up with us, do as you will, kill us or enslave us." Here Khalid entered the talks. "Agreed, except that you may take nothing with you but food for the journey." "This again would amount to a breaking of the pact," objected Abu Ubaidah. "My pact with them allows them to take all their belongings." "Even to this I agree," said Khalid, "but no weapons." Now Thomas protested. "We must have some weapons for our defense against other enemies than you. Otherwise we stay here, and you can do with us as you please." Thomas understood very well how important it was for these Muslims to honor their pacts, and was exploiting this sense of honor. Khalid went so far as to agree that every man could take one weapon with him, either a sword or a lance or a bow. The last of the problems was thus settled. Immediately after this, and it was now shortly after sunrise, a pact was drawn up and signed by Khalid. It read as follows: "In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, this is given by Khalid bin Waleed to the people of Damascus. When the Muslims enter, they, the people, shall have safety for themselves, their property, their temples, and the walls of their city, of which nothing shall be destroyed. They have this guarantee on behalf of Allah, the Messenger of Allah, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Caliph, and the faithful, from whom they shall receive nothing but good as long as they pay the jizya." The rate of jizya was fixed at 1 dinar per man, and a certain amount of food to be provided to the Muslims, the scale of which was also laid down. Damascus had been taken. The greatest prize in Syria, with the exception of Antioch, was now in Muslim hands, but those who had conquered the city looked upon their victory with mixed feelings. The Muslims had fought hard for this prize, while their casualties were much lower than those of the Romans. They had nevertheless paid a heavy price for the conquest. They had struggled heroically for a month and given their blood and sweat for this victory. They had taken the city by the sword, especially the corps of Iraq, which had stormed it on the last night and crushed all resistance. But the fruits of their labor had been snatched away by the clever diplomacy of Thomas and the simple generosity and large-heartedness of Abu Ubaidah. The son of the surgeon had no business to do this, but he was, after all, the trusted one of the nation, and not a sword of censure was raised against him. The Muslims gathered in groups to see the Roman convoy march out of the city. The convoy consisted of the garrison and thousands of civilians who preferred not to remain under Muslim rule and moved out of Damascus with their wives and children. Thomas's wife, the daughter of Heraclius, traveled with her husband. With the convoy went hundreds of carriages and wagons carrying all the belongings of the travelers and the merchandise of the city, including 300 bales of the finest brocade belonging to Heraclius. Some Muslims looked in anger, others in sorrow, as they saw Damascus drained of all its wealth. It was a bitter moment for the victors of Damascus. Khalid stood with some of his officers and men, gazing at the saddening sight. It appeared that the Romans were leaving nothing of value in Damascus. There was pain in the heart of Khalid. He was the commander of the army. He had conquered Damascus by the sword. He had stormed the fort, and Abu Ubaidah had done this. He looked at the others and saw faces red with anger. All this should have been theirs by right of conquest. All along the route stood groups of Muslims watching in silence. They could easily have pounced upon the convoy and taken what they wished, but such was the discipline of this army, and such its respect for the moral obligation of the given word, that not a single soldier stirred to interfere with the movement of the convoy. Khalid fought to control his rage. Then he raised his arms to heaven, and in an anguished voice prayed aloud, "O Allah, give all this to us as sustenance for the Muslims." But it was hopeless. Or was it? Khalid heard a respectful cough behind him, and turned to see Jonah the lover, still as sad as he had looked the night before in Khalid's tent. Jonah, meeting his bride after the surrender, had asked her to come away with him, and at first she was willing enough. But when he had told her that he was now a friend of the Muslims, and had accepted their faith, she recoiled from him and swore that she would have nothing more to do with him. She decided to leave Damascus, and was even now traveling in the convoy of Thomas. Jonah, still the distracted lover maddened by his passion for the girl, had come to seek Khalid's help. Could not the Muslims take the girl by force and deliver her to him? No, they could not. She was covered by the guarantee of safety and could not be touched. Could the Muslims not pursue and attack the convoy? No, they could not. The guarantee of safety for the convoy would last 3 days, and during that period no pursuit could be undertaken. After 3 days, then, it was no use. Going at the terrified pace which it had adopted, the convoy would be so far away after 3 days that the Muslims would never catch up with it. Oh yes, they could. He, Jonah, knew several shortcuts which fast-moving horsemen could use to overtake the convoy, while the convoy itself was bound to the roads and could not shorten its route. Still no use. Several Syrian forts, Emesa, Baalbek, Tripolis, were close enough to reach in 3 or 4 days, and the convoy would be safely within the walls of any of these before the Muslims could catch up with it. Oh no, it would not. The convoy was not going to any of these places. He, Jonah, knew that the convoy was making for Antioch and would take many days to get there. He, Jonah, would be the guide of the Muslims. All he wanted in return was the girl. Khalid's eyes brightened. The possibilities which the proposal of Jonah opened up were like water to the thirsty. He beckoned to a few of his officers, Tirar, Rafi, Abdurrahman bin Abi Bakr. They would launch a pursuit after 3 days. Plans were formulated, orders issued, preparations made. When the 3 days' grace period was over, the mobile guard would dash out in pursuit and go at the breakneck speed. On Jonah's suggestion, it was decided that all would be dressed like local Arabs, so that any Roman units encountered on the way would mistake them for such and not intercept their movement. Hope stirred in the hearts of the faithful. On the morning of the 4th day, shortly after sunrise, at the exact time when the period of grace ended, the mobile guard galloped away from Damascus, with Khalid and Jonah in the lead. Abu Ubaidah was left as commander at Damascus. The route taken by the mobile guard is not recorded. It is stated by Waqidi that the Muslims caught up with the convoy a short distance from Antioch, not far from the sea. on a plateau beyond a range of hills called Al-Abrash by the Arabs and Barda by the Romans. Here there had been a heavy downpour, and the convoy had dispersed on the plateau, seeking shelter from the inclement weather, while the goods lay all over the place. The Romans had not the least suspicion of the thunderbolt that was about to strike them. So many bundles of brocade lay scattered on the ground that this plain became known as Marjud-di-Baj, that is, the meadow of brocade, and for this reason the action described has been named the Battle of Meadow of Brocade. The weather had now cleared. Jonah and other scouts established the location of the convoy without being spotted, and brought sufficient intelligence for Khalid to plan his attack. He took a few hours to give his orders and position the mobile guard for its task. Khalid, the master of movement and surprise, here again showed his superb skill in the application of these military principles. The Romans received their first indication of the presence of the Muslims when about a regiment of cavalry came charging at them from the south, along the road from Damascus, led by the half-naked Zirar. The Romans were surprised that Zirar had caught up with him, but seeing that he had only a small force, they decided to make mincemeat of him and then rest again. They formed up to meet the Muslim charge and began to fight like the brave Romans that they were. Half an hour later, another body of Muslim cavalry, 1,000 horse led by Rafi, appeared from the east, and the Romans now realized the mistake that they had made in believing that only a regiment had caught up with them. The Muslims no doubt had two regiments. The first was a feint to draw the attention of the Romans, while the second delivered the main blow from a flank. But it did not matter. They would make mincemeat of two regiments instead of one. The Romans reformed and received the charge of Rafi also. Half an hour later, when another regiment of cavalry made its appearance from the north, that is from the direction of Antioch, under the command of Abdurrahman, the Romans were seriously alarmed. This was more dangerous than they had imagined. They were cut off from Antioch, and would have to deal quickly with these three regiments in order to break out to the north or retreat to the west, the latter being the only way left open to them. The Romans again reformed, though their spirits now were not so high. The Muslim regiment struck at the massed Romans with sword and lance and played havoc, but the Romans were able to hold their position, and the fighting proceeded fiercely for another hour. Then from the west appeared a fourth Muslim regiment which charged at a gallop at the Roman mass. From the battle cry of its leader, the Romans knew who was the commander of this last group. I am the noble warrior, Khalid bin Waleed. There was much slaughter in the usual manner of Khalid. Khalid himself killed Thomas and Arbis in single combat, and at one time got so deep into the Roman army that he was separated from his comrades and surrounded by his enemies. He would not have come out alive but for Abdurrahman, who broke through with a party of horsemen and rescued him. After some more fighting, Roman resistance collapsed, since the Muslims were too few to completely surround the Roman army and the fighting had become confused as it increased in violence. Thousands of Romans were able to escape and make their way to safety, but all the booty and a large number of captives, both male and female, fell to the Muslims. Jonah found his beloved. He moved towards her to take her by force, but she saw him coming and drawing a dagger from the folds of her dress, plunged it into her breast. As she lay dying, Jonah sat beside her with silent tears running down his cheeks. He swore that he would remain true to the memory of the bride he was not destined to possess, and would not look at another girl. When Khalid came to know of the loss suffered by Jonah, he sent for him and offered him another young woman who stood nearby, one who was both beautiful and rich, judging by the clothes and the jewelry which she wore. His first look at the young woman left Jonah dumbfounded. When he found his speech again, he informed Khalid that this woman was none other than the daughter of Heraclius, widow of Thomas. He could not possibly take her, for soon Heraclius would send either an army to get her back by force or envoys to arrange for her ransom. The Muslims now marched back with spoils and captives, enough to delight any conquering army. Their return route also is not recorded, but there was no mishap on the journey. When a day's march from Damascus, they saw a small cloud of dust approaching along the road from Antioch. As this cloud got nearer, it revealed a small party of riders, obviously not intending battle, since they were too few for such a purpose. From this party a Roman noble rode forth and approached Khalid. "I am the ambassador of Heraclius," he said. "He says to you, 'I have come to know what you have done to my army. You have killed my son-in-law and captured my daughter. You have won and got away safely. I now ask you for my daughter. Either return her to me on payment of ransom, or give her to me as a gift, for honor is a strong element in your character.'" This is what Heraclius says. Honor was indeed a strong element in the makeup of Khalid. So was gallantry, and so was generosity. Throughout his fief, he had been generous in giving a generosity which later would get him into serious trouble. Now he decided to be generous to Emperor of Rome. "Take her as a gift," he said grandly. "There shall be no ransom." The ambassador took the daughter of Heraclius, and with profuse thanks returned to Antioch. Jonah remained inconsolable. Nothing would cheer him up. Khalid offered him a large reward for his own share of the spoils, with which he could procure another wife, by purchase if necessary. But Jonah declined. He would remain true to his promise of celibacy. He also remained true to his new faith and fought under the banner of Islam for 2 years, until the Battle of Yarmouk, where he fell a martyr. The return of the mobile guard loaded with spoils was greeted with joy by the Muslims at Damascus. The sword of Allah had done it again, and the Muslims had been seriously perturbed. But now all was well. Khalid at once sent off a letter to Medina, addressing to Abu Bakr, informing him of the conquest of Damascus, and how Abu Ubaidah had been deceived by the Romans, of his pursuit of the Roman convoy, the killing of Thomas and her beasts, the capture of the spoils and captives, of the daughter of Heraclius and her release. This letter was written on October 1st, 634 AD, the 2nd of Shaban, 13 Hijri. The messenger carrying this letter had not gone many hours when Abu Ubaidah called Khalid aside and told him that Abu Bakr was dead, and Umar was now caliph. He held out a letter which the new caliph had written him, that is Abu Ubaidah. Hesitantly Khalid took the letter and began to read. The most important line seemed to stand out mockingly. "I appoint you commander of the army of Khalid bin Waleed." Khalid looked up from the letter. End of chapter 31.